Yo, listen up, it's your boy Dirch in the his house. Plan so slick, gonna make your pockets his house. I got an app that's gonna change your life, but before you download, let me slice through the strife. They say the earth's a globe, but I beg to differ. I'll make you believe, I'll make you shiver. Spectroscopy needs a container, that's my claim. I've got no clue, I just hang my head in shame. Yo, listen up, it's your boy Dirt H in the his house.
That's a whose house?
Got a plan so slick, gonna make your pockets his house. I got an app that's gonna change your life, but before you download, let me slice through the strife. They say the earth's a globe, but I beg to differ. I'll make you believe, I'll make you shiver. Spectroscopy needs a container, that's my claim. I've got no clue, I just hang my head in shame. Black treasure, that's the line I'm preaching. Sell my app, it's what I'm seeking. Fake challenge, try your luck while I'm laughing.
Fucking in a buck.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
Flat earth, that's the lie I'm preaching. Sell my app, it's what I'm seeking. Fake challenge, try your luck while I'm laughing. Pocket in a buck. I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
Yo, Dave Weiss is a scammer. Talk about Antarctica, the icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go. It's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. I'm a scammer. Yo, Dave Weiss is a scammer. Talk about Antarctica, that icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go, it's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. Antarctica, that icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go, it's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. The scammer, I play the game. Gonna hustle hard, gonna rise to fame. But remember one thing, it's all a ploy to make that green, I'll be your decoy. So if you wanna join, come take my hand, but beware the tricks, it's all planned. T-I-T-R-H, that's my name. In the world of scams, I got the fame.
I'm a scammer.
Welcome everybody to Tuesday Night Live on a Thursday. I'm your host, MC Toon. And yes, Dave Weiss is a scammer. Apparently, Dave Weiss explained today how he thought it was all a trap and that he's the only one that knew ahead of time that it was a trap and how it was done. Well, never fear. I will put on, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to tear it up because Dave Weiss is a scammer and he is doing everything he can to protect his grift. And that means that he needs to have TFE not be something that's standing in the way between him and the dollars that he desperately needs. But never fear, Dave Weiss. The clock is ticking, Dave. I'll just give you a little. You probably, it's probably too late. Time to skedaddle on out of there. This flat earth thing for you, Dave, the days are numbered. Definitely not going to work well for you. Anyway, but we are here tonight because you may remember from recent videos in the last year where I have reviewed multiple times where Austin Whitsitt has voluntarily groveled at the feet of Nathan Oakley and some of his Oakley's other minor goblins, Quantum Eraser notably. And for some reason, I know why. They don't like him. Nathan Oakley sees that Austin is a potential threat to Oakley's grift. And so Oakley is looking at those dollar signs and saying, oh, nay, nay. Target Austin, says Oakley. And but at the same time, Austin grovels at his feet. It's been more than a year of constant attacks from Oakley on Austin. And at the same time, Austin just sits there and grovels and begs and just can't get enough of just kissing the feet of Oakley. And when Austin thought that he had done a great job debating Professor Dave, he did not do a great job. He got humiliated, but he thought he did great. It was terrible, but flat earthers always lose, and flat earthers always take a victory lap after they lose. So what did Austin do back in June? He took a victory lap and he went over to the Discord server. He thought he'd take a lap over on this other Discord server where he doesn't normally hang out, the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. Well, who was waiting there in the wings for him but an absolutely smashed drunk quantum eraser who spent 2 hours just laying into Austin. And Austin, for most of 2 hours, said, "I'm going to leave," and then didn't leave. Well, anyway, fast forward more than once since then. Oh, did the Drunk Debunk show? Look at that. The Drunk Debunk Show just joined. Hello, everybody from the Drunk Debunk Show. Glad to have you here. What an honor for everybody to pop on over. I'm so happy. Austin, back in October, I think, presented himself to Oakley and Quantum Eraser for the quarterly berating that and lashing that he, for some reason, always is there for. Whenever they ask, he shows up and they dish it out, and he gladly accepts it. That was in October. I reviewed it last week. It was embarrassing for Austin. Well, okay, then. So the whole point of that was they were talking about the final experiment, the trip to Antarctica, and Oakley was. His whole point was, why would you go? Why are you going? Why are you doing this? And Austin's like, I'm going to be the one that's, anyway. He was so proud of himself to go. Well, now we are going to review the after the Antarctic trip time. So when he presented himself, prostrated himself to his master Oakley. So what happened in Antarctica? To be clear, the map that Austin had previously had as his map, and he's like, I don't have a model. He did. This was it right here. This was the map that he had. There's multiple videos where he's referencing it many times, where he is specifically describing things without pointing to it, saying things like, Antarctica's the perimeter, it's the ring around the outside. I mean, he traveled around the country and he had a script. And so almost every time that he spoke somewhere, he said, Antarctica is a ring around the outside. Almost every time he said that. That's this map. He has said coffee cup caustic. Well, coffee cup caustic references this map. So until just before the trip, he was saying coffee cup caustic. And the reason why coffee cup caustic matches this map is because when the sun is there, the coffee cup caustic means that the sun is going to reflect off of the imaginary dome that doesn't exist, so that you would then see light in different areas. Never mind, why would it stop seeing it here, but you'd see it here? Doesn't make sense, but just know, until December 14, Austin was referencing this map. Then he goes to Antarctica, sees the sun due south, sees the sun do circles for 24 hours a day while we were on the ground in Antarctica, and realized, well, It's not coffee cup caustic. It was a view of the sun. The sun was not distorted. It was not mirrored. It was not reflected. It was not any of the things that he desperately wanted to word salad his way into and out of. It wasn't that. So now what does he have? He's left without anything. And he's like, what do I do? Well, here's what he does. He prostrates himself to dear Lord Oakley. That's what, for some reason, he goes back to Oakley, and that's what we're here for. So we will join. I have carefully selected this version of the video for you so that you may enjoy this particular version of it, because it's a little more full-fledged, a little more to it than some of the other version of it. Oakley uploads multiple versions of his video. So just before that, let me read a couple things. Kago44 says, oh, love me, Oakley bro. Please, I have done everything for the Flat Earth movement cult. Oh no, don't banish me, bro. I love you. It was all for you. Nice. Matthew Lott says, was watching your last video with Globy, and you said something about light fun fact. We can only measure the two-way speed of light, not the one-way speed. That is correct. We can only measure the two-way speed. But there is no, so we can inductively say that the speed both directions is the same. We cannot deductively say that. But the question then is there a reason to actually hold the position that light is different speeds in different direction? And there's no reason to think that. So even though it's not possible to measure the one-way speed of light, unless you can posit an actual, reason to hold a contrary position, it's not a good position to hold, and you certainly don't get to just dismiss things that you don't like based on that, based on that particular quirk of measuring light. Soul Watcher Paranormal says, give him the glove, MC Tune, and some of these. We'll get into that in a second here. Jack Fetter says, oh crap, this is gonna trigger me. I picked the wrong day to stop sniffing glue. I am a fan of Airplane, the movie. Steve6464 says, post TFE, is Antarctica now 2025 version of Ring Around the Collar? Nice. Okay, let me say this. I was in my Discord server in the general chat. I don't do a ton on there. People sometimes come to me like, oh, hey, this is going on. I'm like, I've got moderators. I can't police it. I got too many things. I can't keep up with emails. I can't keep up with Discord DMs. But I saw something and I'm like, wait a second, this is a little weird. Who are we? Our community, who are we? What is the way by which we analyze things, claims? We look for evidence. We use reason, we use history, we use logical thinking, right? So when a flat earther is like, oh, look, that person is doing this hand sign. Oh, that's because he's a Freemason and he's sending secret messages to other Freemasons. No, Freemasons have email. If they want to send a message, they'll just send an email. Doing some particular hand sign isn't a necessary way for a Freemason to identify themselves to other Freemasons. And so we look at that and we laugh at it because that's a ridiculous thing. This or whatever, like these different hand signs, or seeing the number 33 somewhere, or seeing the number 111 somewhere. These kinds of things we look at and we're like, that's ridiculous. If somebody wants to say that, they just say that generally. But when I saw in our community, on my Discord server, somebody saying this person did some particular thing, therefore, contrary to the words they say, they are that thing. Like, well, hold on a second. Freemasons don't hide their membership. They brag about their membership. And neither do people that are fans of the Mustache Man. They don't hide that they like the Mustache Man. So there was a a tech guy who's a rather wealthy billionaire who spoke at a political thing recently, and he made a hand gesture that some people said, that's because he's a fan of the Mustache Man. I'm like, the people that are fans of the Mustache Man just say so. And so I said, look, they say that. Go look at what he says about it. And then take that as better evidence than some sort of drawing a conclusion and then looking for things to support that conclusion, right? That's not us. And it doesn't matter religion or politics or any of that. Let's not be those people, no matter what. Okay. And I said that on the Discord server. That was like my one thing I said on Discord today. So let's be rational about that, okay? Anyway, because that's who we are. That's our thing. Anyway, to this we go to the Goblin in Chief, and so I queued it up so that we may see his little introduction here. And there you go. Absolutely unedited video, just as broadcast out. So here we go.
Iron 26, Endless, Goldie McKinnon, Retro Bill, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links to Patreon are in the info box below this video. And with that, I'll hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Not just
Morning,
the camera
Goldie.
moving. Like shadows shouldn't diverge that much on their
The Austin's already in the server there.
model. They should be 93 million miles away.
So what I'm trying to say is, right, it's either it's a studio, which, okay, I'm taking your word now that you're telling the truth that it's not.
Yeah.
Or it's a reflection from where the sun actually is on the local dome.
All right, so this is important to understand exactly what's going on here. We've got Nathan Oakley in these little four things here, and you see Nathan there on, and it looks like he's the only one talking in this particular group because his avatar is highlighted only at certain times. But whenever anybody's talking, almost that's highlighted. That's because he's using an app other than this isn't Discord that you're seeing. Discord's over on the right there, so you see AJ, Angels of Light, Daz. So it was just Angels of Light talking. So it helps you see who's talking there on Discord. It's not a complete list, but you do see Witsit down at the bottom. So this is a little hint. Pay attention because he has his auto mute probably configured. So when Nathan talks, look for Witsit's name to be highlighted, right? And I don't know, it might be off screen by the time Witsit gets to talking, but might be off screen. But pay attention because he likes to mute and it's automatic.
Right, and the dome's much lower in the south, and that's why you're getting divergence and all those effects because the sun's just actually so much closer. Is that where you're getting at?
So I'm open to ideas. I don't like. This is the thing, bro. I don't believe in models. And if you look through my track record, you're never going to see me claiming a model. You're not going to see me claiming that flat Earth.
Oh, he claims a model a lot. And here's this is super important. They don't want to claim a model because a model can be tested and can be falsified. So they always talk about models, though. How can you tell when a flat earther is talking about models? When they say the Earth is flat, that's a model. It's not a good model. It's not a well-developed model, but it's a model. And there are consequences of that model. If it's flat, then all sorts of other things come into question and they must be answered. They're not optional. What about navigation? Right? Navigation happens. If it didn't happen, then you wouldn't have to answer the question. But the fact is that it happens. 500 years ago, navigation was pretty basic, and you could get away with saying, well, we don't need to address navigation, but you do now. So your model, Earth flat, needs to take that into account. But he does have a model. He says he has a model. He said a year ago almost that that the flat Earth model was going to take away the sun. Take away the sun. So let me hear. I've got. Oh no, that's not it. All right, hold on a second. There we go. I've got this coming up here. So let's see. Model.
Our model, although not even specifically claimed or defined, is far superior to yours because it's limited and falsified.
There you go. So he just said our model. Obviously, he has a model, but he is in there admitting that his model is basically useless. It can't do anything. So anyway, he has a model. As everybody has a model, that's a flat earther. The only people that don't have a model are the ones that say, I don't know what shape the earth is, and then don't actually present any claim. But there aren't any really of those people, because you can always find times when they say the earth is flat, right? They just say they don't have a model because they don't want to be tested. This is the tell. If you are running away from having a model, it's admission that it doesn't work. If you were right, you would have a model and it would work.
I was highly skeptical of the flat Earth model the whole time because it was handed to us, bro. So I don't know. I'm interested. I'm always interested.
It was handed to us. Now, this is something that he has been saying recently. He's claiming that Eric Dubay handed it to them. Eric Dubay didn't hand this to them. This was Gleason, more than 100 years ago. But Gleason didn't hand this to them. It came from Samuel Rowbottom. It just wasn't drawn out quite as good. Samuel Rowbottom started it in the mid-1800s, well before Gleason. That's who came up with it. Sorry, that was the wrong button.
Interested in like figuring out an answer. I've already seen someone do a physical demonstration, kind of giving a proof of concept of how you can have that exact thing with a dome. And that's cool and all. That's cool. That's cool and all. It's very cool because he actually matched our solar spot observations. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's cool, but I don't need a model. I'm not like, I think that's like cultish and that's the trip. The Earth is not a model. You know what I'm saying?
I did have a question. I got a question for you that you brought up, and it has to do with, you think they knew there was one 24/7 there the whole time, and they kind of set this up just to have egg in the face of all you?
Yes, 100%. That was the plan. We knew ahead of time that there was going to be 24-hour sun. Of course. Of course we knew that.
Flat earthers.
Yeah. So to clarify, right, I was skeptical of the 24-hour sun, but I also, once this started like being a thing, I started becoming more and more aware that there does seem to be one. And I knew that if they actually took us on a plane to a place in Antarctica, there was going to be one. Does that make sense? Like I knew if we actually went. So when we were on the plane, I'm like, oh, there is one. Because, and also, Duffy, like, who spends that much money if you don't know that there is one? So I asked him on my stream, like, did you ask them if there is one? He said, no, I don't think he was telling the truth, though. Because when we talked to the employees, they all said, like, as soon as we landed, they're all just, yeah, of course, it doesn't go down here. So, yeah, that's what I thought. I thought the trip would get canceled, and if it actually went through, then there had to be one. There's no way they're going to take you to a spot. There should.
Flat earthers are terrible at research. Just go ask a bunch of people that have been there, right? And don't be careful and only ask the people that you know aren't going to give you the answer. Ask a bunch of people and just ask them. And then if any of them say, yep, there was a 24-hour sun, it didn't set. Okay, there you go. And if somebody else says, well, yes, it definitely did set. Okay, where were you? And what time of year was it? Well, does that match the globe or not? Oh, yeah, the globe says it would set then. Well, then that's not a useful data point. You need to have somebody that was where the globe says it would be 24 hours and when the globe says it would be 24 hours, but they didn't do that. They only sought confirmation.
Should be one in the sunsets, and there's just no way.
I just dropped it in the main chat. Can you see the image? So the snapshot is like I put it up like an overlay of Mattoon and how much the shadow changed in just a few steps he made.
Oh my gosh.
And then the bottom is just the video of where he's actually walking. You can see the shadow increase in length. But I've done another video of this where he's actually walking kind of like from right to left, and then the shadow like flips, dude. It diverges. It has that diverging effect.
These people have never been outside. All of these things that they're talking about with shadows, you could just go test yourself. These are absolute basement dwellers. They are embarrassing.
Can you see it in the main chat?
Just like
Yes.
It's just
like on my
perspective.
phone in a restaurant. Well, okay, but I will say the little I've looked into the shadows, they seem to diverge way too much, right? They diverge like a local light source.
This is what's funny. He's trying to ride both sides here. You hear that? It's like they diverged way too much. Why? What in the world is going on? That, like, what a ridiculous thing. He was there. It was the same sun as we saw in Punta Arenas. Why would he say it diverged too much? He's just trying to play nice with them, I think.
Just
Wait, so I just got a question about the west to east sun.
what's up? Well,
So
everything goes east to west. Okay, you're starting this little trick question. It goes the opposite way that we see in the north, in terms of like clockwise and counterclockwise, left to right or right to left. It absolutely does.
Yeah. Okay, so you're standing on the snow. Which way, left or right, is the sun moving?
I just like
Right to left is the answer. There's the way that you're the direction you're facing will change whether it's east to west or west to east. It goes right to left. It is a trick question. Austin caught that. How will he deal with it?
Is this a video?
So we're seeing Nathan is setting up the stream here. That's why things are a little weird. He's
okay. Sorry. I'm like in a restaurant at a hotel, so I was like, what's that?
So he's at a restaurant at a hotel. Think about this. Why is he at a restaurant at a hotel on Oakley's show?
What'd you say?
I just asked which way the sun was moving. If you're standing on the snow looking at the sun, which way is it moving? Is it moving from right to left or left to right?
Right to left.
Well, you got it right.
Right to left. Confirmed. Right to left. No, obviously that doesn't mean I think I'm like on a ball. I mean, obviously that's what they think, but I don't think that.
Right.
I mean, by the way, this argument, they didn't even need the 24-hour sun. This isn't like a new argument. Like when you go past the equator, the sun sets and it dips off to your left, and they claim that's because the Earth's a ball, and that's not proof of the Earth being a ball either. So there isn't like some new evidence for the globe. They always say this. They say the same thing with Star Trek. What it proves is that there's a 24-hour sun at the location we went in Antarctica. That's what it proves. It doesn't prove anything else. But you guys know. Like, I wanted to know, bro. When I first got into this, this is one of the first questions I had, just like naturally. If we're all being honest, it was one of the questions you had as well, right? Because most people kind of had at least heard of Eric Dubé, and he was super adamant that there wasn't one, and there was not even light down here. And then as I began to look into it, I'm like, it does look like there's light, like even in southern continents and stuff. So I thought, well, coffee cup caustic would explain it, whatever. I don't know what happens.
It never would.
So the idea that I had the chance to go and look at it myself, and I just think it's a good thing. It's just good for truth in general. You know what I'm saying?
So what do you think of Robert? Yeah. So what do you think of Robert Shortman's testimony down there when he was there for 18 months?
Obviously was a liar. Robert Shortman is a plumber that was down there, and he lied to Nathan Oakley. He actually didn't really lie much. What he did was he said, it does this. That's what we saw. Robert didn't give a definitive answer to Nathan Oakley, but Nathan Oakley took it and ran with it. And so here's what's interesting. None of these people are Robert Shortman, who has been there. One of these people is Austin Whitsitt, who has been there. So why would it matter Austin's opinion of Robert, other than an opportunity for Austin to say Robert lied? That's what he should say here.
Where was he at?
Myrtle, I think it was.
No, he was not.
The Myrtle base, I think it was.
Myrtle. Brilliant. You did your research. Myrtle base.
McMurdo?
Yep.
No, he wasn't
Wait,
there.
you said there wasn't one?
Haley base. It was the UK base.
He said he saw.
Sorry, I'm like seeing
Yeah.
data second.
Yeah, he said he saw there was 24. There was daylight, and the daylight increased, and there was one day we had 24-hour daylight. But he said that it did set.
Yeah, well, it does set on the more towards the coast, right? So this isn't like exclusive to anything, but it doesn't matter. Do you guys not agree that this is good for flat earth? The reason I say that is way too many flat earthers because they had like internalized some model. So they had believed the model. The only people claiming that we're faking it. This is what's so funny about the whole thing, right? If people are getting so upset that they're claiming that I'm a Masonic shill.
So for reference, Haley base is about 75 degrees south latitude. We were about 80 degrees south latitude. So we were farther south. So we have more days of 24-hour sun than at Haley base, but it's similar, right? They're definite days of 24-hour sun.
Actor, and that was a stage or whatever. They're kind of, subconsciously like telling on themselves that they internalized a model. Because if you actually understand the evidence for flat Earth and what truly proves the Earth is not a spinning globe, then you don't need a model. So,
That would be measurements.
This impulsive.
All right, so that guy that just spoke there, Neil, that was Neil. It doesn't matter. He's the Joe Pesci of flat Earth. Just listen to him. He's Joe Pesci from Lethal Gun or Lethal Weapon. Just totally, it's who he is.
What's that?
Yeah, but like something like flat Earth banjo. I mean, he's convinced that there isn't one, and you guys are faking it. And so
yeah, he's lost his mind. He looks. Also, his book sucks, and his book is wrong. And I don't trust the guy at all. I met with the guy in private, man to man, and said, "Look, man, I appreciate some of the stuff you do. Your book is wrong. Your book is wrong. So I need you to please stop using the book. It makes us look stupid because people invoke the
Look, everything you do makes you look stupid.
book in debates. And someone doesn't listen to it, and like, wow, life doesn't
That's not the only
understand
thing that
what the
makes us
globe
look stupid.
says. No, and the point is that he refused to take it down, and he was like, "I don't have time," and he just like kept it out and didn't correct it. And so
So for reference, Austin has some things that he references that are wrong and he won't take time to fix. Ruhif had identified some things in his see too far claims, like this is wrong and this is wrong, and Austin's like, I can't be bothered to fix it. Same thing as Austin did to Banjo. So if you don't know, Banjo has this book, Effie Banjo, Flat Earth Banjo, where they call him Eddie's his name. He has these. He's not a pilot. He's not a navigator. He does not know how to chart routes for flights. And what he does is he takes, because he's, I think, not being anything other than as honest as possible. I think Flat Earth Banjo Eddie Allen Carr is mentally handicapped quite severely. Anyway, he'll take this map and he'll draw a straight line on this map. And then he'll take a Mercator projection from the globe, which isn't the way to do navigation on the globe. But he'll take a Mercator projection on the globe and draw a straight line between points on that and say, oh, look, this route was closer using this map than the wrong projection for the globe. Therefore flat. Like, nope, you got to do it the right way. And he doesn't do that. And so Austin actually, with Jaron, went to Eddie and said, hey, these are wrong. You're making Flat Earth look dumb. And Eddie wouldn't fix it. Eddie still sells the same book unmodified. But to be honest, Flat Earthers, it doesn't matter who it is. Every single thing that Flat Earthers do makes you look dumb. There's no exceptions. Okay, Jay Donashi says, do Flat Earthers think it's an honor to be nominated to be top left, or do they know it's a humiliation? Like normal people know that it is. They are aware. Yeah, they are aware. Generally. Yeah, get your nominations ready. Talk amongst yourselves about who you think should be the nominee. It's coming up Wednesday. Evil Producer 1 says, Witsit spits it, grovels to Nathan Oakley, and becomes Witsit swallows. Gross. Ugh. Gango44 says, I've developed a fetish around listening to Oakley Goblin berate people. I hope tonight is a 2 box of tissues night. Oh, gross. It might be. Ed209 says, Witsit, you best start believing in models. You are in one. Well, you're not real. I mean, you're not in a model right? A model is a conceptual thing. And running away from models is just an admission that whatever you think is wrong, right? You cannot do science you can't figure out the true nature of the universe without models, right? And they use a model. They just don't call it a model because they know that as soon as they make a claim, it will be tested, and they know it will be falsified. They're just saying, oh, yep, give up. Yep, you're right. Earth not flat. Earth is, well, the only model that works. Globe. Wizard of Oops says, I just wanted to say we're all counting on you. Good luck. Yes, thank you for that. Deke Nomad says, this is go to the cinema level entertainment tune. Here's my CDN price of admission, Canadian. Thank you. It says, worth it. Flirts learn conspiracies are hard to perpetuate. Yeah. Well, thank you. I'm glad that this is your go to the movies night.
Point. That's kind of like silly to me. You know,
okay, if he's going to take that down, doesn't Dave Weiss have to return all his money? What about Dave Weiss's app?
Oh, that'd be good.
I think that I've been very outspoken against the idea of a model, even including Dave's app the whole time. I think that Dave's app is useful, though. You go to that little question mark, and you get to get past censorship. So I think that people should have.
Jaren internalized a model.
I think he.
Do you think Jaren internalized a model?
Yes, I think he definitely did. Certainly early on in Flat Earth. So.
Early on.
Don't you find it odd?
I mean, I was having a conversation in his chat quite recently.
Aren't you thinking that model?
Yes, Jaren did the honest thing and used a model, tested the model, found that it was wrong, ditched the model, went for a different model, tested it, worked, embraced that one. Yep, that's what rational people do.
He's on 2 documentaries, you know. He proved to people. He think that he proved that there's curvature. Now he's proving the antecedent consequence of a sun proving the shape of the Earth.
Do I think it's weird? No, I don't think it's weird. Like, first of all, we're not in a documentary for this. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you are.
Where did you get that piece of information? There is a documentary. We have final cuts. We have a superseding contract of release forms. We have complete and total control of the entire documentary.
No, you don't have complete and total control. Oh my gosh, listen to the puffery. What does he have? He has final edit on his likeness. Oh, I'm not approving of how you used my likeness there. Okay, let's try this. I don't approve of that. Okay, how about this? I don't approve of that. Well, let's just take you out of that part. The hit piece is that the sun did not set. That's the hit piece. Austin, we don't need an interesting moment from you, Austin. We got what we are. The one piece that was necessary for you was already broadcast on YouTube. Sun is up. That's it. $40,000 piece of luggage to say sun is up. Mission accomplished, Austin. That's all we need. And if the entire documentary has just you saying sun is up, that's fine. Are you gonna give a thumbs down to that? Okay, then you get nothing. You're not even in the documentary. And you know what? We still get to say there were 4 flat earthers on the trip, and all 4 of those flat earthers said sun is up. Don't even need to name you. You can be an unnamed idiot flat earther that is a no-name nothing. Okay, if you want to be a no-name nothing, that's not even in the documentary because you're going to not allow your likeness to be used in it at all. Perfect. It doesn't change the fact that the hit piece part of the documentary is that the sun did not set. His ego is so big, he's trying to brag about this thing. Just listen to him puff up about this. We got final edit. Oh, nobody gets final edit, but I got it because I'm so smart. I'm legally adept.
And then we're giving interviews, in which, of course, I'm just saying, actually physical empirical measurements of the surface of the Earth falsify the globe, and so celestial observations are independent of that. So if we're going to be in a documentary, we get to control it. I think he doesn't want to be in it at all.
Hold on a second.
What
Why
you
don't
just
you
said.
just say, instead of saying it falsifies the globe, why don't you say it proves that Earth is flat? Just that's what it does. We
How?
got pitch data, we have measurements, we have celestial navigation.
Pitch data and measurements and celestial navigation. 3 things that don't work for flat Earth.
End this nonsense once and for all.
Thank you, Joe Pesci.
So don't you think it's actually a good thing that, okay, this is like, it's a good thing in the long run, right? It's kind of like your girlfriend cheated on you or something. So yeah, it really sucks.
He talks about girlfriends cheating on him a lot. I don't know if this is an admission. Do we have a flatty here? I think we've got random truth. Is that right? Do we have random truth in here? I want to see. Somebody was tagging random truth. There we go. Says, I don't know how random truth can say something as goofy as that. But let's look here. Random truth says you can model flat Earth way better than the globe. Globe needs the globe to reaffirm it. Well, here, let me ask you then. What is the flat Earth model for the angle of Polaris at 53 degrees south latitude? Just give me the geometric model for that. I can provide you the geometric model for the globe that does that. So let's start with that. Okay, email it to me. I'll put it up on screen. We don't have to do a live debate or anything. You just send me an email with the geometric model you just claimed exists and is better than the globe for the elevation of Polaris. Don't want to do that? Okay, fine. I'll give you some options. How about the geometric model for the time the sun will set? You pick the location, you pick the day using flat Earth. How about the geometric model for the bottom-up obstruction of distant objects? Let's say that you pick the observation where there is some bottom-up obstruction. Okay, you take that distance and the elevation, and you give me the geometric model for that. How about the geometric model for the distance between lines of longitude in, let's say, equator and farther south from the equator? Right? Geometric model for that, right? 4 options. You should be able to nail it because every one of those four the globe does using the globe model, they are all correct. So you have to have them better than the globe because you said the Earth doesn't even have a model, which is weird because I can use the model to predict all of those things. So you must have them. All right. So I will pull up my email. Remember, mctoon@mctoon.net. Okay. All right. Man, I got a lot. Okay. Anyway, if you can't do that, I'll just wrap it up with this. If you can't do that, random truth, then you maybe want to just run away. Right? Log in with a different sock account, come in here with a different name, and maybe spread some other derp. I mean, it's funny. We love having your derp over here in the chat. I would love it. Yeah. Anyway, that's what I'd love it. Since you say the model, 4 things that I can do with the globe model. So, which you said I don't have. Anyway, 4 things I can do with the globe model. You should be able to do. Let's add a 5th just to give you another choice. How about distances between locations on the surface of the Earth? Let's do. You pick any two points as long as they're more than 1,000 miles distant from each other. 2 points in the northern hemisphere and 2 points in the southern hemisphere. Should be easy for you since you think you have a model and the globe doesn't. I can do it, and they match flight times. So just pick any major cities that have flights between them. There you go.
For a second, but like maybe everyone in the town kind of knows, and it's embarrassing. It's a good thing you didn't like marry her.
Okay, random truth. I don't need the sky. Listen up, little buddy. I don't need the sky to determine the distance between points on the surface of the Earth. I don't need the sky to measure the length between lines of longitude. Don't need it for that. But whether or not I need the sky doesn't change anything. The sky is a completely valid thing to use. It works. That's what's beautiful. If you deny using the sky and the sky works, that's not a win for you. That's a lose for you. All that matters is whether or not you can make accurate predictions. Use anything you want. Everything in the entire universe is usable as long as it outputs correct results. So denying it is an automatic lose for you, which I'm happy for. So please do deny the sky. It's a loss.
Or whatever. Like, I viewed it like that. I knew that Flutters, if there was one, obviously the mainstream's going to try to make fun of us. Just please listen, bro. They're going to try to make fun of us. But it's like now I get to go wherever they think they're going to make fun of us and then say that the Earth measures flat. So I don't know. I don't see how this is a bad thing.
58 in that.
I think it's a good thing. Because now we know. We know there is one. Doesn't. We didn't know before that.
So Click OK Computers is just flapping away. He just joined the call, and Nathan is trying to mute him.
And we were all if everyone's being honest, we were all very skeptical that there was 24 hours on Antarctica. Objectively, everyone knows that we were skeptical.
You think this was the only way to falsify the Gleasons? This was the only way to do it?
No. There are many ways. The
So it was already falsified? Right.
Personally,
So
you notice
that
that I
concept
never
is all.
claimed, you notice I never claimed that concept or model.
I mean,
Yeah,
But he
it's
has.
for everybody though.
But he has.
Okay, but Jaren's his own.
He has. That's what's hilarious. Every time any flat earther says the sun circles, or they say coffee cup caustic, or they say Antarctica is a ring around the outside, all of those are this. That's it. Is there any flat earther that's actually serious that says the sun circles and doesn't use this map? Right? There's only one other option if the sun circles, and that's to have the North Pole at the outside, the South Pole at the center, which then puts water on the perimeter. The entire Arctic circle now is water, and it's on the perimeter, and it's not an ice wall all the time. You don't get to say that because it's thawed sometimes. Plus, there's an annual marathon there where people go around and people have been saying for a long, Flat Earth has been saying for a long time they don't have a problem with the 24-hour sun there. So it doesn't work. So you don't get that. He has said it, and they run from it. I love when they run from it. Taking Back Eden is here. Hey, Taking Back Eden. A flat earther here. Just so you know, Taking Back Eden, your buddy was in here. Random Truths. Buddy, in that you're both flat earthers. And he was claiming that we don't have a model and flat earth does. And I asked him for 5, just to give him a list of 5 things that the globe does accurately predict. Using the globe model that he says doesn't exist. So maybe you want to kind of back him up and message him if you can, and say, hey, buddy, dude, you're kind of embarrassing us. Anyway, let's get back to this here.
You're in his own man, bro. Like, I guess I'm just not like you guys. I don't try to dictate other people. So, but yes, I didn't. You're talking to me. I didn't. And like, you can even say, like, first of all, this technically doesn't have to even debunk it either. But there are, I do think about this. The only way we got a world map was the royal family and then the world governments. And then conveniently, they give you this globe model. If people start finding out it's not true, they conveniently have your replacement ready for you.
Well, there's nothing ever falsified about the globe model. And the royal family isn't Rowbottom who provided the map. Weird.
Is that not obviously a deception?
Just a clarification. Isn't Witsit? I'm sorry. Isn't Jaren your business partner?
Well, we held summits together. Yeah.
Okay.
This is desperation. They're like trying to pin all of Jaren's actions on Austin, which is funny. It's just hilarious, right? Go ahead, keep doing that, Flatties. It's awesome.
It was mentioned on the clips.
That's what he's talking about. We held a summit together. We had a virtual summit. Anyway, I will say I didn't mean to jump in here, but I'm fine being here because I am trying to ask everyone, kind of like what they feel. I think I know what real flat earthers want me to do already, which is just to talk about the actual.
What do you consider a real flat earther? What's a real flat earther?
Yeah.
So I think this is a good thing because we're going to go viral, obviously, and
obviously. We're going to go viral, obviously. Oh my gosh. Oh, he's so precious. Okay. This was sent to me here just a second ago by Emerson Biggins. I love this. This is probably my favorite. Because it's so easy to use. And so whenever any flat earther is dumb enough to try to claim that there is no globe model, right? Then all you need to do is so look at Emerson Biggins' chat. Got the link to this. Setting it up so you can see it a little better. Right there. Okay. So here it is. So this is the default position, and you can see here's the model. There's the sun off there in the distance. Right? So you can pick up in the let's see. I want you to see what I'm doing, so I'm going to shrink it a little. So because it's there you go. So up here in the upper right, you can pick your location. So how about I pick -80 for the latitude, and then for the longitude, I'm going to pick, where was I? 80. I don't know exactly. That's good enough there. That's about it. It doesn't matter too much. The specific location. The important is -80. So now we're going to pick the day, and we're going to go to December 14, the first day that we landed there. There you go. So there you go. That's approximately what it's like at Union Glacier on the 21st of December. And then you can do things like you can track the sun. Now the sun is too large or too small compared to the Earth to scale, but and then we can animate it here, and it's not animating very quickly, but oh, there it is. Yeah, so you can see it, and we can zoom in here now, and there you go. You can see it's tipped in relation to the sun. They're right on the ecliptic. Look at that. It's there. It can always see the sun. It's tilted. So this is the model right here. This is a very good model. The sun and Earth size to scale is wrong, but if you did them to scale, you wouldn't see, like, the sun would be dramatically larger than the Earth. So for convenience, but anyway, yeah, there you go. Isn't that great? That's really great. Anybody that cares about truth would be like, yay, that's truth. So there you go. There's the Earth stationary and sun moving. And you can do it the other way around. Of course, we know in reality that in relation, it's all relative, but in relation between the Earth and the moon, that's what happens, is that the Earth orbits the sun, and the sun moves through around the galaxy. So there you go. I like the Jiffy Cone says, for years, scumbags like Santos Bonacci and Kent Hovind spread falsities unabated. They were such vile humans that their YouTube channels got wiped. Good riddance, in my opinion. They can go to BitChute. I don't care. All right, anyway, so there's the model. If you don't get to say there is no globe model, I just showed it to you. This predicts the sunrise and sunset times correctly. Now let's go. Let's do this. I was at Punta Arenas, -53, and we gotta go right about there. So now let's go to, what day is this at? December 12. I was there measuring it. Now this is what's cool. We can go to specific times of the day. We can say, well, what was it like? What was the angle at sunrise? And so here's the angle at sunrise. Right here, what is it? It's right there on screen. On the December 12, at these coordinates, latitude 52 and longitude 70, approximately Punta Arenas. Not exactly, but put in the exact coordinates, and you get the better numbers. Sunrise and sunset at 3:14, and I think the time zone is off. What time? Oh, the time zone is probably off because the location is not quite right. Let me fix the location. Negative 52, and then I don't know, because it was 5 something. 5. I'm going from memory on this, so apologies on not quite getting it correct. Anyway, anyway. Oh, there it is. So the time zone is negative 5. It needs to be negative 2. You can set the time zone. Obviously, I'm not. Anyway, all right. Chile is negative 5, so we just need to add time 2 hours to this. So 3:14. The sunrise was 5:14. So there you go. There we have the sunrise time. There's a model used to predict the time of the sunrise for Punta Arenas, where I was in the angle. Now this angle doesn't work on the Dirt Pizza map. So what map do you have? What software is this? This is, I don't know. It's from Dr. Marsh. Is it Dr.? It's D-R-A Marsh. Andrew Marsh. There's the link to it, Alejandro. So, where's Wally said, Winston said plain pitch data. Any idea how they measured it? Tell me they didn't just measure the acceleration of the plane with an Arduino. Oh, not even that good. They measured it with a phone. They had a phone and they measured pitch data. Yeah. They don't understand. And of course, being flat earthers, they don't realize that the pitch at one location and the pitch at another location have a different reference point. They don't get that. Yeah. Anyway, random truth. Ooh, look at this. Says the navigation has been working just fine before globe became mainstream in the latest 1800s, early 1900s. Well, you would be wrong saying that. But yes, do please, random truth. Let me say this, random truth. I can't stress this enough, random truth. You made a claim about navigation working just fine before the globe became mainstream. Well, you can find the nautical almanacs from the 1700s when the celestial navigation was getting particularly good, and they're all based on the globe. 1700s. Now, if you think that celestial navigation worked using not globe, well then show. How did they do celestial navigation? How did they figure out their location without using the globe accurately? What was the process? You don't know the process. Now think about this, random truth. You don't know the process. All you know is that somebody told you that. Somebody told you what you just typed, and you blindly believed it. You didn't look it up. You didn't go and figure out how they did it and read some manual or some reference or some documentation or some description written by people that did navigation before the globe and got their correct location. You didn't do that. I know you didn't do that because I know how the navigation works. It's celestial navigation uses the globe. Did they do dead reckoning? Yes, they did. Didn't rely on the shape of the earth. Did they use things to determine cardinal directions? Yes. But did that rely on the earth being flat or globe? No, it did not. And it only gave you so much. You couldn't determine where you were with precision. You could figure out, well, that way's north. Okay. Now what? Where are you? Don't know, but that way's north. That doesn't help. So anyway, the globe didn't become mainstream in the 1800s. No. Oh, dear, no. Oh, dear. Dear, silly, indoctrinated Flatty. I have for you, for free, I have compiled. It will cost you nothing, random truth, to look at this. And if you don't believe me, go read these things yourself and date them yourself if you don't believe it. All right. On my website, History of the Knowledge of the Earth Being a Sphere, I have a short list of people through time that mentioned the knowledge of the Earth being a sphere going back to 500 BC about Pythagoras. Right. And you can look at why he thought that the Earth was a sphere. It wasn't based on evidence. It was based on philosophy. That's fine. What about Aristarchus? Well, he did have evidence. What about Aristotle? Well, he did have evidence. What about Euclid? Well, he did have evidence. He applied geometry. So random truth. Don't blindly believe what some flat earther told you. Go read Euclid's Phenomena. And go see if Euclid knew what the heck he was talking about. Don't believe somebody else. Read it yourself. Look at this. It's the irony. Someone blindly tells this chat room what to think. There's people here who don't even know Flat Earth was heavily censored in 2019. Doesn't change the fact that in 300 BC, Euclid wrote the Phenomena, which relies on the shape of the Earth. And it is a mathematical proof of the Earth being a globe. Go read it. Don't just believe what I said, go read it. If you think it's wrong, you could really make a name for yourself by providing a geometric proof that it's wrong. That's how geometry works. But you won't do that. You won't. Ooh, we got Red's Rhetoric. It says, hey, MC Toon Live, I wish to crash your show again. Please send me the link. Otherwise, I will post a link to my OnlyFans, and nobody wants to see that. What? Oh my gosh. All right. You get to. You will. Okay. You will. We'll pause this. We'll come back. All right. Firing up Zoom. Let me do this. Okay. Coming in with the link here. All right. There it is. All right. The link has been sent. So anyway, let me just wrap it up here with random truth. Let me very clearly, random truth. You blindly believed what somebody told you about navigation. So go figure it out. Oh, here we go. There's always been a debate on cosmology. It wasn't mainstream until 1800s, 1900s. Newspapers and interviews back that up. Thanks for not blocking me this time, at least. Peace out. Well, that's a claim for which you're going to need to provide evidence. mctoon at mctoon.net. But I can do better than you in that I can provide, I already did right here. There you go. I didn't get that far. We got Ptolemy, you got Augustine of Hippo, you got Al-Burundi, you got Pierre de Ali, made the Imagio Mundi. That's what Columbus used as his navigation guide. You got Copernicus, Bruno, Galileo Galilei, Kepler. You've got seriously, in the 1500s, you've got astronomers doing all sorts of stuff that not just about the Earth being a globe, but about the Earth moving in relation to the sun. So we've got Reds coming in. How you doing, Reds?
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Super.
So, sorry I had to make that threat, but I figured what better way?
Yes. Yeah.
Because let me tell you, no one wants to see that.
All right. What's up?
Oh, well, just got done with my conversation with Jeranism. I have to say, I'm very impressed.
Yeah. He has definitely taken a 180.
Yeah, although he does still hate you like a lot, apparently.
No, he doesn't. So he said, and I think I know what you're talking about. He said that I go to Facebook and I get some random nobody that doesn't know anything about flat Earth, and I put them on my channel to humiliate them. right?
Yeah, apparently he's like, that approach is a bad thing or something like that, and you make more flat earthers because of that approach or whatever.
I disagree completely with the making more flat earthers of that, but I completely agree that yes, that's what I do. I do it to shine a spotlight on flat earthers so that somebody else might say, oh my goodness, look at how dumb flat earthers are. Also, so that they will give me an opportunity to present some science so that if they happen to come across a flat earther, they won't be unarmed in that conversation.
I see. So maybe hate is too strong of a word. So it's more like I have criticisms of MC Toon, but deep down, secretly, I am still an admirer.
I don't know. I actually messaged him after that, and I said, "Hey, you're right. That's what I do." But I've never
You can't hate me for it.
No, but I've never had as my goal to convert the flat earther that I'm talking to, or in general to convert flat earthers, because in general, flat earthers aren't converted by logic. They didn't get to be flat earthers by logic.
Yeah.
They're unlikely to get out by logic. It takes some switch flipping back in order for that to happen. And that's what happened with Jaren. How does that happen? Apparently, it happens by spending $200,000 to bring a group of 9 people down to Antarctica. The problem is that doesn't scale very well.
No, I did notice that as well. Okay, I stand corrected. Maybe hate was too strong of a word. But I do know what you're talking about with that switch flipping, because he pretty much admitted that. He said at the beginning, Reds, what you presented to me was 100% true, accurate, and answered my question. I just didn't want to accept it because I had this mental block that prevented me from accepting it. And it also didn't help that you were a complete dick to me, which, okay, I can accept that. But so
here's the thought. Did you make him a flat earther, or was he already a flat earther?
He was already a flat earther
so
when
you
I first
didn't make him a flat earther.
No, I didn't. What he was saying is that the reason why he refused to accept what I was telling him is because that mental block was there. That was one hell of an admission. Yeah. And then in addition to that, he said also, because you were a dick to me, that didn't really help things. And so even if what you were telling me was true, I didn't want to believe it. And I was like, that is huge, but it also shows that you can be easily manipulated because someone's being a dick to you and you don't really care to look at the evidence on its own merits. And that's usually what I say. You can hate me, you can say I'm awful and all this stuff, but what I tell you has its own merits, and you should totally look into that. That's my way of approaching things, and basically we go from there. But regardless, it was still amazing to hear that from Jeranism, that he acknowledged this mental block. Although, in my opinion, I think he still has a little bit of that left.
Yeah.
And
talk to Ranty. It took him a while. Yeah. Talk to Seek Truth, Speak Truth. Rachy. Takes a while. Like, they need to go and then look and critically examine this other thing that they used to hold that was, adjacent. And once they use that same process and all of those blocks are gone, they'll touch it and it'll just crumble.
Yeah. So that same mental block is there, but what I was going to say is that it is starting to, I guess, crumble a little bit. Is that fair to say?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So that mental block is still there. He acknowledged it. He still has work to do, but I think it is crumbling. It was a breath of fresh air, honestly. It really was. Now, I did want to correct some people. They were like, "Oh, are you and Jeranism friends now?" Absolutely not. No. No. We're not going to go that far. At least not yet. It's a long time before you do the holding hands on the beach during a sunset and we're looking deep into each other's eyes.
Give it a week.
Oh man, but yeah, that was a great conversation. Although I did get a lot of backlash, surprisingly, because of apparently what I said about Elon Musk or their methodology or their philosophy when it comes to designing and testing their rockets. So that was also another interesting aspect to it.
It's interesting that people get political about how to do science and engineering, like whatever.
It was shocking to me, and also there was one guy who kept coming up in my live chat who was apparently really pissed off about this whole thing, or very pissed off that they weren't getting attention. It was the Awake Souls guy.
Oh, Awake Souls is
yeah. So he showed up, which made everything a little more interesting. So that was fun. I don't know. Should I even give that dude any more attention? Should I invite him on my channel and maybe have a part 3 with this dude?
Well, I agreed a couple weeks ago to go on Awake Souls channel and debate Ronnie James Dio. No, that's not his name. Whatever his name is. So, but he doesn't want to debate me until I've published all of everything that I did on the trip. So everything that's in this book, and so it's like I'm matching the schedule that Will put together. So he'll put things out. I'm giving him the stuff that I did to include in his video, and then I'm trying to match it. I'm like 2 weeks behind already. So
yeah.
Anyway,
also in addition to that, I did want to respond to one comment that I got, and I just want to make it clear, and I'll make it clear on your platform. So here it is. One of the comments was that I didn't give Will Duffy enough credit for TFE, and I'm like, how much credit do I need to give the guy, because he was the guy behind TFE? That's a full acknowledgement right there. Just because I didn't say his name every 5 seconds doesn't mean I wasn't giving him credit. Yeah. And also, to be clear, my conversation was with Jaron, not Will Duffy. I already had my conversation with Will Duffy. Yeah. If you want to see that conversation, it's still on my channel.
Yeah, it's there. It's available.
So, all I'm saying is a little weird. Okay, I was getting a lot of comments that were very, very weird, and I'm trying to figure out, like, is there something in the water that we're drinking that's making people lose their fucking mind?
Yeah, I mean, Will came up with the idea. Will put a whole bunch of money into it on his own. And he did a great job managing it. He figured out all these things. Like we had to come back a day early from the hotel, or to get a hotel a day early on all that, because we had to leave because of the weather. And Critical Think and we weren't officially like with Will. We were just there, and Rennie booked the room, and I paid for the room because Rennie's crowdfunding, and I'm like, Rennie, I will pay for the room as my part to support your crowdfund. So all y'all help support Rennie through that, because I paid for the room for him. But Will's like, tell you what, I'll take care of it, getting it booked for you. So Will had his wife book the room for Rennie and myself. We paid still when we got there, but like just little things like that, he did that. That was pretty cool. You can't see it, but we all got a little plaque that he helped organize with Max Dandry. He sent me he's like, these gloves are good, here you go. And then somebody gave him gloves, so I got 2 pairs of gloves from Will. I got a backpack from Will. Just little stuff like that. Like, he didn't have to, but he did. So, but he didn't. It was a bunch of people involved. It's a whole community effort, and you were talking to Jaron, so.
Yeah,
you didn't need to.
So I want to make it clear, like, I'm not dissing Will. I have no reason to diss Will. At the very beginning, I had criticisms about how he initially announced this project of his, but that doesn't mean he didn't follow through. He actually followed through on this. In fact, if you remember, when the last time I came on your show, MC, I actually was like, I'm sorry for saying this was a grift. You were right. And, begged for forgiveness. And you were gracious enough to be like, you are forgiven, my child. And then you did the sign of the cross.
He's not Catholic, so he's wrong group.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, okay. So let me rephrase that. What you said was, you know what, Reds, I appreciate that. You're an inspiration to us all. Without you, life wouldn't be worth living. In fact, I want to give you $20 as a token of my appreciation.
Yes. All right.
I'll send you my PayPal info.
Yes.
Daddy's getting tacos tonight.
Yes. It's reds@geocities.com.
But no, it's really, really good. It's really, really good. But yeah, full respect to Will Duffy. I'm actually going to try and set up another conversation with him, kind of like an after show. Like, okay, this actually happened, and even though you already had this conversation with a bajillion other people, let's have another one on my channel, and get the final tally of everything that happened and how he felt about doing this. And I believe it's going to be a great show. Clearly, it was very profound for Jaren, and I think that was the swift kick in the ass that he needed to break the chains. And it's definitely something. And now, a benefit from this, even to the people that weren't able to go, we can now use this as a battering ram against other flat earthers, especially those who claim that, oh, you can't go to Antarctica because you're going to be turned away at gunpoint. And then we can, point to some footage and be like, where's the guns, Oakley? Where's the fucking guns?
It really did illustrate a bunch of things, because the entire flat earth community held these particular sets of beliefs. They were beliefs about Antarctica. They believed that you'd get turned away. They believed that the sun did certain things. They believed that there was an ice wall. Why did they believe that? Because their high priest told them that. And it was all wrong. So yes, we can bludgeon them and say, you as a community used to believe this, and you were wrong. And why did you believe it? What was the thought process that made you believe that you'd get turned away? Somebody told you. There was no evidence. Nobody's ever been turned away at gunpoint trying to go to Antarctica. There's nothing there. That's the thing. If you want to go, there's nobody that could stop you. Just go. Don't tell anybody. You'll show up there, and then you're going to scratch your head and say, now what?
Yeah. Did we, well, I mean, there's a problem with that, because you guys actually didn't film your experience in Antarctica. You guys have no footage of you actually going to Antarctica and seeing the 24-hour sun. Oh, wait a minute. And I seem to remember some footage being posted, and the lack of being turned away at gunpoint. So right now, what I'm seeing is a lot of copium being thrown out there by the flat earthers. Yeah. Because you're right, it was their belief, and now their belief has just been shattered by actual documented evidence. You were in Antarctica. You saw the 24-hour sun. This is amazing. And you brought two what we would call high priests of the flat earth with you. You brought them. One of them, Jaren at least, was like, wow, this is very profound. And now I believe that the typical flat earth map is completely wrong. Witsit, who cares about Witsit? But
well, it's interesting, right? Jaren got attacked by flat earthers, but that's right. He's like, I'm out. Peace out. Right? Austin is getting viciously attacked by other flat earthers because he says that there's a 24-hour sun. What an absolute mess. This is so embarrassing for flat earth. Right. And they're stuck. What can they do? They can there's kind of two camps. They can claim it was all fake, which they claim everything they don't like is fake already. So it's par for the course. Or they can say it's real. And then what? Well, so they're screwed.
Yeah, well, you mentioned that Jaron was attacked by flat earthers. Absolutely. But I did want to get your opinion on one thing that he said. He said, and this was in response to a super chat I received, and the super chat asked Jaron, do you acknowledge that you are the reason why flat earthers are acting this way? And do you acknowledge that you taught them how to respond to this kind of input? You went to Antarctica and you knew you were going to be called a shill. You were going to be verbally abused and stuff like that. But do you acknowledge that you taught them how to do that? And Jaronism basically, you know, in not so many words, said he doesn't accept any responsibility for that. Like, no, I can see, you know, where they're coming from, he said, but at the same time, he didn't agree. So he accepted no responsibility. Hearing that, what's your response to that? Do you agree with Jaronism? Do you disagree? Why or why not?
Yeah, it's a tough one because Jaron has spent a lot of time, you know, kind of laughing at NASA videos, right? He has like this NASA mystery theater kind of show that he did a few times. So yeah, there's that. I think maybe it's a little bit of a thing that still needs to get crumbled. Oh, my wife's going to bed. Hold on. Everybody wants to say hi to her hand. You have to come. You got to give me knuckles here. All right. Good night. Love you. All right, Reds. Anyway, so yeah, I think he's maybe needs to analyze it more and think about it. He's not the only one that did it. It doesn't mean that he didn't also teach that kind of analysis, the garbage analysis. Austin definitely has done it too. So Jaron has said that he might go, or he says he wants to go over some of his old videos or his old content and review them and say, all right, this is what I thought then, this is what I think now, and this is how I was wrong. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's quite a question, isn't it? And
I say give him time, I think is still something to be said.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And if he's going to go over his old content, I would say, you know, if he is responsible for teaching flat earthers how to behave, which is, you know, not the best.
Yeah, and it's coming back, to him. You know?
Yeah, it's coming back to bite him in the ass. If he is responsible for that, maybe
he's gone. He's exited though, so he's like, I don't care. Austin is still in, and Austin taught that.
Yeah, absolutely, that too. Oh. But I think, regardless if Jaronism is guilty of it or not, he has the opportunity to, I guess, right some of the wrongs by going over his old content.
Yeah.
There is a lot to go over too.
Yeah. So he might, while reviewing that, if he happens on a moon landing one, he might look at that. I don't know if he'll review that or not and say, oh, look, I don't know if he did. Did he do any, these shadows don't work? Did he do those? Because if he did, then he'll definitely see that in a new light. Also, right, he is now in the same position as astronauts on the ISS. People who weren't there are looking at the footage of people that were there, analyzing everything and coming up with the absolute opposite conclusion of what the people who were there said. So now he's got those shoes on now, or the moon boots, right? He's wearing the moon boots.
He has seen an example, and he basically he now knows that the claims, whenever they're made of CGI, that it's just a coping mechanism.
Yeah.
He's now fully aware that whenever the claim of CGI is made in response to anything that we show them, that is pure cope. I bet that hit him sideways a bit. I bet you he's like, wow. Now I now have to reconsider every single, video where I said something was CGI. That is probably huge because, everything they don't like is CGI. Pictures from space. Oh, very inconvenient, therefore CGI. Jeff Bezos launching into space for a 6-minute joyride, seeing the curvature of the Earth. Oh, it's CGI. Elon Musk, runs a private rocket company launching his own satellites to orbit. Oh, that's CGI as well. Like, everything is CGI. Yeah. But now he realizes... I don't think he wants to realize this, but he now realizes that whenever that claim is made, it's just cope.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be a long and winding road for Jaren.
I think, let's see, who is it? Steve Emmeling says, the reason I want Jaren to come around is because he has a platform. I want him to stop preaching NASA is fake to any size audience. I think that's good, right? He does have a platform, and if he comes around on understanding how to actually critically analyze things like that, he's on the way, then maybe, we could have some good stuff that comes out of it. So. Well, where's Wally? Yep. Jaren is to Antarctica as Don Pettit is to the ISS.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. I'm gonna screenshot that for him. He'll love it.
For the upteenth time, more than 300 people have skied to the South Pole. Yeah, that's true. But the reason why this was profound in its own way is because it was directly targeted at flat earthers, especially from this side of the internet.
Well, and the purpose was what? To document.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So the couple people have had some, here and there, some 24-hour videos that they've done. It's difficult to do, but now with the Insta360 camera, it's more possible. That's what we use because it's super easy compared to a mechanical moving device that you need to make sure works in the cold. I mean, we got lucky, but if it was 20 below instead 20 above, it would have been a whole lot more difficult to keep those things moving. Yes. And to keep the batteries charged. We were prepared for that. Absolutely. I bought 2 cases of hand warmers and foot warmers, one each, and brought almost the entire thing. Right, I packed my bags, and then all the room and weight I could handle, I filled with hand warmers and foot warmers. I didn't use one.
Yeah. Let me tell you, I understand the pain because I unfortunately now live in New England, and it is cold. There was a pass of the International Space Station. I wanted to capture it using Astronomy Live's tracking software and my new telescope. I had captured it before, but hey, I'm going to try and capture it as many times as I possibly can. So I set up, and it's like 15 degrees outside with a wind chill factor that drops that down even further. I think we were in single-digit temperatures. and my USB connections wouldn't connect. I had almost no communication with my telescope. My camera was cutting in and out the ASI 174mm, and I was like, what the hell? My laptop's not working. All the USB ports are just not working. And my batteries went to garbage. They didn't have any power. So I get back home and I'm like, I got to test this stuff because I failed to capture the ISS on that day because everything fought me. I couldn't get anything to connect. When I got home and I was within reasonable temperatures because, central heating, and I tested everything, all of a sudden my USB ports all started working. Perfect connection, perfect connectivity on everything. It's like, wow. So that's how difficult it is to record when you're dealing with really, really low temperatures. Yeah. So I imagine it would have been a challenge if you didn't have the benefit of new tech like the Insta360.
Yeah. Plus, bags like this existed, but this was what we brought for heat and specifically sized it so that we could get these very significantly sized batteries to work. 5 years ago, you couldn't have got this, right? They would have been bigger and bulkier and not work as well. I know that this would work because I put it in my freezer. I got 18 hours out of this battery in my freezer running my camera. So, but 5 years ago, I couldn't have done that. And then two of them in here, and I brought hand warmers to drop in there with it. Tested all this. Little zipper there, so then the cable would just come out the top there, right? And thanks to the chat, specifically chose to get different cables. So these cables here, these are PVC cables. They get crispy in the cold. So instead, I got nylon braided cables like this, so that they wouldn't get crispy in the cold and brittle. Mm-hmm. So now, again, it didn't get that cold, so they would have worked okay. But they're like, there's thousands of videos in the north. No, there's not.
Yeah, so you guys were really prepared for this particular purpose.
Yeah, and nobody before has done this with this purpose.
Yeah, so it is history being made, honestly. And like I said, credit to Will Duffy on that. I don't want to take that away from him. And also credit to all of you guys for being this prepared. And you know that if you guys didn't do all of this, that it would be a disaster. So you guys took the time, you made sure everything was on the up and up. You had your I's dotted, your T's crossed. I mean, even down to the cabling that you were using.
Yeah. And for just to be sure, we dotted the T's and crossed the I's. Didn't want to, Yeah.
Yeah. Just to be clear, did I say dot the T's and cross the I's? Did I
no, you said it right. I got the other one.
I said it right. Okay,
yeah,
I just want to make sure. But I was like, wait a minute.
Now, anyways, Reds, I'm glad you're here. It's a little bit of an aside. We got a new pet today at the Tune House here.
Is it a chinchilla?
It is not. I did not know that it was possible this time of year because we've had 20 degrees below zero, but it is. It is possible. You can see there. It's a little difficult to see. It is all right, I'll get him out. Oh, come on, buddy. You see him there?
It looks like just a brown blob. Is that
It's a caterpillar.
Oh, it's a caterpillar.
This is, it's the black, brown, black, but to me it's red caterpillar. And he's alive. Like my daughter brings him in and is like, look, I got this for you.
What's the name?
The name is the same name as I've always named this particular caterpillar, Alfred.
Alfred.
Always named these guys Alfred. So, and in the chat, feel free to inform the rest of the chat how to spell Alfred. Anyway, so there he is. He's got a little bit of lettuce there. So there you go. He's moving around. I don't know how he's alive outside 20 below, but he was alive.
Well, that's good at least. 20 below. Wow.
Yeah.
That's something. Couldn't live at 20 below.
I don't. Yeah.
But because when you said, "Oh, we have a new pet," I was like, "Ooh, another flat earther."
Nope. This guy knows the Earth is a globe.
I appreciate
that. There we go, Sir.
It's a nice change.
Sir Little Wolf, and let's see. Sir Little Wolf got it right. Alphred.
Excelente. So let's see. All right. So I close my eyes. If I close my eyes, red sounds like Witsit's educated twin. Oh.
Can we get Reds to do a Witsit rap impression? All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, go.
A Witsit rap impression.
That wasn't it.
You could not pay me enough. Absolutely not. What? No. Just no. Just absolutely not. I seriously no. I don't. No. My voice sounds like a toucan with a kazoo stuck in its throat. Witsit does not sound like that. What? Tune, I'm having a bit of a crisis right now.
Gowden's Riber is, what temperature is it at your place? So we set the temperature in the house to 65. You'll have to convert to Celsius. We set the thermostat's typically at 65. Sometimes we're like, oh, it's a little chilly. I'll set it up to 67 or something. But I'm in the coldest room in the house. So in here, I'm a little colder. So, and I know that. So I've got 2 layers on. Got the old thermal underneath here. I've got the big thick socks. Hold on. I'll show you. Oh, I'm a little sore. My back was super sore today. Crazy sore.
Uh-oh.
Feeling better. Partially.
Are we getting a sneak peek at feet?
There you go. There's your feet.
Hot.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I don't set my central heating to that temp. I'm currently sitting at 75.
Wow.
I'm from Florida.
Wow.
From Florida. I wasn't built for this temperature.
But what's crazy is the very few days since I got back have been warmer than Antarctica was.
What was the temperature in Antarctica?
When we landed, it was mid-20s. That first night, it got down to, I don't think it hit 10 above. I think it was like 12, 13 above that night.
So right now, where I am...
I say night. There's no night. It's just sun lower in the sky.
So right now, where I am, it's colder than it was in Antarctica. Yeah. Because right now it was, when I woke
almost
up this
all
morning,
North America. Yeah.
Yeah. Because when I woke up this morning, it was like 6.
Yeah.
Which is like, I wish to stay in bed temperature. When I woke up, I was like, my car is covered in like a foot of snow. And the worst thing about it is that in Florida, you can just get in your car and go. But Here in New England, you actually have to plan to get into your car. You have to get the snow off, and you need to chisel the ice off of your windshield. And if you don't do that, then you're a douchebag, because as soon as you get onto the highway, the snow's going to blow off and impact the car behind you. And that's a big no-no. And you'll get a nice little conversation by the cops going, or you're not from around here, are you? And I'll be like, oh, what gave it away?
You're telling me all this stuff? Yeah, that's normal. That's yeah.
2 words: right. Heated garage. Luxury.
Not here. So.
It snowed in Tallahassee 2 days ago, and it's still on the ground. Really?
Wow.
It snowed in Tallahassee.
Wow. It snowed in New Mexico? Crazy.
MC Tune. Don't. No. Just no. No, you behave yourself. Show some respect to the great state of Florida. I know that our governor is not the best, but in my defense, I did not vote for him.
It's going to be cloudy.
Okay. So apparently, Darth, I mentioned it earlier, Darth thinks that the sun was somehow faked.
Which means he's calling Jeranism a liar.
Mitch. Which doesn't matter. They've severed their relationship. He's calling he's calling Austin a liar. And Austin and Jaren were both on Mark Sargent's a couple weeks ago. So,
and the friendship has officially ended.
Yep.
What a shame.
Yep.
What a shame. Let me go ahead and play a song on the world's smallest violin.
Yeah.
Wait, Red's Rhetoric is up here in New England now. Oh, was he? He was visiting. No, I'm not visiting. I live here now. I live in New England right now. I'm no longer in Florida. It's very unfortunate because I do miss my Rockets, but got to do what you got to do because there was a job opportunity up here and I could not say no.
There you go.
Yep. Love my job. Love my new job. I even like it. Although y'all are very weird with your accent. Apparently, it's not Worcester, it's Worcester. And the first time I heard that city pronounced that way, I was like, "The fuck did you just say?"
Yeah, I don't live there. Don't get on me.
Yeah, I'm just saying, y'all have a very weird accent and very weird pronunciation of city names, and also your roads are just awful.
Well,
just
why
straight
I
trash.
don't live in New England. I've been there twice, I think. 3 times? I don't know. Boston, New York.
No, not you, but someone in the live chat who apparently also lives in New England. So yes, it's the roads are just the worst. It's the type of potholes that if you go over them, you have to audibly apologize to your car. So okay. Moving back to Dave. So Dave and Jaren are no longer friends. Please continue.
Yeah, and Dave somehow I haven't watched the video yet. It just came out today here, but I will watch it.
Can we watch it together?
It's 45 minutes.
Yeah. So what you're saying is get some hot cocoa.
I'm saying not tonight.
Aww.
I'm saying here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to watch it. And a lot of the time I like to watch something so that I can bring more to it than just doing an instant reaction to it. Because I feel like it's a better showing.
No, you're absolutely right. Yeah. But what I'm saying is I have hot cocoa and I can easily make some. And also there is that little option in YouTube where we can play it at like double speed.
No, you can't understand it double. You can understand it 1.5. But I've got a schedule. I've got a thumbnail. I already changed the thumbnail last time just for you, Reds.
Yeah. Last time was because you were being nice to me, and this time was because I threatened you with my OnlyFans. I'll tell you what. Let's do whatever you were going to do next.
All right. I want to read this though. People were looking at Musk's gesture and making conclusions about it that to my knowledge Musk denied. So, and I mentioned that earlier, and I said, look, people that are of that persuasion tend to just claim it. And so rather than be like, oh, he did this sign, therefore he's a Freemason, when the person isn't saying they're a Freemason, that's not right. I said that particular sign that they said he made, we'll go ask him what he said that sign was, and then take him at his word for that. Because people, if he wants to support that, then he'll just say that, right? Maybe not. I don't know. People do lie, but if he wanted to make that sign, then he would make that sign. If he did not want to make that sign, he would not make that sign. Anything he did was either intentional, and he would definitely want to be conveying a message with it, or unintentional and no message being conveyed.
Yeah. I got a comment on my conversation with Jaron, and he says, you were doing fine, Reds, until you shit the bed. You lost all credibility when you demonstrate that you're easily brainwashed by the legacy media. All the smart kids know that Musk wasn't making the salute, you numpty, just stop. So my response was, I said Elon mistakenly made the salute. The key word is mistakenly. I will even accept that he made that mistake twice. But at the same time, he should have known better. He describes himself as a fucking genius, and I bet he is fully aware of what that salute looks like. If you want to make excuses for why he might not know any better, that's your prerogative. But if he really does have trouble recognizing the obvious, maybe he shouldn't have gotten into politics to be part of a department where he will be making suggestions directly to the fucking president. It's my opinion. And listen, he did make the salute, whether he did so on purpose or if it was accidental, up for debate. Some people are blaming it on him being on the spectrum, but as far as I'm aware, he's self-diagnosed.
Yeah, well, I think he's correct on that. So the unintentional version of it, though, this is where I question it, right? My skepticism kicks in. If it was the suggestion that it was unintentional, then seems to me like it would be paired with he has done it intentionally and he's practiced at it. Do you think that's the case? Has he been doing that and then it just came out because he does that? I don't know. I have a problem with that. But I want to read this from Ian Reagan. I got a bunch of people in the chat coming out with supporting it. So Ian says Musk has recently tweeted support for a neo mustache group in Germany. A confidant of Musk praised him for the Roman salute. That he would get arrested in Germany for that precise gesture. Okay, so arrested in Germany for that or not? Okay, that's not the question of it. It's about whether or not he is somehow, conveying that he supports that particular thing. And so the bigger than any particular intentional or unintentional hand gesture would be tweeting support. Right? That potentially would be. Now, when you say tweet support, what is tweeting support? Is that he's for the First Amendment and so is for letting people say what they want to say? Or is he saying that he definitely supports this group and aligns with his ideology? I don't know what that means, and right? have to look at that.
And also, I want to respond to a moderator in your chat. Person with a name I will not even attempt to pronounce. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm not brave enough to even make that attempt. Is it a mustache person thingy salute, or does it look like one when taken out of full context? Very good question. Here's how you can find the answer. Simply do it at work in front of your coworkers and especially your manager. Let me know how that works out for you. And I guarantee you, by the end of the day, you will have your answer.
All right. Kango 44. Look, that as America just voted in, look, that's not the case. I mean, you like him, not like him, whatever a person's position is, that's not the correct description of him, of the new president. That's not what he is. Like, he certainly makes an awful lot of people upset, but I don't see people saying that, somebody is this because I don't like them. They're jumping a whole bunch of things. I get accused all the time of particular things. All the time. I posted on Facebook the other day a screenshot of somebody making that, going there. Like, why are you going there?
Person with impronounceable name. I would not get in trouble for it at all because I would be saying I love you all with it. Yeah. And Hitler said he loved Germany while doing it.
Yeah.
Is it?
Okay. So
I expected better argumentation than this, is all I'm saying.
Okay. So Ian Reagan, and so I'll take this as a grain of salt here. Or I take this not as a grain of salt, as further information. Ian says that Musk tweeted support for that party, saying that only they can save Germany. Okay, so that's more to the point. And if that's the case, then draw the conclusion that you can from that. But
yeah, it really is the case of, listen, I'm willing to accept that he did it on not on purpose, that he did it on accident. Let me correct myself there. That he did it on accident. I'm even willing to accept that he did it on accident twice. But we all saw it and we all recognized it immediately. To say otherwise is intellectually dishonest. I'm sorry. If you are familiar with the history of World War II, even just surface level, you recognized it.
Yeah.
You did. Yeah. It's just a fact. And that's okay. If Elon Musk says, hey, listen, I know it may look weird, but that wasn't what I meant by it, fair enough. But he did the thing. He did the thing.
Okay, Kango 44. This is more to the point than Kango 44 says he is a populist strong man. He's a fascist. I would have voted for him. Well, there you go. That's a better descriptor, I think, than that. Anyway, all right. And Lisa is saying, what, right? This isn't a politics thing. This isn't my strength. This isn't my interest. I don't, my wife's like, did you see what happened in politics to him? Like, heck no. Did you see what, did you see what Dean Odell said? I saw that. She's like, no, I didn't see what Dean Odell said.
This is why I really, really hate politics nowadays. I mean, I've always hated politics, but
yeah, like my whole beef, the whole point of all of it was people were jumping to a particular conclusion that I thought was a pre-selected conclusion about it, and so I'm just I'm urging caution on it, and be the skeptics that we are.
Look at that. 82 Productions hit the nail on the head. People forget that Elon is a massive shitlord. So does him doing something offensive with deniability really surprise you? Should you be? I'm not surprised at all. AT2, you are a gift to this world. It could be that Elon's just trolling us. That could very well be it. So maybe it's just the fact that he's a huge ass shitlord. He's not a mustache man supporter, but he can, make a quote unquote oopsie and have all of us talk about him.
And at the same time, as somebody pointed out, he's wealthy, and so he doesn't care.
He does not care. Dude has more money than anyone else in history.
Yeah, he's on the other side of caring by a longer shot than anybody's ever been. So, all right, let me clear this here. We got Mouse says, "Hi, Toon. I got into the FE Globe stuff because of the Veritas video, an 8-hour video. That video made me reconsider my own conspiratorial, non-flat earth beliefs. Love what you do and the entertainment that Flurfs provide." Hey, that kind of goes back to it. Be careful, because there are some conspiratorial things swimming around there. Let's be the non-fall for conspiracy people. And I'm not saying there's nothing there. I'm saying don't be the conspiratorial people. Coxie, Mr. or Mrs. Normus, first name Coxie, says, "It looks painful to be a flat earther. You'd think the sun would be the first thing to get right in your model." Well, they do think that. Reds, when a flat earther is presenting their cult religion to a potential newbie, the newbie says, "Explain seasons." What does the flat earther say?
Basically magic.
No, I mean, you know that what they say.
Well, they say a lot of things. They say that the sun. They take the sun over the flat Earth, and that it just changes its circle over the flat Earth.
Big circles, little circles.
And then it goes back to big circle, and then goes back to little circle again.
So to your point, Coxie, they do provide an answer for the non-curious minds that failed at geometry to the sun, but they never test it.
Yeah. So. And here's how you know that the sun doesn't operate over flat Earth like what flat earthers claim, is that if the sun were actually circling over the flat Earth, then few things would have to be the case. For example, the angular size of the sun would have to change throughout the day. MC Toon even referenced my video on it in one of his videos, where I tracked the sun while a hurricane was approaching me, by the way. While a hurricane was coming right at me, it was Hurricane Ian, I tracked the sun all day from sunrise to sunset. And the only time you could see any shift, and by the way, it was only in the vertical direction, was when the sun was really, really close to the horizon.
Which the globe predicts.
Exactly. But for the majority of the day, it remained the exact same size in the frame. And I used the Nikon P1000, the flat earther camera of choice. It was recording constantly the entire time. It was not shut off. It was plugged into external power to make that happen. And I was tracking it with a telescope mount to keep it in the frame the entire time. That's how you make that observation. And what did I see? The angular size of the sun did not change, which is something it would have to do in order for that idea, the sun going over the flat Earth, to be a thing.
Oh, precious. Taking Back Eden says the sun does change angular size. That's adorable. Taking Back Eden,
is hilarious.
Saying that to a person that has actually done it. Actually, two people that have actually done it. Reds has done it, and I have done it. We have both measured the angular size of the sun throughout the day, and we have both determined that it does not. Now, flat earthers then start jumping and getting hyper semantic. So let's say, all right, the width of the sun, not the vertical height of the sun. Yep, the vertical height of the sun is predicted to vary near the horizon. Yep, that's due to compression from the atmosphere. But the angular width of the sun does not change. Oh, but look, there's 4 pixels here and 4 pixels this way. Yes, okay, there's a margin of error to every single measurement ever. So within the margin of error, it does not change angular size. You don't win on semantics because flat Earth demands that the angular size of the sun varies dramatically throughout the day, taking back Eden. So man up, bring the photographs with a solar filter, and you know that you're taking a good picture with a solar filter because you can see the sunspots. If you can't see the sunspots, that's not a good picture. It's not in focus, and it's not properly exposed. There you go. There's the setup.
Yep. So we're playing this at 2x speed, the Nikon P1000, the flat earther camera of choice. But I did this lovely thing where I put the time right next to the video of the sun, and you can see like the beautiful sunspots and everything like that. And on the original video, I even check in like every 2 hours, so you can hear my audio is like, all right, the current time is this, and this is the status, and so on and so forth. So I'm just going to skip ahead here, but notice the size. Notice it's not changing. Notice it still hasn't changed. Notice how it still hasn't changed. Notice how it still hasn't changed. But as we are getting closer and closer to the horizon, notice how the color shifts.
Yeah.
That's because we're going through, we're looking through more atmosphere. And then as we get close to the horizon, there's the little bit of distortion that we get. And there's the external
as required by the globe.
As predicted by the globe. And also, you saw that truck go by, and it was shown on the video. Let me show you. So here's the truck right here, this truck that's passing, and there you can see it in the frame of the Nikon P1000, showing that it was actually recording. So no, the sun does not change in angular size throughout the day. You're talking to someone that actually investigated that claim. You are wrong.
We've got IC Spin measured it. Your video.
IC Spin did a great video where he took my footage and was counting pixels in real time. I think he wrote a program to count the pixels of the sun in real time. Hardly any change whatsoever.
Yep. There you go.
I think it was a shift of maybe 1, maybe 2 pixels. And when you have to get to the point of pixel peeping,
it's playing right now. It's maybe 4, but many hours throughout the day where the variation is just such a minuscule amount.
Yeah, it's a pathetic amount of change, if any at all. And here's what the flat Earth actually predicts. You would see a shift in angular size by a factor of 2. So it would rise at 1 angular size, grow twice as big midday, and then shrink again to the size it was when it initially rose. We don't see that. Instead, what we have is a situation where you have to do literal pixel peeping. That means you lost.
Yeah, you don't win. Look at it. Over and over, 684, 684, 684. But on flat Earth, the sun is moving many, many hundreds of miles each hour. Why isn't it shrinking?
Yeah, it's like, oh, all of a sudden the law of perspective doesn't matter. Why is that? Why is it that the law of perspective all of a sudden, stops doing law of perspective things when it's very inconvenient to the flat Earth?
I don't know. That's weird.
I know, it's so weird. The law of perspective stops doing law of perspective things when it is supposed to be convenient for the flat Earth, is what I should have said, but whatever. You get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, 684, 684, 682, 684. So yeah, it like bounces around by 2, 3, 4 pixels, something like that. And this is my footage. I know it's legit. I filmed it. So the law of perspective all of a sudden stops working because reasons, and it's supposed to, be like, oh, this is exactly what we expect on the flat Earth, because the flat Earth operates with magic. The rules of perspective get suspended because magic. That's the way God intended it.
It's farther away, therefore it's all different. Really? Why is that? Because it's necessary to support the pre-selected conclusion. So now, did Icy Spin take your video, or did you give Icy Spin the raw photos?
No, Icy Spin took my video, but I am more than happy to give Icy Spin the raw footage. In fact, I'm more than happy to give any flat earther the raw footage if they would just ask me for it.
And this is a video at, just for clarity, this is a video at full. No, this isn't full optical zoom, is it?
No,
it can't be. It can't be.
No, what I did was I set the zoom and I did not touch it throughout the entirety of the day.
Okay.
I made sure it stayed, obviously, the same zoom level the entire time. I set it to the point where it occupied the screen where I had enough room for the telescope to not be perfectly like tracking.
Yeah.
And I could still keep it in the frame. And I just left it there throughout the entirety of the day. And also, keep this in mind, I have offered this footage raw to anybody who wants it. I only ask two things. One, you don't claim it as your own work, because this is my footage. And two, you don't misrepresent my footage.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all I want to make clear. As long as you follow those two rules, you're fine.
There you go. Here it is. So when flat earthers like, but it changed in angular size, a few pixels isn't what we're talking about. We're not talking about the semantics of having it be perfectly accurately 100%, never changing at all in angular size. There's air between us and the sun.
Yes.
Until you get out to space. That's what happens. You get variations.
And again, let's remember the prediction, and I spelt this out in that same video. The flat Earth predicts that you should see at least a 2 times size change between when the sun rises and solar noon. That's what you should expect on a flat Earth.
Well, it depends where you're at. So in Punta Arenas, I did the math. So I measured the sun at local solar noon to be 1/2 of a degree, right? And then I did the math 6 hours later on flat Earth on the 12th of December, I think was the day that I did it, but it doesn't matter because they're all very, very close because we're real near the solstice.
I should be clear about that. This was operating on the assumption that we were making the observation from Florida.
Yeah.
So in Florida, on the equinox, you should expect an angular size shift of at least 2 times. That was the example I showed in my video. And when we went out to test it, to see this, to measure it with the Nikon P1000, the flat earther camera of choice, that's not what we saw. We didn't see that at all. Again, you are left with no other choice but to pixel peep. That shouldn't be necessary if the Earth were flat.
Yeah. The sun size has to vary a lot, and the sun size for the globe has to vary nearly 0. So plane semantics won't change. Won't fix that problem.
Taking back Eden, let me ask you, and I guess I should ask you first. Would you be willing to invite this guy onto your show?
I would, but in the past he has declined. So, but yeah, my email.
Then I have a question. Why would you decline this invitation? If my footage is false, if I did the observation incorrectly, I would like to know what I did wrong. That way I can utilize that information for the next time I go out and make this observation. Don't you want to help me right the wrongs of my previous
let's move on.
video?
Taking back in, you just said, Ahmad here agreed with me that the sun's angular size changes for both models. Nearly 0 is not 0. He's playing numbers games. Taking back Eden, piss off. Go away. You're a piece of trash.
Let me add a bit of context that he's probably ignoring. When I say that the angular size of the sun does not change, pay attention to the second half of the statement. Throughout the day, there is a change in the angular size of the sun throughout the year, but I'm talking about throughout the day. Let me repeat that in case you tuned out. Throughout the day. The flat Earth requires that the sun change in angular size dramatically throughout the day. Everyone knows that the angular size of the sun changes slightly throughout the year, but I'm not talking about a yearly thing. I'm talking about a daily thing. Understand? Because our distance from the sun does vary a bit throughout the year.
Well,
everyone understands this.
Look, they're gonna nitpick. The distance between you and the sun varies throughout the day as well by about 6,371 kilometers. So
and we
on the
get the math
equator,
from that as well.
So that's going to change too. It's not going to be zero. That's not going to solve your problem there, Flat Earth. Flat Earth, the size of the sun has to change a ton for Flat Earth, and for the globe it has to change almost zero. Playing word games with almost zero not equal exactly zero is a loss. That's how you admit you're a loser.
Pretty much. And what I would recommend is for them to make a prediction using their flat earth model. Tell me, on the flat earth, given the rules that you know about perspective.
Make a prediction.
Yeah, exactly. I know that's funny. I know it's funny. This guy didn't make a comeback anyway, but let's go ahead and take something into account here. I'm going to share my screen. This is an old video of mine. I took it down because the video I was responding to was also taken down. Maybe I should stop doing that, but it's a policy of mine anyway. So let me bring this up. C2, let me know when we are live.
You're up.
Excellent. All right, cool. This is the law perspective. Understand this. We're going to use this to make a prediction. What is the shift in angular size that we should expect to see throughout the day in reality? That means the sun being, 93 million some odd miles away, that kind of thing. Because again, it is 93 million something like that miles away, whether you want to accept that or not. Anyway, let's go ahead and take a look here. So this is the distance to the sun that we're going to use. We're going to utilize the law perspective, and we're going to figure this out together. Let me go ahead and make sure this is at playback speed. Let's go ahead to 2. All right, so this is all the numbers that we're looking at. And again, we're going to make sure that we take the radius of the Earth into account, and we're going to find the difference between the two, given the law perspective formula that we have. All right, so here's how you do the math. All these fancy spancy numbers and stuff like that, I know mathematics is so difficult. So that's value number 1. Let's go ahead and find value number 2. So that's value number 2 when we take the radius of the Earth into account. It's a difference of 0.00002272 degrees. That's the difference. Do you think that's going to be visible within the resolution of a Nikon P1000, the flat earther camera of choice?
Dang, no.
Damn, math, it's always such a drag. I mean, if you're a flat earther, you must hate math. And also, that video was posted, let me find out, on February 28th of 2019. You're bringing up shit that I already debunked in 2019, bro. This shows you that you're truly on the cutting edge of flat earth research. Wow. I have a weird request. I always make this request of flat earthers, but the request is simple. Please give me a challenge. Please bring up something that I haven't heard before.
Oh, Taking Back Eden's getting a little testy, it looks. Let's see what he said here.
What did he say? Oh, he got timed out.
The mod on MDD will disagree with you, literally changes size as you rotate away from the sun, saying it doesn't. All right, yeah. Tell you what, here's what I'm going to do, Taking Back Eden. Somebody, I'm just going to hide you. You're just too dishonest. I'm sorry. I'm going to go full screen. I'll just give a little message for Taking Back Eden. I said it before. I'll say it one more time here. Playing semantics games is not how you win. It's how you lose. The flat earth requires that the angular size of the sun varies a lot. It depends where you're at. It could be 2x, it could be 4x. Depends where you are. The globe requires that the angular size of the sun varies almost nearly zero. So close to zero that with the naked eye, you can't tell. The only way to tell is by programmatically or by hand counting pixels to see that there's a slight variation. But that's exactly what the globe predicts. So you playing these little semantics games like, well, some mod said it should change in angular size. Yes, by an angular size so small that the camera cannot identify it pixel to pixel. All of the changes that you are seeing are dramatically larger than the angular size of the sun change based on the distance. It's based on the air between us and space. So there you go. All right, that was way too long on this side road here. I've got a few super chats to read, and I do want to get back to the Witsit video.
Yes.
So we need to be a little more focused. But
I will be focused.
I will say this to Take Back Eden actually put in a $2 Canadian super chat, so it's worth like 4 cents. It says, does the globe have accurate landmass size? Thank you. It does, and Flat Earth does not. You lose again. You're a loser. Flat Earthers, you are losers. Why are you losers? You are losers because you think the Earth is flat, and the flat Earth doesn't have accurate landmass sizes, and the globe does. Makes
you want an
loser.
example of this? Just take into account Aussie land.
That's all you need. Matthew Alat says, but we don't have a model. Of course we do. That's the thing. Saying we don't have a model doesn't make us not have a model. Coxie, last name Normus, says, Ripper chat with the Nism. Well done, Red's Rhetoric. Jaron-ism. Jiffy Cones had a $5 super chat that was retracted. Don't know what that was about, but you could tag me with that. The Grumpy Old Mechanic says, Jaron knew about the Ronald Amundsen expedition to the South Pole years ago. Why didn't he look it up? He had a block. He said that. It's a mind virus. Flat Earth is a mind virus, and only certain people are susceptible to it. You have to not be able to understand geometry. That's one of the requirements. So, there's other things, and you see it all the time. We just saw it with Taking Back Eden. We're like, look, this isn't a problem, and you just couldn't let go with a thing that doesn't matter. Willie Merck says, yes, debate Awake Souls simulations, aka ASS. So there you go. Willie votes for you debating Awake Souls.
Okay, I'll do it just for you.
Willie Merck says, Toon, please add a mute button to the troll thumbnail for the video here. Generally Shady says, Shifty says he has pics of the ice wall. Pull it up. So Shifty Ice Shady, look, a tall ice shelf a couple hundred feet above the water is not an ice wall. It doesn't go down to wherever to stop the ice, the water of the earth from falling off the edge or from getting to the firmament or for whatever flat earth idea you know somebody might have. Shifty's not a flat earther anymore, but I flew over, and the part I flew over didn't have a wall. So if there is an area that does have, it didn't have a wall at all, but like the shelf, it didn't have a shelf where I went. So the fact that there's a shelf in some areas doesn't mean there's a shelf in all of it. So it doesn't work. So you need to have it be everywhere to match the claim of flat earth. Grumpy Old Mechanic says, for the umpteenth time, more than 300 people have skied to the South Pole. Starting with the Roald Amundsen expedition, yes. But the difference, as Reds pointed out, is they weren't going there to shove it down the throats of flat earthers. Whereas Wallace says Jaron is to Antarctica, as Don Pettit is to the ISS. We said that already. Globe McGlobeface says, can we still get Red's OnlyFans link asking for a friend?
You know, I could be convinced.
You can email it to globy@globeface.com. Hey, Globy, you should go check to see if that domain's open. Todd's Tech Tales.
All I'm saying is, once I send it, you're going to be very disappointed.
Seriously, Reds is 6'12". He weighs 63 pounds, and his feet are the size of seriously. It's like when a baby fawn is born. It's like that. That's the size. Todd's Tech Tale says NASA seems to be at the heart of Jeranism. Will be interesting to see if his intellectual honesty is enough to get to that conspiratorial core. Yes, that'd be great if he gets all the way there. Icy Spin says, did Whitsitt turn his head and cough yet? You. So, Taurus says, yeah, I miss not talking about Flurp Derp. Yes. I'm not into the politics. But I'll read these quickly without comment because you sent them. So, Present 99 says he does just do that. I think talking about Musk. He supports the AFD. I don't know who that is, but I'm not right. He talked with her, and they hit is totally misunderstood. It's recorded. Musk is one period. Okay. So it is. Seriously, there's great places, I'm sure, to talk about this. It's not, again, be skeptical, be the ones that go for evidence. And so these are postings of evidence. That's what I'm talking about then. Good. King Ed says Trump has said things the mustache man has said before. Just saying. That's a bit of a stretch to say just because he said the same things, right? Does 2 + 2 = 4? Right? I mean, that's not what he's saying, but overlapping political ideologies doesn't make you equal. I don't know. I don't know the position. I don't know the Venn diagram. So Itorius says, yay, politics. Yeah, moving on. Darkstar 4400 says, meanwhile, back in Flurfdom. Yep. Mark W says, politics is fine, not like it's ever caused a war. Yep.
Nice.
Generally shady. Flurfs, like bad computers, have to punch info in. Yes. Keiko44 says, joking aside, I'm a humanist. People who aspire to positions of power are typically psychopaths, left or right. Oh, yeah. No doubt. No doubt. That's... Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with that. Jiffy Cone says, came for Witspit, left because of no Witspit. Yeah, you see? X-Penguin95 says, ultra-crepidarian refers to a person who gives opinions or makes judgments on subjects they know little or nothing about. Or, top left. Yeah. Kango44 says, come to get to why we are all here. Yep. Just Jeff says, I don't know how I got gifted a membership, but thank you to whoever on this beautiful Oblate spheroid we live on gifted it to me. Just Jeff, it may have been, I don't know who gifted a membership. I don't see, well, somebody did. And then 10 of those memberships were gifted by Steve from Wormhaven. So thank you very much to Steve. All right, Reds, are you ready? Are you ready to hear the derp that is Oakley v. Whitsitt? Are you ready?
Let's do this.
All right. I hope you're ready because it is. I really enjoyed listening to this.
That's not a bad thing, bro. Like it's like we need to progress the conversation.
You can say like this, they were putting on us for 10 years these fallacies, and then you count on them, and then you can count with it more, a lot of them. And then you say, and all of these years we were saying this, and then you say what we were saying, not these fallacies. And then they will maybe understand.
Right. So this is an opportunity that would not exist otherwise, right? To put it very succinctly. Like when else would I be on these big shows? I've been trying to get on these big shows for a long time. They won't bring you on the big shows. Now they all can bring us on or bring me on. Hopefully it's me, obviously.
Did you hear the ego?
Hopefully it's me.
Did you hear the ego? How much ego can a person have? Oh, they can bring me on. We're gonna go viral.
My sub counts went up, bro. So, and thank you for going, dude. You know, we know the truth now. Whether some people like it or not. I appreciate you.
We all knew the truth before. You idiots just rejected it. Think about that. There was never a question. Every single thing that the globe has ever predicted has come true. Flat earthers are like, no, oh, well, we go test it. Like, oh, yeah, that was true. We test this. Oh, yeah, that was true.
Every single one. Every single one.
No exceptions.
No exceptions.
You're going through all that shit to get us the truth. But yeah, every time you go on these big shows, when you went on the Rush, or what's his name, the fat dude. What's that show you went on with? It's like borderline main.
He said Rush. Did you hear him say Rush? He means Alex Jones, but Brian can't cough up Alex Jones. This is Brian F.E. Tess, Brian Leakey that's talking right now. Oh, it's a little bit off screen. I'll fix that. There you go.
Stream, but Alex Jones
behind the curve.
Yeah, when you went on that, man, my sub count shot up on TikTok and on YouTube, and then went up even behind the curve. But when Jaron went on that, my sub count. So it's attracting people to the subject. So I got to
check this. The reason, and I know some of these people in real life, and there are some of these people that are really big that they're just good people, bro. Like I know them. A lot of flat earthers are really too conspiratorial sometimes, but
he wants to name drop, but he can't because he knows them. You hear that? Okay, just listen to the ego just dripping. But just wait. Just wait.
I understand why they are. It's all good. Anyway, the reason they don't have flat earth, I don't respect this, but I understand it, is that they're basically jeopardizing everything they've built for years, right? And this kind of solved that problem because the narrative is that the flat earthers went down and saw the 24-hour sun, which doesn't work on the flat earth model, quote unquote, right? And so they have.
Yeah, 100%. That's what the world knows. They knew that already. This was just another, oh yeah, some dumb flat earthers still exist. Right? So flying back on the plane, I sat next to somebody that had heard of it. On the flight from, doesn't matter. And from Dallas to Minneapolis, I sat next to a guy that had heard of it. He's like, "Oh yeah, those flat earthers, like it's not a good thing. It's just flat earthers went there and they're like, yep, flat earthers were wrong. Whoop-de-doo."
Say it ain't so. Flat earthers being wrong about something?
Yeah, it's
We've
not.
never seen that before.
How is that a good look? Oh, well, whatever.
They have a perfectly valid excuse to have me on now without like jeopardizing their channel, right? As opposed to just let's talk and see if there's flat. It's like they couldn't do that. So this is like a glitch. It's kind of a glitch in the system, and this doesn't just extend to me. This should now extend to like all flat earthers. We should be able to try to get on big shows because now they have an excuse to have you on. Yeah, I use them. And by the way, they spent like $500,000 to do it. They spent like $500,000 to give us that loophole, which is why I went. And flat earthers can try to burn me at the stake if they want to, but I'm doing this for you, and I don't really care if you don't understand it.
So what's it?
I think the Babylon B podcast is going to want you on.
Let's give them the heroes welcome.
Just
the Babylon
DMs
B
are full of people that want me on. Yes.
So what's it? From what you gather,
wait, what did he just say?
I think the Babylon B podcast is going to want you on.
Let's give them the heroes welcome.
Just
my DMs are full of people that want me on. Yes.
My DMs are full of people that want me on. Yes. Okay. Well, here's the problem. Now, I don't know if you know this, Reds. But Witsit has a little bit of a problem that we discovered recently.
Was he spitting some facts at you? Was that the problem?
Yeah. So I just want to, if I just want for the audience, normally you need facepalm protection, but now you need different protection. So I purchased some protection so that I may, without getting, without putting myself at risk, I purchased some protection for me on your behalf. So here we go. So now I can talk. I can listen on your behalf. I don't know. Can you hear me? To Witsit Spitsit, so anyway, if you ever meet him in real life, you will want to bring one of these.
If you want it to be funnier, make sure to add googly eyes.
Yep. Like what? Offset a little bit.
Offset.
There you go.
Yep.
So anyway,
spits it.
For safety, I am a trained professional, and I have the required safety equipment. Always be prepared. All right, here we go.
So what's it? From what you gather now with the shadows thing and all that, divergence and all that. So you're saying, right? The best outcome the globe has now is that the sun is local, right? And that cannot work on a globe anyway, right?
It does appear that way, right? Like I haven't sifted through all the data, bro. I've been like literally.
He's got no data to sift through. The divergent suns, he didn't do any measurements of that. What's he going to sift through? He showed up at the camp. Everybody started working, and he stood there like an idiot, having nothing to do for hours while the rest of us were busy working. It was a bee's nest of activity, except for one person standing there, not knowing what to do. And for all of an hour and a couple minutes, he wasn't even on Discord.
It's almost like he didn't actually give a shit to investigate his own claims.
He had no idea what he's like walking around like no clue what to do. I'm looking like it took a second for me because I went inside the building and I came out, and like we're all doing, and I go inside and he's just standing there. Nobody else is in the building but him. He's just standing there, and he's got like a mug of something he's. I don't know what he's doing. Like, what are you doing? Well, he's already done with all the setup for all of the nothing he brought. There you go.
That's the thing that irritates me about these absolute rejects. You look at the way Globies approach this challenge. They take into account, what cameras do I need to bring? What do I want to capture? What supporting equipment do I need? I mean, MC Toon got it down to knowing what cabling to bring so that he wouldn't deal with any problems later on. Meanwhile, Witsit's there like, y'all got an SD card I can borrow?
Yeah, he didn't bring an SD card. I didn't bring an SD card. I brought a wallet for the SD cards so that I wouldn't lose them. These little fingernail sized things are hard to keep around, and so like I did this. He didn't bring a working SD card.
Wow.
Yeah, he thought the whole thing was going to be canceled, so he didn't do anything until 2 days before. He had gear showing up at his house. He's like, oh, maybe it's going to happen. You think?
Sick. I thought I was going to get pneumonia there. And I just woke up this morning and I still feel sick. And I have to go home. I know you guys don't care about all this, but I have to go home. And I have a little baby, dude. I have two little babies. I have a 2-year-old and a 6-month-old. And I don't want to be sick around them. And I have to, so I'm just trying to like rest and not be sick. I haven't looked through all the data because there's like an overwhelming amount of it. And that's why I keep telling everyone, guys, that even if you're skeptical, like, just kind of be patient because you're going to feel retarded. Okay, we documented every single second of it. And so, but to answer your question precisely, I did look at a couple of the videos someone posted, and yeah, it looks like only a local light source can cause that much divergence. And the globe model needs everything to be super far away. And the reason for that is, of course, we know why, right? But it's like, yeah, because perspective can't be directly affecting why things drop and stuff. They have to claim that it's the physical ground curving. So everything has to be super far away. And then, of course, you have the Aristophanes issue with the sun. They have to assume a super distant sun. So that's...
The thing is about Eratosthenes, it works 100% of the time. Like, I don't know why he would even bring it up. It works every time for the globe and never works for flat Earth.
That's why I think this is awesome. When we sift through the data, we're probably just going to find globe debunks.
What data? You didn't take any.
You have another
How do you
girl?
address the 24-hour?
Did you have another girl?
If you go on these shows, how do you?
Yeah, I had 2 girls. Yes, 2.
Congrats, man.
Thank you, bro. What's up, bro? Sorry, what's up, guys? Go ahead.
If he ever makes a video on this, what he's going to do is he's going to rip the footage that you guys got.
Too late.
Even though he was there.
He already did.
Oh, well,
He posted.
look at that.
He posted Will's Insta 360 video. Didn't give credit to Will. In talking about it, he's like, "We did this." Well, we as in the 9 of us, yes, but we as in Witsit being included in we, no. He did nothing. He didn't even set up the cameras. He didn't do anything. Will uploaded everything, sent the links to everybody, and then Witsit downloaded it, didn't know what to do with it, and had 2 other people convert it to be uploaded to YouTube and did it wrong.
You know, how expected. How expected. We're us Globies are expected to go above and beyond to get the information. You have MC Toon and all the preparation that he did. You have Will and all the preparation he did, as well as all the money he spent on this opportunity for everyone. And the other people were, crowdfunding and, getting other people in on it. That was part of the preparation process for this awesome event. Meanwhile, you have this jackass Witsit not giving it the respect it deserves and not preparing anything in the slightest. I mean, the dude didn't even show up with SD cards.
Well, it's but it didn't work. He had to go buy another one.
Distinction with that difference, in my opinion, because before leaving, I would have checked to make sure that the SD cards were working.
Well, he brought his Insta 360 that he has. He didn't test before he went. He got there, he went to set it up, and it didn't work. Seriously. I put my camera in the freezer for 18 hours. He didn't even test to see if his camera worked.
Yeah.
But I mean, he did have a vape, and it was functioning.
Well, at least he had that.
Yes.
Priorities, right? You're out there trying to investigate reality to find out what's really going on and all these things, but that vape must really be a priority for him above all else.
Well, that was the one piece of electronics that was definitely working that he brought. And but don't worry. He found it in his bag from 3 years ago.
Okay.
That's what he said. I don't know. Jaron did say he was there when he found it, and he seemed surprised. I don't know. Anyway.
You go on these shows, how do you address the 24-hour sun question without coming off as just hand wave dismissing it?
Yeah. I'm just going to say that flat earthers were rightfully skeptical of the claim of the 24-hour sun because there had been a bunch of fakery and there was a huge lack of evidence.
There's zero fakery. There was, you wanted it to be fake.
Yeah.
Think about that. And he might say, because they like to say that there's thousands of them in the north. There aren't. There's actually way more in the south than in the north.
Yeah. And now that you know that the 24-hour sun, actually is a thing, why would you still push the narrative that they needed to fake anything? They could just, go to Antarctica.
Well, Witsit isn't claiming that it was fake now. It's others.
Oh, others?
But this panel generally, this server isn't generally of the opinion that it was faked. This is Oakley's. So Oakley's opinion is making claims that about it's been measured without having measurements and then saying no models matter.
Let me make sure I heard him correctly, though, because I'm pretty sure he said that there was a bunch of fakery in Antarctica, and that's the reason why flat earthers had every right to be skeptical about the situation.
I'm sorry, I was distracted by Icy Spin's chat.
So I did hear him right the first time, right?
I don't know. I was distracted by Icy Spin's chat.
Let's replay that back. I want to make sure I'm not misrepresenting the guy, but I'm pretty sure Witsit said that the reason why flat earthers were justified in being skeptical of the 24-hour sun was because there was a bunch of fakery.
Oh, yeah, okay. I'm back on track. Sorry, you were saying something? Hold on, go back up. All right. Icy Spin, stop distracting me. All right, here we go. I forgot to...
Just hand wave dismissing it.
Yeah. I'm just going to say that flat earthers were rightfully skeptical of the claim of the 24-hour sun because there had been a bunch of fakery and there was a huge lack of evidence.
See, I did hear him.
We didn't.
Yeah.
I did hear him correctly. Okay, so Witsit says that flat earthers were skeptical, and rightfully so, because there was a bunch of fakery going on. There was a bunch of fakery. But now that you know that the 24-hour sun is a thing, the question becomes, why would they need to fake shit?
Yeah.
They could just go to Antarctica.
Yeah, so the conclusion has to be, it wasn't faked. You were wrong about it being faked. It needed to be fake for your narrative, but you were wrong. And your assessment of it being fake was wrong. Your ability to identify fakes is not there.
The more you know.
Yeah, and that's the now he's probably still going to claim that it was fake, that those all of them were faked, right? But they weren't. He knows that they weren't.
That would be the ultimate cope, though, because we know that the claim of CGI is pure copium. It would speak volumes if Witsit still made that claim, despite going to Antarctica and seeing that the 24-hour sun is a thing.
Yeah. All right.
Just believe it, but it's independent of falsification of the globe. Like it's doesn't matter. So now I will say this: I'm trying to think about all this. Actually, that's kind of why I'm popping in rooms like this to get feedback, because I do have an answer. I have like a model answer. Does that make sense? Like I can explain the phenomena on a flat Earth.
He can. Oh, he can. Well, let's hear it.
Hang on. I'm gonna press X to doubt here.
Okay, press it hard. Hey, if you doubt in the chat, if you are of the opinion of doubt, definitely press X and let the rest of the chat know that you've pressed X.
I'm gonna need the chat to help me out here. Who's with me on pressing X to doubt? Let me go ahead and add my input. There we go.
All right. Well, certainly he will be speaking of it immediately.
I knew that before I went, by the way, obviously, but
obviously,
I just didn't know there was a phenomenon that actually happened.
Oh my gosh, I knew that before we went. Obviously, see. But he's not going to tell you. He didn't say anything before. Oh my gosh.
But the point is, I don't know if I should. I think I might have to do that.
Cool.
I don't know. What do you guys think?
Excellent.
Let me just ask the question. Let me ask the question. They're going to obviously want to just talk about that. I'm going to try. I'm always going to just move the conversation over. But like you said, you can't just look like you're just.
His plan is to deflect. He just said his plan.
He literally just admitted that was his plan.
Yeah,
awesome.
His plan is to deflect. But so here you go, everybody. Anybody that ever debates Witsit, explain the 24-hour sun, because he's not of the "it was all faked" crowd. Just press over and over and over. Explain it on flat Earth. I can't. Then you're done. Bye. If you can't explain it, then why would you continue to say that the Earth is flat? How could anybody think that you are a serious person if you can't explain it and yet you still think the Earth is flat? It is a falsification of flat Earth. And what did you just say? Falsification is independent of replacement. There you go. Precious.
Hand wave dismissing it's pretty bad. Look, I have an answer as to how it can happen on a flat Earth. So should I just say, well, like, look,
Yeah, let's hear it.
Like the Earth isn't a model, and that model was given to us. Although I can give you speculative explanations as to how it happens.
Oh, it was an explanation that he obviously knew, but now it's just speculative. You hear that?
Seems legit.
He's walking it back. But Oakley has not said a word yet.
Just But that's the Earth measures flat. Like I'm trying to get your feedback before it happened. Because.
So he's coming. This is the whole point. He's coming here to get them to tell him the answer that he needs.
Yeah, so translation. Hey guys, my name's Witsit. I went to Antarctica and saw something very inconvenient to my bullshit story. I would like to know from you guys, how should I spin this?
Yeah, I need to address this here quick. The Faz says, don't know if it's been brought up, but Witsit is saying he didn't have the password. It was written on the cafeteria whiteboard from the moment you guys arrived. Now, that's correct, but that was the password to the Wi-Fi at Union Glacier Base at the camp. And we were several kilometers away, and there's a whole bunch of snow and ice between us. There was a hill of ice, so we couldn't see the camp even because there was a hill. So we could not get the signal from there at all. So when we were at that base, we were not able to get that Wi-Fi.
He's still coping about the Wi-Fi.
Oh, he is. But the Faz is making a good point, because in the videos that different people have posted, they gave us the password. It's on the whiteboard at the camp, but it's a different Wi-Fi. It turned out that Will set the same password, but it didn't matter. He didn't know that at the camp, but so he wouldn't have probably guessed it. He got it from Mark Herman, Candace Owens' director, when he asked Mark. If he had asked Will would have given it to him too. Austin never, ever, ever once asked Will for the password. He, instead of being a man and saying, hey, Will, can I get the password? He said, hey, Mark, don't tell anybody, but can you give me the password? Like a damn asshole. he seriously, he's like passing notes in the back of the class hoping the teacher doesn't know. He's trying to steal Wi-Fi. He could have just asked. It would have been given to him. But he's trying to steal it instead of ask. He's an asshole.
Yeah, that makes sense. That tracks. But the fact he's still bitching about the Wi-Fi, that's going to be the ultimate hang up for him, and it's sad and pathetic in every single way imaginable.
Yeah. A cantenna. I couldn't have built a cantenna because I think the ice would have been in the way. Would have had to have an aerial to get up there. All right. Protection on.
Definitely don't call that a model or appealing to a model.
Why? Do you want our feedback? You're going to go out there and get ridiculed and mocked.
Yeah, see, that's all right. And now that Oakley is there, Oakley is his basically his Effie daddy. No more spitting shall be allowed. He'll put a stop to that.
We should also acknowledge something that while you had the shield on, the reflection that was on the shield from your computer made it look like you had really large eyebrows, and it was great.
Oh, that's a change for the rest of my life, since basically having blonde eyebrows, I don't have any. Seriously, if my face ever turns red, everybody's like, look, you can see his eyebrows now. All right.
I just figure I would give you that piece of completely useless information.
Thank you for
You're
that.
welcome. You're welcome. All right, back to Oakley.
Representative of myself. Back.
Well, definitely don't call that a model or appealing to a model.
Why? Do you want our feedback? You're going to go out there and get ridiculed and mocked. I mean, I've already decried you as being a representative of myself. So, you want our feedback? Oh, you did terribly. This will look awful when you go out. If you go out, they'll be mocking you severely. But you can get the road to your positive spin train. Tell everybody that this is a good thing. It isn't. It doesn't affect us here in the slightest. It affects you.
So think about this. Austin is at a hotel, at a restaurant, right? At a hotel restaurant on Oakley's Discord server, looking for feedback on what he can do when he goes out on a big channel, because he's got so many invitations to big channels sitting there. when he goes out on these big channels, coming here to Oakley, who has multiple times in the past berated him every chance he gets, saying, "Hey, what do you think? What should I say? Oh, guys, like I totally have an answer. I don't want to talk. Like, should I tell you? I can tell you right now. I can totally tell you because it's a good answer. But I'm here just to get some feedback from you guys. What should I say?" Oh my gosh!
You look absolutely terrible. But I'd already made my conclusions about you. I'd already made my conclusions about this experiment about 12 months ago when it first was described. We broke down the fallacies for it, pointed out on both sides the fallacies that were being used, how inconsequential it was to us, and went about our day telling people how Earth's measured flat.
I mean, you can for Whitsitt, you can just hear the desperation in his voice.
Oh yeah.
But with Oakley, you can hear just pure cope. He knows that what Whitsitt did just fucked him.
Oh yeah. Because Whitsitt going hurt Oakley's bottom line.
Mm-hmm. And remember, it's worse for Oakley because Oakley was invited to go.
Yeah.
And he said no. Nathan going, despite Oakley saying no, means that, Whitsitt, I should say. Whitsitt going, despite Oakley saying he's not going and refusing to go, means that Whitsitt basically told Oakley to fuck off. And now Oakley is taking it personally, and he's not very happy about it, especially because it is a threat to his bottom line, as you said.
Yeah.
Oh, this is great. This is great. This is implosion in slow motion.
Oh yeah.
That's what we did. In between, we told you.
That's what's up. That's what I did too, dude. That's cool, man.
In between, we told you don't represent us. Because what you'll do to explain this, I'm still talking. I listened for a prolonged period. You can just chill, just simmer down with it. It's all over, son.
You're just talking shit. I don't have to be in here.
Okay,
You're irrelevant to me. So.
I don't have to be in here. For reference, I don't have to be in here is I can leave, right? Is that him saying, if you're going to talk to me like that, I'm going to leave? But I think Lisa's got it right. Lisa says that he didn't come there for ideas. Austin came to Oakley's server for validation. He needs validation from Oakley for some reason. I don't know why. I don't get it. But he
could
needs
it be both, though? Could it be both? He wanted to get ideas so that he could figure out how to spin this, but he also wanted validation at the exact same time.
Oh yeah, I'll give you that.
Because you're right. It does appear that that Nathan Oakley is the daddy of Whitsitt for some reason. That's very weird. I don't know why you would want that dynamic, but you do you, my guy, I guess.
Well, Austin has had quite a few Papa Flurfs, right? At first, it was Nodell, Bob Nodell, back 5 years ago this month. Bob brought him under his wing, put him on Globebusters, taught him everything that Bob Nodell knows about electrical engineering, and then 4 seconds later said, "And over here's the coffee." But then Nathan Thompson showed up, and Nathan Thompson was Austin's Papa Flurf. Well, that kind of broke down after a while. And so then he went to Oakley, but by then Oakley was already done with him. But still, Austin has had to admire Oakley from afar because Oakley has shunned all of his advances every time.
Tragic.
Yeah, but that doesn't make him not his Papa Flurf. Oakley still is Austin's Papa Flurf.
So if you want to talk shit to me as well, okay, I will. And you just sit here and be relevant again.
Talk unimpeded.
You're super toxic.
You put your positive. I'll simmer down. You put your positive spin on how well this went. I'll chill down. You carry on.
How smug Oakley is, because he knows he's coming here to grovel. This is Oakley's chance to cash in.
Well, Oakley, if you're pissed that I went down there and saw that, then you're not a truther.
I'm not at all
pissed.
Simple. No, I'm not.
Like, Oakley, why do you have to be so toxic? Like, you understand that I'm coming here asking you guys what you want me to say. You can say you don't care. Well, that makes you a retard because you should care, because regardless, I'm going to be there and ask the questions. So I'm asking you to give me your feedback, and I will try to integrate it into what I say if I think that it is the right thing to say. This is me being humble, not a douchebag like yourself. You should try it. You should try being honest and not being and having some empathy and not constantly being a douchebag to everyone.
Thanks for the advice. No, we gave you
You're welcome, bro.
We gave you advice before you went.
What was the advice that I shouldn't have gone?
Wow. No. As I say, good. I'm pleased you've gone. Enjoy the ridicule you will now receive when you go on these big channels you've got lined up. You'll be there to be ridiculed. And when you offer...
Like,
Oakley's right. He's right.
I wanted to stop that clip so many times. I swear, don't know if you heard me. I was like, hold on. But
tell you what, I'll let you go because I gotta do a Riley. So you can monologue a little bit on it. How about that?
Oh God, the pressure.
Yes.
I'll try not to get you demonetized. Okay, so it seems to me that with Whitsitt going there and talking to Oakley, he's saying a couple different things at the exact same time. He's saying, I'm here to ask for advice, and I want you to tell me what you all want me to say. That's what he's saying at one point. So it seems like he is in the position where he needs people to give him advice. He needs people to tell him what to do, what to say, how to spin this thing. But at the exact same time, he's saying, I don't need to be here. I don't have to be here. You're nothing to me. You're irrelevant to me. Well, if they're irrelevant to you, if Oakley in particular is irrelevant to you, then why do you care to get his advice in the first place? He obviously wants to have nothing to do with you. He hates you now, obviously. You went to Antarctica, which to Oakley is the ultimate sin, because you just hurt his bottom line. You just hurt his grift. Oakley has been lying for years about what happens in Antarctica. Lying. He had a guy who supposedly went to Antarctica at a time when there was supposed to be a 24-hour sun. And he paraded this guy all over the place. And he would ask him and bring him on and say, okay, tell the audience that you went to Antarctica and that you did not see a 24-hour sun. Well, that's exactly what happened. Oakley had this guest come on and say, there was no 24-hour sun. I know because I went there. I even wrote books about it, apparently, or whatever, only to find his diary entries or whatever, and it revealed that there actually was a 24-hour sun or something like that. There was some contradiction in there. I don't remember the details, but at the end of the day, Oakley would parade this guy for going to Antarctica and not seeing a 24-hour sun. Well, here comes Whitsitt, and I was like, hey, I got some bad news, guys. I went to Antarctica and I saw a 24-hour sun. And not only did I go, Jaron also
why
went.
is there this hunger?
That there was a 24-hour sun. Like, wow. Oh, and it's even worse because not only did I go and not only did Jaron go, a whole bunch of globies went there to babysit me so I couldn't lie about it after the fact. So no shit, Oakley hates you. You completely took a shit on his parade. You took a dump in his cake. Of course he's going to hate you. So like, wow. So the fact that you would go there expecting them to give you advice on how to get yourself out of this mess is pathetic. And the fact that you wouldn't be aware that Oakley would hate your ass from the very beginning is like, wow. And then later on say, well, I don't need to be here. That's cope, dude. That's pure cope. If you didn't need to be there and Oakley was nothing to you, as I said previously, as I asked previously, why would you even care to get his opinion in the first place?
Well, I think Lisa has the answer. Lisa says, oh, I gotta find it. Austin wants to be dominated by Oakley. Whitsitt is a total sub to Oakley. There you go. And Max has sent this. No, not that. Hold on. This one.
That why is there this hunger for the flat Earth debate, but for you in particular? Do you think?
I think I've done pretty well in the debates, and typically the opponents are not all that worthy. Humbly, they're just not typically as informed.
Humbly.
They're not that worthy. Humbly.
Humbly.
My junk is like 12 inches and the sheer girth is massive. Humbly.
Yeah. Now he's so humble that he's gotten an award that says, "Look how humble I am."
Yeah, I just saved a kitten from a burning building. It's nothing big. Humbly.
He's so humble. I can't stand how humble he is. He is.
I am just crushed by how humble he is. Just it's too much.
Oh, Steel City says Whitsitt was there to talk to everybody but Oakley. He wanted to talk to the panel, not him. Then you shouldn't have been there when Oakley was there. Like, how dumb can you? Like, he was in. Think about that. He was in a hotel in a restaurant. That's not a convenient time for Austin, right? He was in a restaurant. What was he doing in a restaurant? Was he alone in the restaurant? That would be sad. Was he with people in the restaurant and decided while he's with people in a restaurant that he would get on Nathan Oakley's Discord server during Nathan Oakley's show? He was there to talk to Nathan Oakley, right? Frustrated Atheist is when Austin told Oakley he wasn't a truther. Did you hear Oakley's response? He said, "No, I'm not." Is Oakley slipping out that he isn't in it for the truth? I've never found the whatever people calling themselves truthers to be a good indication of their interest in truth.
Yeah.
Right. It's the Simon Dan called it the channel of truth paradox, but it goes farther back than that. It's somebody's law. Somebody's law. It's on my website. The truther paradox. I think I name. Badger's Law, says Lisa. That's right, Badger's Law. This is not up to date, but this is the list of people that I have assembled, that I've identified, that have truth in their name, that are flat earthers, or some sort of conspiracy nutcase, right? And there's I stopped adding to it. There's too many. So. Yeah, so if you declare that you're a truther, you're not in a truth. If you declare yourself humble, you're not humble.
Watch, every single flat earther is now going to put humble in their name.
That'd be great. The humble truth.
First, every flat earther has the word truth in their name, and now every single flat earther is going to have the word humble in their name.
How about just humble truth?
Humble
there you
truth.
go.
That's a name right there. Go ahead and take it.
There you go. People go,
take it while it's still available, guys.
Squat on that name. Oh, but JM Truth is the exception.
He is outstanding in his field.
For your answer, which you've given us thus far as making up a load of new shite, I'll enjoy them ridiculing you for it, because what you've just told us is you'll make up a load of shite with a new model that can explain it. Okay, well, I look forward to hearing it.
Oh, that's actually not what I said. What I asked was what you guys think. Should I even address the phenomena as to how it's possible?
Sorry, you did.
No, that's not what happened. That's why you're censoring me.
Should I address the phenomenon by which it's possible? He doesn't have it. He's holding it close to his chest because he's scared to reveal it, because as soon as he reveals it, people will know and then we'll test it and find out that it's crap.
Yeah, he's scared they're going to rip it apart before he has a chance to actually use it.
Yeah.
And honestly, I'm surprised. I'm going to have to agree with Oakley. Yeah, he is going to make up a bunch of new shit to try and explain it away. Wow, Oakley, broken clock right twice a day kind of thing going on here. I'm impressed. You actually said something that was correct. Yeah. Wow. Can we send Oakley an award now? Because Whitsit's getting the humble award, obviously, but we can send Oakley the "You were finally right about something" award.
It was bound to happen. So, Taking Back Eden. Taking Back Eden thinks that I'm scared. He sent me a message on Discord. I'm not scared. I was tired of your lies.
I'm about to point out that you just lied. So I did not say, I specifically said, I'm trying to decide exactly how to go about it, and I would appreciate feedback from everyone because I can explain it.
Ooh.
But the only way I can explain it is to step into the little Ursa model game. And I intend on my first response to be...
Wait, step into the what game? He said it in a funny voice.
Explain it is to step into the little Ursa model game.
Ursa model game.
I intend on my...
Earth is not a model. Right? And he knows who he's talking to. You can't talk about models with Oakley. So he's downplaying talking about a model. But yes, the only way you can explain it is to have a model.
Wait a second. Hang on one second. I'm going to have to agree with Oakley. Red's Rhetoric 2025. Don't you fucking dare, okay? Don't you fucking dare make that a thing.
Slithery, if quick make a t-shirt shop and you'll sell you'll sell 1,000 of them.
This is going to be my version of the Parker Square. I don't need it, okay?
First response would be Earth's not a model. And people believed in the...
Nobody claims Earth is a model. Oh my gosh. Except for Oakley. Oakley asserts that other people claims that the Earth is a model when they use a model. It's not it.
The globe. People believe in the globe model. Yeah. And then they tested it and they saw, okay, the Earth measures flat, the globe's not true. And then they moved right into a new model, which was given to us as a deception. And so I don't understand how this, why would you, I guess I'm kind of confused. I don't know why we wouldn't work together. And, I find it lame. And, you make it hard.
You get that? It came out. It came out why he's there. He's trying to gather support.
Why can't we work together, man? Why can't we work together?
This was 13 days ago. Today's the 24th of January. So it's like just after, what was the 11th of January? Right. So this is just a couple weeks after getting back from TFE, and everybody has descended on him and has been attacking him, and all of the idiots that he trained to dismiss evidence or dismissing his evidence, all the idiots that he claimed to say that everybody that I don't like is lying are saying to him that he's lying. He trained them to do it. And now he's like, oh no, now what do? I need to go and find people. I need to support. He needs support from people. He's got to go fishing. He needs a gill net to get some support for him. It's like, oh, let me go to Oakley. Surely Oakley, of all people, will be the one to support you, Austin, right?
Lisa says in the live chat, please accept me back, Daddy. Wits it to Oakley.
That's it. It's totally it. Oh, it's so obvious. And I mean, he just said it. Well, wouldn't you want? Let's hear him grovel again. This is the grovel that we all came for.
I don't understand how this, why would you, I guess I'm kind of confused. I don't know why we wouldn't work together. And, I find it lame. And, you make it hard. You make it hard to
Bless. You want us to work together? No, get lost. You don't represent us. We've already told you that. When we've tried to help you in advance of you doing this disastrous event, you've scorned me and called me a grifter, end quote you. So get lost. Enjoy the absolute deserving ridicule that you'll now receive on that circuit that you'll give us the receipts for. I'll count them off as they mock you and ridicule you as you babble shit trying to explain this. This, for us, is absolutely and utterly inconsequential. I've got more popular as a result.
Oh my God.
Been of any detriment, quite the reverse.
We'll get more stuff, man. We'll get more stuff.
Oh my gosh. It's so good.
This is like a slow moving train wreck, but in a good way.
Do you see how he how he was so like timid as he said it? Even he's like, so I don't know. Oh, why can't we just like kind of work together? Like
you can hear the defeat in his voice,
and it's like this. It's like this. Hey, so I was just like, well, let me back up. Hey, so like I was just like thinking like, oh, you know, the dance is coming up. Like, wouldn't it be like cool if like we kind of went together?
Somebody's gonna make some really fucked up fan fiction right now, and I'm just looking forward to it. And all I ask is that when you finally draw it up or write it up or whatever, please send it to me. I just want to laugh at this shit.
Gosh.
This is great. Please accept me back, Daddy. Please accept me back.
Okay.
We can work together. We can figure this out.
Okay, so we gotta hear Oakley's response one more time. It's so good. Bless.
Hasn't been of any detriment as you babble shit trying to explain this. I'll count them off as absolute. You've scorned me and called you that.
Hard to wouldn't work together, and you know, I find it lame. And, you know, and you make it hard. You make it hard to like.
Bless. You want us to work together? Nah, get lost. You don't represent us. We've already told you that. When we've tried to help you in advance of you doing this disastrous event, you've scorned me and called me a grifter. End quote you. So get lost. Enjoy the absolute deserving ridicule that you'll now receive on that circuit that you'll give us the receipts for. I'll count them off as they mock you and ridicule you as you babble shit trying to explain this. This, for us, is absolutely and utterly inconsequential. I've got more popular as a result. Hasn't been of any detriment, quite the reverse.
We'll get more stuff. I got a phone call. Take those, man.
Bye. Enjoy the mocking, ridicule spin train that you're on.
So Austin left. Do you hear that?
Mm-hmm.
But did he? But did he leave? He said, if you're going to talk crap about me, then I'm leaving right away, and then didn't leave. And now he left. But did he?
Oh, the mystery.
Count, though. When he goes on these big shows, man, you got to give him something for that.
Right. Are you still living in hope that this is going to be positive based on what Witsit just told you?
It's never going to be positive, bro. Never going to be positive.
Okay. Do you want me to bolster your positive spin that you've received? Oh, yeah, this is definitely going to be positive, Brian. Definitely going to really, really bolster our numbers. It's going to bring people to the subject, mate. Wonderful news, says Witsit. Me, I know what's going on. It's just very bad. Not for us, Brian. Just to get that absolutely
I get it, Nathan, man, but it's never going to be positive, bro. You got to know that, right?
For me, it's absolutely been positive. Without question. Not for you. Not for a lot of other people. Not for Witsit. Now he wants me to work with him, end quote. No, I'll watch you getting mocked and ridiculed, absolutely and utterly impervious to it, because it makes no difference to us, what we've been saying and how we try to advise you prior to you going. Yeah? You'll come up with a model, will you? Oh, good for you. I'll laugh and mock you as you do. Like we mocked the yesterday response guy that we did on Patricia's show when he came up with a model to try and explain it. Yeah, they did that 10 years ago. Joshua did that. Wowee. Well done. I'll mock you as well. Right? While you call me a grifter. Everybody now thinks he's a Mason and a cheat and a scammer and a fraud. He's involved with a CGI hoax. Yeah, deal with that. That's what you've got lined up for you. You've heard it here today. Everyone's on tenterhooks, walking on eggshells around him. Me, I couldn't give a crap.
This is so funny. Austin came to him saying, I want to be your friend.
You coming around mine tonight? Play per over? Depends. Will your friend, the footballer, be there? Oh, friend, football friend. Best friends forever and ever. Oh, friend.
Wow.
If you don't know that clip, you don't know but if you know English TV, that's so good.
What do you think? What do you think? Do you think he really went?
I couldn't give a crap. It makes no difference. I've just tried to explain that to you. If you say, at the end of this process, let's say it was 2 weeks ago and you asked me, I'm answering you. Brian, I'm answering you. Brian, I'm answering you. Did you want to answer for me? What's going on? You asked me 2 weeks ago what I thought, and you said, actually, I know in advance, I've already been, and there is not a 24-hour sun. Like, oh, really? That's very interesting. Doesn't prove anything. It's not going to prove your Earth's flat. It's not going to prove your model or your map. It's not a model. It's a globe projection. But it's not going to prove that globe projection azimuthal equidistant in this instance. On the other hand, if you came back and went, I've been already, I know there will be a 24-hour sun. I go, oh, really? That's really interesting. It doesn't prove you're on a globe. You know, you have to assume antipodal positioning and affirm the consequent for that observation to prove you're on a globe, and it doesn't. It's a fallacy. So it makes no difference what you come back and tell me, like John Le Bon found out when he asked me the same question. It doesn't make any difference to us, because we understand the fallacious reasoning used by both sides. That's
so the fallacious reasoning is talking about, what's that, Reds? All of science.
Yeah, basically, because you went to Antarctica and you saw a 24-hour sun, therefore you committed a fallacy of some kind. You know what? Everything that you could present, or I should say anything you could present to Oakley that shows that what Oakley believes is total horseshit is automatically going to be deemed the product of a fallacy.
Yes.
Every single time. And you want to know what that means? That means that Oakley is full of shit.
Well, yeah, we know that.
Yeah, obviously. Oakley, here's the thing. Tip from the top, my guy. How about you actually address the arguments instead of blindly and incorrectly asserting that every argument brought to you is based on a fallacy? Well, because you're just wrong.
Well, he knows he can't. That's why. The art of being a flat earther is how are you going to reject the mountains and landslide and avalanche of evidence for the globe? How are you going to do it? There's just a couple different tactics.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But it's always fun to give Oakley that challenge and watch him lose his shit because of it. That's why Oakley has been running away from me for well over 2,000 days. We actually had a celebration to celebrate the fact that he was running away from me for 2,000 days straight. Yet this jackass is so confident in his position. You know, he is totally comfortable. He knows how to school you globies, and he is so confident that he will run away from me for 2,000 days because I have the audacity to request that he be removed from the comfort of his mute button.
Yep. John Hopkins says at least Whitsitt had the globes to go, unlike Oakley. Credit where it's due. He did.
Well, his balls are always in the mouth of somebody else, so you know, always they're always preoccupied. Every single time, they're always.
Well, that's why you know it's an empty threat when he says balls in your mouth. There's nothing to put in there. Lisa says you fell victim to one of the classic blunders, the most famous of which is never get involved in a land war in Asia. But only slightly less well known is this: never go in an argument against a Sicilian when death is on the line. How'd I do? Was that good? I don't know.
All I'm saying is we still need the part with the poison wine.
I'm not thirsty right now. Tyler said Austin said down there. Oops. Hold on, I'm thirsty right now.
Oh, there. I had caught you in another fib.
Well, I wasn't thirsty a second ago, but now the new second I am.
That checkmate, globies.
That's how flat earthers argue. Tyler says Austin said down there. Oops, I read that. That's good. Stuart Christmas, good old Stuart Christmas, Lloyd's brother, by the way, says TFE equals beyond epic. Better Fallout than I could have hoped. And Reds, my 5-year-old is still in awe of your rocket launch vids, is now more into astronomy than ever. Thanks to you both, and just asked our Alexa, why do silly people pretend the earth is flat?
Aww. I really do appreciate that. That warms my cold, dead, shriveled heart. Thank you so much.
Thank you also, Lloyd's brother. Do you know Lloyd Christmas?
I do not.
No, Dumb and Dumber. Dave Kircher says X for $10 when I asked to type it.
Oh yeah,
X.
when we were pressing X to doubt.
Yes. Fletcher Boyce is tuned because nuh-uh. So that's one of the ways that flat earthers deny the avalanche of evidence. Oakley's tactic is different. His tactic is to invent a version of science that is not what anybody uses and could never be used to actually do science, and then claim that's the only way to do science, and then analyze it using this way that's specially catered, constructed to never allow anything through.
Beware of the independent variable.
Yeah, and if it doesn't matter. You can identify an independent variable. He'll just nuh-uh your independent variable. You see, there's always a nuh-uh in there, isn't there?
Interesting how that works.
Shane Eslick says maybe Fwitsit loves Oakley brand tea bags. Did he come there? Did he come there hoping to make some tea?
I'm gonna.
That's everybody. After this, you all have to go take a shower.
Yeah.
Thank you. And everybody owes their thanks for that necessity to Shane Eslick.
Not just that, you need to take a shower, then afterwards you need to get tested for STDs. That is nasty.
Shane Eslick says, my self-claim only, smart enough to know I'm stupid. Oh, speaking of that, because I think he changed his thing because there's only 50 characters allowed in a $2 super chat. I super chatted you yesterday talking about Jaren has called me Toon for a long time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the whole point is I don't correct flat earthers when they call me the wrong name because they self-identify. I do remind non-flat earthers, hey, only flat earthers call me that. Normal people call me MC Toon or Mike, right? It's how they self-identify. And what has Jaren been doing for more than a year? He's been calling me the right name. And then I said, that's his tell. I noticed it a year ago. I noticed it more than a year ago. I'm like, he's not calling me what the flat earthers call me. He's on his way out.
Although he doesn't, that may be the case, maybe a good tell, but yeah, he's still kind of, sort of, maybe doesn't like you still. Well, he called you a douchebag, but it is what it is. I'd want you to know, I think you're great. We met up that one time and, had that special moment.
It was.
And also I still keep the gift that you sent me, the flavored variety. It's on my desk right now. I think you're great. I don't care what anyone says about you.
So, all right, I won't get into it now, but I'll just say you have got the wrong impression. Veganuk says, did you know that if Lloyd Christmas and Mary Swanson got married, she'd be Merry Christmas? Oh, that's great.
Reds. Oh God, I just puked in my mouth. I'm sorry, Lisa.
So I come prepared. I was not a Boy Scout as a Cub Scout. I as a Cub Scout, I'm like, why are people always getting these awards? Why am I not getting any awards? Turns out you had to do the stuff in the book. Who knew? Anyway, it didn't last long for me, but I still like to be prepared. I think it's a fine thing. You don't have to be a Boy Scout to be prepared. So, like when I saw Reds, I'm prepared to watch some Wits It Spits It. When I saw Reds, I brought welding goggles to protect me. So, Icy Spin says, are you still mortified by Red's rhetoric appearance? When you saw him, well, I was prepared. Welding goggles.
Yeah, not only did he have welding goggles, for the occasion, but he also brought eye drops that had, the Clorox label on it.
Very helpful.
Apparently that was needed as well.
The stinging goes away after 3-4 weeks. General E. Shady says, I sold Witsit land on top of Dunning-Kruger Mountain. He lapped it up as always. He's building a hotel and observatory. It looks at the ground. Sigh. Oh, I love it. We're like, you can't determine the shape of the earth by looking at the sky. You certainly can. Let me go over the geometry. You point out the errors. Oh, geometry. Oh, crap. Now what? Ruhif says Shane Aslick. Aslick. It's Aslick, Shane. Ruhif, you got to pronounce it right.
Hey, Ruhif. How's it going?
He's awesome, people.
Ruhif is very, very awesome.
He's
sexy.
awesomer than me raised to the power of Reds. So, you know.
That is pretty awesome, I have to say.
Very awesome. Steve from Wormhaven says Jaren is being a bit like the kid that wouldn't take his hand off home base during a game of tag. Give him time. Give him time. And here's why. He's got people.
He might take his hand off home base.
He's still got people. He's still got the ear of some people. Let's just say that. It's just between you and me. Don't tell anybody else. He's still got the ear of some people. So, all right, here we go. You ready?
Oh boy.
Why it makes no difference to us? Couldn't give a toss. Doesn't make any difference. Earth's still measured flat. Why do you think Toon's screaming my name into the snow? Because I reminded him of the flat Earth measurements he made. And then he absolutely lost his shit, didn't he?
When Toon, he did lose his shit, dude. That was hilarious.
Yeah, whose name was he screaming? Was he screaming Witsit's name? Was he screaming Witsit's name because he was so annoyed at how well this will do for Witsit? No, he won't, was he? No, he was right next.
He's talking about the where are the guns. This isn't going well for you, Nathan. That video, that tracked pretty well for me, I'll have to say.
When it was happening. Yeah. He was annoyed with me. I'm just explaining what's going on, Brian. Brian, just simmer down, mate. I know this is devastating for a certain number of flat earthers. That's not me. They can sit here and listen to why that's the case, or he can jabber through me. That's what you could do, like Witsit did last time when I tried to work with him. Yeah, the arrogant little prick just went off and made everyone look bad, didn't he? And now he's being called a Freemason. What do you know? But this could be perceived as good, Brian, if you yammer through me, the one who knows better than this dick who made everybody look bad, except for us.
Who made everybody look bad, except for us.
Except for us, humbly.
Humbly, of course. Who's more humble, Nathan or Austin? I don't know.
We've come out smelling like roses. Now everyone's asking if we can help.
Smelling like roses? No.
Well, if roses were made of shit.
Yes. But how because this is the thing. Nathan doesn't know that being a flat earther, people on the outside think all flat earthers are the same amount of dumb. Right? But they are the same amount of dumb. They're just a different flavor of dumb. Oakley has a different flavor of dumb, right? But when somebody sees a headline, flat earther goes to Antarctica, sees the sun circling, gives up flat earth, they don't say, well, all flat earthers except for Oakley look dumb. They say all flat earthers look dumb. There's no exception. There's no asterisk next to the looks dumb that underneath says except for Oakley, right? Because Oakley, you're dumber than them because you don't have even an attempt at explaining anything.
I love this. 1 in 3 flurfs are just as stupid as the other 2.
Yes.
I love that. That's great.
Witsit!
Hold on.
Come out smelling like roses. Now everyone's asking if we can help, including Witsit! No, Witsit can go...
No, that's a lie. That's a lie.
Wait a second, he left. Reds, didn't we just identify that Austin had left?
I remember the conversation coming up, yes.
Oh, dear. And here he is back. I got to back that up. Maybe I misidentified his voice.
Including Witsit! No, Witsit can go...
No, that's a lie. That's a lie.
Could we work together? Could we work together?
Yeah. I find your vitriolic behavior.
Now you're a dick. Get on your spin train, dickhead. Now we won't be working together, dickhead. We'll be pointing out how wrong you are, just like we always have. Pointing out where you lie, like with the distance of light, travelling or not travelling, depending on who you're talking to at the time. Yeah, that's what we'll be doing. Pointing out just how bloody lying and sinful you are. That's what we'll do, as you're accused to be a Freemason, cheating and lying with CGI. That's inconsequential to us either way. I mean, it makes no bloody difference. None of this does. But Witsit wants us to work together.
You're just not going to stop? Like, is this live or something? He's like muting me or something. So look, Oakley, I don't look at this as just you, right? There are other people in here that I think are actually honest and good-hearted. And,
maybe you can work with them.
Yeah. So, well, no, I'm not trying. Yeah, that's right. Because I'm not a narcissist. Like
you have an uphill struggle to spin this shite, Witsit. Everyone thinks you've done badly, mate. You can put positive spin on it all you like.
But you think,
make no
you think
mistake.
Flat Earth getting tons of publicity is bad?
Yeah, when it's telling you that you're wrong and it isn't, definitely. And if your name's attached to it and they're calling you a Freemason, oh my bad, I was just answering. Why are you so toxic?
No, you're very long-winded and redundant.
That's what
everything you were about to say, you've already said 3 times.
Yeah, toxic people would tell someone that after they've interrupted them. But you go ahead, my bad.
Well, you're just everything you're about to say. You've already said. I sat here very patiently and let you just talk.
Why are you asking again then? Why are you coming scrolling back then? We've already told you all this, right? We've already tried to work with you.
Can you calm down, then? So
I'm not in the slightest bit unnerved by this. Mr. I can't stop talking and he's calling me toxic as I've got.
Oakley doesn't have his mute button engaged at the moment. So what does he do when Austin's talking? Talks over him.
Yep.
Man.
The most pure tone I could possibly take. He's still gabbering through me. In a minute, he'll start
Can I say something?
Claiming I'm toxic because he rumpusses me. Yeah, I'm pretty calm.
You're interrupting me. So here's the deal. What do you think about the fact that you? There you go. Okay. What do you think about the fact that you actually made way more damning statements about this than I did? I never even claimed a model. I never claimed anything to do with the Flat Earth model.
Of course
Can you find
did.
me claiming a Flat Earth model somewhere?
Coffee cup caustic. Oh dear.
I mean, I've been talking online for like 7 years. You should be able to find it pretty easily. Huh?
Are you going to shut up, or are you just going to carry on being toxic after you ask me something? I'll give you an answer. See how long it takes for him to interrupt me because he's toxic and triggered. Now, this is inconsequential to us. I tried to explain this to you and the rest of the Flat Earth community ages ago. I've been doing it for a year. It doesn't make any difference. All you've got is the spin train while you tell people it's really good that you're being called an idiot for disproving your own model. Now, while you can try and distance yourself from that which is being reported about you, makes no difference what you say after the fact. History's been documented. You look awful. We tried to reach out. We tried to help. We tried to...
To be clear, Witsit doesn't really look awful because Witsit didn't get top billing in anything. Did you see any of the press coverage, Reds?
I did see a few, yes, and all of it was focusing on Jaronism.
Yeah. 0 was on Austin externally. But where is it internally? Where are flat earthers focusing their attention?
I guess they're focusing on Witsit being, a total fuck up.
100% internally, because Jaron's out, so there's no spotlight to shine on him. He's like, I don't care. Peace out, bro. Right? He dipped. So Austin's he's standing there as the one with all of it, because Jonathan, he's not in the community, right? And he's whatever he didn't care. He's out there living his life, doing his thing.
Yep,
not affected.
All that makes sense. Why Witsit would be the only one getting shit for this? Yeah, absolutely. I totally see it.
Yeah,
and it's very entertaining at the exact same time because seeing Oakley lose his shit because he realized that he's going to say otherwise, of course, but this is horrible for him.
That's no good.
He is going to have to address this. He doesn't want to address it right now, but he's going to have to address it eventually. It's like, hey, you said in the past that there was no 24-hour sun. You had 2 flat earthers go down there, both of them saying that there was a 24-hour sun. So what the fuck? And not only that, but you were also asked a question about guns. Where's the guns, Oakley? Where's the guns, Oakley? You said there would be guns.
Complete lack of guns. Kind of a letdown.
Would have made things more interesting.
It would have.
It'd be like that movie Transporter.
The one about the Star Trek transporter that became sentient, grew arms and legs, and then got it on with Tasha Yar.
Yes.
That one?
Moving
Okay.
on.
Point you in the direction of decent arguments, but we weren't successful with it. Now you're going to have to deal with that.
Okay, you said nothing because you have nothing to say. You have a script. So, again, we can disagree if this is good or bad. I think it's good because, for one, a lot of flat earthers improperly. Why are you interrupting me? A lot of flat earthers improperly.
Why are you doing here?
internalized a model. Internalized a model. You weren't here when I jumped in, buddy. You came here, and that's because you guys need clout, and no one gives a fuck what you say
I'm
ever
on the
because
panel
you're literally
here. What are
super
you doing here?
buddy.
Swear.
Show start in a couple minutes.
Okay.
So Neil's on the panel. Austin's like, you weren't here when I was. Yes, Neil was, because Neil is. All right. Who used to be on Oakley's panel, Reds? You remember?
I don't pay attention all that much.
Ranty. It was Sleeping Warrior. It was 10th Man who couldn't do Celestial Navigation, but was the Celestial Navigation Flat Earth Queen.
I do remember Sleeping Warrior being, Warrior and Oakley were at one point attached at the hip.
Yeah, Oakley was almost as close to Sleeping Warrior as is to the mute button.
Wow, that's close.
Flatzoid was on there. You got Refracted Curvature is on there. John, there have been, I think, how many did I name? Nearly 10 that I just named. None of them are there right now. You've got Adam Price, Neil Consento, Sensual Goat, no idea, and Click OK Computers. So, and that's it. So, Arwen, of course. Nathan has burned bridges with all those people. So Nathan's show is, when nobody shows up, which is most of the time, is him talking to his panel, playing high priest game. Like the high priest says the thing, and then the congregation says their thing, and then it's a challenge response. That's what he does, and he needs the panel for that. They don't have to be they just have to be any old buddy that's going to do what they're told. And so that's who's there after he's burned the bridges with them. But this Neil guy is Joe Pesci. He's Flat Earth Joe Pesci. I love it.
Okay, cool. There's no reason for him to be so
we'll just
toxic
take a little
right
bit
now,
of a chill pill. Let's just relax for a second.
Do you guys notice that the conversation changed once he started talking?
Chill.
All of a sudden, you guys hate me too. As soon as Oakley's here, now I'm a bad guy.
It's obviously too triggered to
Daddy
relax.
Oakley's here. Now you have to act like I'm a bad guy and that I'm stupid. Because Daddy Oakley's here. Daddy Oakley told you that which just sucks.
No.
So the truth is,
Oakley, can we say something without Daddy? There is Son something have to say. Can Son something to say? That's it.
Can Austin say something before we do?
No, the son of the Nathan Oakley. I'm the son of the Nathan Oakley. Can I say something?
I just need to take charge for a second, Witsit, then yes. So please, Witsit, don't swear. I know you're toxic and triggered. And
Oh, don't swear. Who was the first one on this show to swear? On Nathan's show? Nathan. It was Nathan. Oh,
This follows the traditional rules for thee, but not for me.
That's right.
on your spin train, but try not to swear. Go ahead, Sasha.
Okay, I was listening what my daddy is saying last 9 years, and he was the flat earther who was on his argument, on his point, and that's why I'm 9 years here, because my daddy is saying that, and because I understood what my daddy is saying about elevation, sea level. He never changed the things to go to some kind of...
Is he actually saying my daddy?
Yeah, he's saying my daddy.
He's calling Oakley his daddy. Wow.
Pseudoscience things or assuming things or any kind of fallacy in these 9 years.
Welcome back to our heroes.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning.
Bonjour.
Good morning. Good to have you.
Wow, did you hear that? Like it went to a different screen and then came back. Was this? Oh, this was premiered. This was a recording. He chopped out some stuff. Oh, dear.
Quick shout out.
Give me only one sentence and I will finish.
Let me just do a quick shout out to J-Bone. Okay. Explain how the sun works in Antarctica called the AE map, then we won't see to us here at Flat Earth. Sun works in Antarctica in FE.
So that's a great question from J-Bone. And if you can't answer it, then you failed. You don't have anything. You have to be able to explain it because it happens in reality. And when you say Earth is flat, that's your model. You now need to explain it with your model. If you can't, you're done.
That sounds like a tall ask, man.
Yeah, your model has been falsified. But I don't have a model. You said Earth is flat. That's your model. No, it's not. Also, Earth is not flat. Yes, it is. Okay, so that's your model. No, it's not.
And around we go.
Why? Did they make a claim about it? Who cares? I mean, we've got Witsit here in our Discord server currently, and he's been in Antarctica and observed this sun going around and around in circles. But it matters not to us here at Flat Earth Debate at all. It's inconsequential. In order to make a claim, now that you've made this observation, you must affirm the consequent. Let me explain.
Now, here is the straw man of the claim, right? So first of all, he has rejected even attempting to explain it on his model. And now he's going to straw man our claim. Here he goes.
If P, then Q. Q, therefore P. Affirming the consequent. It's a formal logical fallacy. If I assume Earth is...
Now, I say all the time, you can't formally prove things in science. Have you heard that before, Reds?
Yes, I have. And that's actually the reason why I phrase my debate challenges in the way that I do. And the way I phrase it is, which model best comports with reality?
Yeah, there you go.
We're not saying that it's actually a globe. I'm saying that the globe model best comports with reality.
Yeah, not proof. Now,
proof.
Who in this community, who on which side claims proof?
That would be the Flurfs.
That's right. And does Oakley ever claim proof?
Believe that we've seen that before a few times. Yes.
Indeed, he does claim proof. Now, what is the process by which things may be granted the moniker of proof within science, according to Oakley?
Whatever Oakley deems as sufficient. It's completely Oakley's call, because Oakley is the greatest God King ever. He is the daddy, and apparently a daddy with no guns.
Yeah. But the thing is, he can't spell out the process by which it happens, actually.
No, he can. It's whatever he deems it to be on that particular Tuesday.
There you go.
You're totally wrong, MC2. Again, on that particular Tuesday, he's going to say a thing, and it's true. Now, why is it true? Because Oakley says it's true. And if you remember from earlier in this sentence, everything that Oakley says is true on that particular Tuesday. We don't want to go to Wednesday. That's a touchy subject.
Yep. And the point is, he cannot actually identify the process by which something is yeah.
He's full of shit. Our job here is to construct a map of reality that has as many true things in it as possible and as few false things in it as possible. That's the way we navigate the world. It allows us to make accurate and reliable predictions to the best of our abilities. Oakley doesn't have this capability, and it chaps his ass every single time.
A sphere and Antarctica is antipodal from the north, then I will observe a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. I do observe a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, therefore Earth is a sphere with me assuming antipodal positioning?
Nope. That is not what we say. We say, therefore, it aligns with the prediction and it is a confirmation of the globe model. Not proof, confirmation. So we don't use the if P then Q, Q then P, therefore P. That has been proven. That's what he's saying. He's asserting that we claim proof. We don't.
Of the two models being considered, the globe is the one that came out on top.
Yes.
Of the two models being considered. Now, you may have a better model. Let's hear it, Oakley. Give me a model that better comports with reality, better comports with the observations that were definitely made in Antarctica. No, they weren't CGI. They didn't go to Las Vegas.
He doesn't claim that, though.
To that dome thing or whatever.
Yeah, he doesn't claim that. So
Oh, good. Then he shouldn't use that fucking excuse. I don't want to hear it. These
he
observations happened, and so explain it with a better model than the globe.
Oh, I don't do a model. I'm the not model guy. Yeah. There we go.
No, that's a fallacy. So it doesn't prove you're a globe. I make no claims in regards to what this observation would or would not prove, fascinating though it may be. Others may have done. Others may have ascribed so much importance to this that they subsequently decry their azimuthal, equidistant, North Pole-centric globe projection that they've been calling a flat Earth model as a result of their loss, when they could have but failed to affirm the consequent also. That would...
For reference, Oakley pimped that model for years. Still on his channel, he hasn't taken those videos down. You can go download those early videos where he's pimping that model. He actually has a projector on the wall behind him, and he puts his face in front of the screen so that the projector is projecting the computer screen onto his face, and he's sitting there with the AE map behind him making claims about the AE map. No joke, it's still there.
Interesting.
On his channel.
Would be, if Earth is a flat globe projection called the AE map, then we won't see a 24-hour sun. We don't see a 24-hour sun, therefore the Earth's the flat globe projection called the AE map. Also, the same exact fallacy. Precisely, surprisingly, what we've been pointing out for about the last year since this came up, utterly inconsequential to us here at Flat Earth Debate. What we point out is that Earth is measured flat. And upon...
Oh! Do you provide these measurements? No. Never. Never. Somebody just earlier this week, somebody on X was saying that exact quote. Earth is measured flat. I said, send the measurements, and then I've gone to underneath. I say, you won't. You will prove me right. I love being right.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
And then what do? They come back with one of the quotes from Oakley. They'll say, celestial navigation. I said, then my response is, I said you would not provide measurements. You didn't provide measurements. I love being right.
Yeah, but one thing, just a small correction there. You mispronounced Twitter.
Yes, sorry. Twix? How about that? You're not on it anymore, right?
Still, show some damn respect.
On it being pointed out to me immediately when it had occurred, I told the person informing me that would be McToon about his flat Earth measurement. And you know what he did when I did that?
Oh, how was my measurement a flat Earth measurement? You never showed the geometry of how it is a flat Earth measurement. He just said it was. What fallacy is that? Ipsy Dixit is the name of that fallacy. It is the way it is because I say it is the way it is. That's it. No, I do that, Lisa. Yeah, I do that just to get, to poke at them. Like, look, I know you're not going to provide measurements. I preemptively do it so that I can just show, yep, you didn't do it. It's all of 4 tweets. They say Earth measured flat. I say provide measurements. You won't. They don't. I say you didn't. As I predicted. I love being right. I love it.
After getting his attention, given the amount of rumpusing that he decided he would do to try and not listen to what I responded to him with, was yell my name into the snow after putting the phone down on me. That's what the power of Earth being measured flat did to somebody who made this observation.
No measurements provided. Now, I was not allowed to talk because he was constantly talking and he had his mute button running.
Oh, of course he did.
Yes.
But it was, that still was a beautiful moment. It was gorgeous.
So I have in my possession the other 360 camera, and I today was editing a video of that particular moment from that camera. So I've got the video from Dave McKeegan. So now I'll have a video from the 360 camera, and Dave McKeegan actually sent the other 360 camera video. So I'll have 2 of them. and I'll see which one I like.
This is your super chat. Let's do a bit of housekeeping.
I was there.
Let's do a bit of housekeeping. Okay.
Snow. You say snow, so you do believe they were down there in Antarctica snow, right?
Doesn't make any difference to me. I'll answer you, if you'll allow me. If you told me tomorrow that Witzer is in fact a lying, degenerate shill and had planned it all for years and had gone down to a soundstage to pretend that something happened that didn't, I'd go, that's fascinating, really interesting. Doesn't actually prove or disprove anything. Or if you told me, no, it's absolutely without question all 100% legit, I'd go, wow, that's really interesting. It doesn't prove anything. And then I'd do what I did literally 30 seconds ago, Brian, and break down the affirming the consequent fallacy that's stacked up in false dichotomy for both sides of the argument. I can do it so concisely within a couple of minutes because I've been doing it for a year.
Yes, he practices his script that's not true.
Mm-hmm.
Bless.
And notice how he just doesn't answer the question.
No, he knows he can't. And so, yeah, he's trained his panel, and he's practiced it himself on how to avoid answering all questions. That's it,
like,
right? It's literally preaching to the choir, right? Because nobody else is fooled by it. But he knows he doesn't need to fool anybody else. He only needs to fool the people that might super chat him.
It's easier that way. It's safer that way.
Yeah. And that's why he will never leave his echo chamber, because he knows he can't handle it. He can't use those scripts outside of his echo chamber, because as soon as somebody starts to go off of his script in his echo chamber, he can just mute them by talking.
Yep. I could not agree more. Like I said, Nathan, over 2,000 days you've been running away from yours truly. Mm-hmm. You can bring all the independent variables you want. Come on. If you want, I can even call you daddy if that will sweeten the deal.
To see, oh my gosh. I've got a video of a lady in a hot tub. No, I won't be playing that video. Ugh. Don't need to think about what was getting into that hot tub with the lady. Thank you, no. Icy Spin, naughty.
That's disgusting. Where?
I'll link it to you. I mean, no, I won't. Yeah, there you go. I think that's it. Okay, let me read this here. We've got Ruhif says, sup, Red?
Yeah, Ruhif.
Space versus Pitch says, I don't think Jaren hates or even dislikes Toon. He was just giving an honest opinion of Toon's approach to flirfs. And he nailed it. He did. That's what I do. I find some no-name flirf that doesn't know how to debate. Who's being a big mouth on Facebook.
Said it. It was the way that he said that gave me that impression.
Yeah. Let me remind you, just between you, me, and the 832 people watching, shh, he still has the ear of some people.
Understood.
There you go. Dave McKeegan says, yeah, but Earth measured flat. And we just heard it, didn't we? Just heard it. And what are the measurements? Celestial navigation. Azimuth angles. Elevation angles. Okay, which ones? Can we go over the geometry? No. The turtle.
Not the geometry.
Oh dear, no geometry. The turtle move says reds, so Oakley is buggered by Friday.
Oh, absolutely. Basically by Friday, all hope is lost.
Conspiracy Music says marathon runners built the sphere. Clown Nico. Okay. It's so insane.
Let's see.
Did you hear that one?
I did not.
So there were 70 people that ran the marathon about the day before we were there. On the 13th, they ran it. And Clown Nico claims that those 70 people actually went down to build the sphere that had all the LCD screens or LED screens in it. That's this claim.
Powered by NVIDIA.
Yes, of course. Dave McKeegan with the member super chat says it's measured flat because Oakley says it's measured flat, but don't mention lighthouses. And the casual engineer says measured flat is defeated by plumb bob gravity and yes, diverging reciprocal zenith angles, which they don't want to address. All right, so I think, so in my notes, there is a little more Witsit coming.
Fair enough.
Okay. Can I say something real fast? 'Cause I'm not...
I was right. Remember when I said he left? No, he didn't.
Yeah, but before we can continue, MC Tune, can you show my screen real quick?
Oh, hold on.
I just want to make sure this is noted, just in case it may come up later.
Goodness, look at that.
Yes. So just I'm just gonna let this sit here for maybe 5 seconds. Just you know what? On second thought, just a little bit longer. Let it really soak in. You know what I'm saying? Let
Nathan Oakley, who prides himself on being literally calling himself an expert debater, the best in his opinion debater,
the best
on this topic, has refused an offer to debate on not his platform for how long?
2,140 days, 4 hours, 54 minutes, and 51 seconds.
There you go.
Look at that. And I got to tell you, that's a really long time.
That is. For somebody that is a self-declared best debater on the topic.
Oh, the best.
You'd think he'd be ready to face somebody. But no. All right. Let's hear what Austin has to say here.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. Okay. So what Oakley just said is correct. To even claim that it's proof of a globe requires the assumption of the globe. You have to affirm the consequence. If people had to claim that it's setting through the flat Earth, you have to affirm the consequence. It would have geometrically falsified the globe model that's reified and assumed. But if it's set, right, that's the only thing that would have been definitive there.
See, Austin is now, because he made some mistakes earlier in this conversation. He hadn't properly used the Oakley vocabulary, but now he is. The jargon is coming out.
But this is a good opportunity to literally break that down to people and explain that, and then point them to the actual evidence, which is that the Earth measures flat.
I see. It'd be a good opportunity to break this down after the fact. But we'd suggested to you this before the fact, and now you're saying that you failed. It would be better that you followed our line of rhetoric. Oh, that's interesting. No, we don't care. We'd point stuff out to you. I hadn't finished talking, but you're a bit toxic and a bit triggered and need to interrupt me. I understand. No worries. I'll just try that again. Hopefully Toxic Witsit and his failures on his spin train won't interrupt me for a second time. We'll see how we get on. No, Witsit, you failed miserably. You didn't point out that it was an affirming the consequent fallacy, or you'd have said that. Saying it after the fact doesn't change anything for us. We've been saying it for quite some time.
I did say it before the fact. Multiple times.
All right. Where did you say it? Give me a timestamp video. Let's have a look. Okay, no worries. Okay, let's have a look. Which video did you say exactly that in? Give me the timestamp and we'll go and have a listen.
I don't remember the timestamp off the top of my head.
So here is, I mean, they're both douches, but look at the douchey technique by Nathan. Give me the timestamp. Like right now, at this moment, from memory, he needs to know the timestamp that he said some particular words. Of course, that's impossible for everybody on the earth to do. But Oakley has framed it so that if he can't do it, then he looks bad. Mm-hmm. Well, that wouldn't work anywhere else except Oakley's echo chamber.
You know that would be insane. I would have to
back that? Sorry, just want to stop a second. Thank you very much indeed. So you can't direct me to the show name?
So I think even in where I had him on my channel, that came up, maybe not. But yeah, I'll find the time.
Was that the show title? That was a very strange show title. Could you give it again?
I don't remember the show title.
See, he did it again, right? He gave an answer. The show where Will was on with him, right? So that's enough to find it if you're looking for it. If you want to go get it.
No, I need to know the exact title, the exact timestamp. In fact, and you need to even tell me what you were wearing at the time. I want to know what you had for dinner on that particular day. And if you can't give me those details, then you, sir, are a piece of shit.
It's just this tactic that he's using. It's right. But Austin brought himself here of his own volition at a really unusual time for somebody to do it. Austin had said previously that he was at a hotel at a restaurant, right? Not a place you typically go alone. And so he had to have chosen this time to go on Oakley's show, knowing that Oakley's show was going on. He had to choose the time because it's an unusual time to do it.
Okay, so wait, just to clarify, you're claiming that you never heard me point this out, and you think I didn't point this out,
I don't
and then
care.
you're going to admit you're wrong when I show.
When you're done talking.
You're going to admit you're
I'll answer you when you're done
wrong
talking. Was that rhetorical, or are you actually asking me when you direct something to me?
Well, I wasn't done talking. So you're going to admit you were wrong, and I did point out that it was an affirmative consequence to claim it proves the globe before I went. You're going to admit you were wrong, right?
If you'd have done that, you wouldn't have needed to go down there. It wouldn't have made any difference to you in the same way it makes absolutely no difference to us, and we've been pointing that out for 12 months. As opposed to pointing out the fallacious reasoning that would be involved on both sides, you went down there to see if it happened or not. Now, you obviously wanted to know either way, and that's being spun by the media as you failing as a flat earther and a flat earth being disproven as a result of this reification held up in false dichotomy by both flat earth and globe earthers when they affirm the consequent. That's what's actually happened. Now me, I didn't need to go down there in spite of being offered a fake ticket that never existed, that was never offered to me.
It was offered to him. This is more playing games.
No, you're wrong, MC. It wasn't offered to him, and the reason why we know that is because everything he says is true.
Yes.
Because if you remember from earlier in this sentence, everything Oakley says is true because Oakley said so.
Absolutely. Well, Will documented the offer, documented Oakley's response to the offer. So Oakley just said something that, definitely is not true.
Yeah, whatever evidence.
But was it a formal invitation? Yes. Was it in an envelope with a wax seal on it, signed by the president of the universe? No. Well, then that doesn't count.
You didn't provide him with an independent variable. What was he supposed to do? Yeah, you have no response to that. You want to know why? Because you don't want to accept that Oakley is the daddy, the supreme daddy, and whatever he says is true. And you went down there and you're pretending that there weren't any guns.
So is it. It's so lame. I mean, that was Flatzoid's claim. Anyway, then also it wasn't a real invitation. So this was one that was the guy that faked him. So somebody contacted Will, lying about being a doctor, and said, I would like to pay for somebody to go on the trip. Turns out that person was lying about it and was actually a flat earther and a fan of both Jaren and Oakley. Was in Jaren's VIP supporter group for, I don't know, some amount of time greater than 0. So was paying Jaren money. But here's the thing about Will. So this person did a couple rounds of lying. When it was found out, the one that went to Lisbeth was told based on this that she got a ticket. Then it turned out that was fake. She still went because Will wasn't going to have it not happen. So if Oakley had accepted and then it would have been discovered that the guy was lying, then Will would have done the same thing, would have made it happen, because that's the kind of guy Will is. So Oakley would have still gone.
Yeah, let's be clear here. Oakley didn't want to go because he knew that it would be really, really bad for his grift.
Oh yeah.
He didn't want anyone to go because, then he could continue to spin his bullshit story that there was no 24-hour sun. Because remember, he had somebody on his show before that claims to have gone when there was supposed to be a 24-hour sun and didn't see a 24-hour sun.
Yep. Icy Spin is said the idiot spoke too soon. Yeah, so the guy that was faking Will went and started bragging about it before the trap sprung. So we were able to deal with it.
Yep.
Yeah, just like Dubé Dubé claimed it was in a studio before having seen the footage. I have 3 terabytes of footage from these cards here that I'm uploading right now. Right? Hold on. Let me check. Yep, still uploading. Right there, I'm looking at it. Uploading. Still. There's a lot of data.
Yep.
So he hasn't seen all of the footage to determine whether or not it's real. It
didn't matter. He didn't need to see the footage. He already knew what he was going to say.
Yeah, he has to say it.
Yeah, he needed to have something prepared. That's how you protect the grift.
Yeah,
that's how you protect your fragile flat Earth.
Absolutely.
Nevertheless, it was promoted as though I'd turned down a ticket I was never offered that didn't exist, and I still didn't need to do anything more than point out it proves nothing. Therefore, there was no need for me to do anything. You did, therefore, by inference, the media spin about flat Earth failure. Is this someone talking to me? Who's that? Sorry. My bad. Who's that? Sorry.
I thought you was done because you've had 3 shows about the sun down in Antarctica. So why are you dogging Austin for going to find out the truth, dude?
Well, you protected him.
I'm not dogging him. I couldn't care less, Brian. Did you not pick up on that? My rhetoric won't change.
That's good. Okay, can I say something to you, please? Okay, listen, dude. I want you to understand why I did it, and you can disagree. You can disagree with it. That's fine. Okay. But I went down there because I actually just wanted to know. Okay, I'm actually I'm a truther, meaning that I didn't know if it was there, and I thought all the fakery was super suspect. And anyone that's being honest, when you first got into this is the topic that pops up, and everyone's like, "We don't know." So it was a big question mark right now before this trip. I wanted to see it myself. I wanted to know, just on its face right there. I knew that it was with toxic people. I knew that they were being deceptive. I knew that they were like giving us poor treatment compared to the Glovers. All of that. But I'm like, yo, I would never spend the money to go down there. I know it doesn't actually prove anything. I know there could be clouds. Someone's paying for it. We went down there, and it was completely clear for one day, which is insane. And I got to see it myself. Okay, so that's the reason I went down there. Okay. And almost done. The reason I think it's important for Flat Earth is you're right. You and your crew and many other Flat Earthers don't claim that this is proof or disproof or it's mutually exclusive or whatever. But there are so many Flat Earthers that are ignorant. For example, all over TikTok that specifically do make this claim. Okay, so this is a real phenomenon. It makes us look really.
Austin, just to be clear, all Flat Earthers are 100% of them. Reds, are there any that aren't ignorant? Thank you. That's the response. There you go.
Oh, bless.
All over TikTok that specifically do make this claim. Okay, so this is a real phenomenon. It makes us look really stupid to make all these definitive claims that it doesn't exist. Now we can move past that. And last thing, if I didn't go,
it makes us really stupid to. Makes Flat Earthers really stupid to make such definitive claims like Nathan Oakley has made. Like, you know who else has made the claim? Hold on. This is just.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
Yeah. I keep that seat edge warm because who else has made the claim, the definitive claim? The absolute definitive claim. I got it. It's coming. Just a second. It's coming. All right, hold on. I have too many videos. If I only had less videos, that would make it easier to find the video that I'm looking for right now.
See, you weren't able to find it at this very second.
I know.
Therefore, you are a shill, you are a fraud, you are a liar.
But I found it this second.
No, you didn't see the 24-hour sun. You may have saw 24-hour sunlight. I literally am about to have someone on my show that used to work for NASA and was stationed there for those 6 months where you're supposed around the time you're supposed to be able to see the sun.
He wasn't.
You only see sunlight. You don't see the sun, which can be explained with coffee cup, caustic, and many other things. It's a 24-hour sunlight that you see the sun itself that has never actually been proven. It's just a claim you guys regurgitate. Thanks for playing. You guys keep bringing up the 24-hour sun, but actually that doesn't happen. It's only sunlight, which can...
There you go. Definitive claim. Definitive claim. Now, what did Austin say about people who make that definitive claim?
Definitive claims. So many flat earthers that are ignorant, for example, all over TikTok, that specifically do make this claim. Okay, so this is a real phenomenon. It makes us look really stupid.
It makes you look really stupid.
Way to tell on yourself, dude.
But actually, that doesn't happen. It's only sunlight, which can easily be our sun. But actually, that doesn't happen. It's
really well, Austin. You look really stupid. Good job, Austin. I agree.
But humbly, of course.
Humbly, yes, you are humbly stupid.
To make all these definitive claims that it doesn't exist. Now we can move past that. And last thing, if I didn't go, they would have brought someone else, okay? And it would have been even worse because they wouldn't have even understood the true arguments for flat Earth, and then they would have been paraded. So I took all the attacks.
So how much humble did he just spew there?
All the humble.
Well, oh, so humble.
I'm getting attacked by the flat earthers themselves, by all their globers, by the mainstream. I got sick. I spent money I didn't have. I did all of that with no sleep to try to help. That is the truth. And if you can't empathize with that, that's fine. But that's why.
With no sleep. I didn't get any sleep and it's everybody else's fault. You know whose fault it was that he didn't get sleep? His mom for not being there to tell him when bedtime was. That's whose fault it was. Yes. Seriously. Regular adults can go, to a hotel and can decide what time to go to bed, and if they choose to go to bed at a time that doesn't get them enough time to get enough sleep, who's it's nobody's fault. No adult goes later and says, I didn't get enough sleep because you chose to not get enough sleep. It's right. He chose to stay up late doing whatever he did. He chose to do it. It was all on him. He didn't have to get not enough sleep. Purely his choice.
He is regretting this trip.
Oh, yes.
He's
so
regretting
much,
it.
So much.
He hates this. He's like, wow, I'm getting absolutely slammed for this. And honestly, I'm like, inject it straight into my veins. More, please.
So
seeing this dude cry and beg for acceptance from Nathan Oakley of all people, while simultaneously saying that Oakley doesn't matter. He's like, well, I thought we could work together on this. What the fuck? Like, bro, I'm embarrassed for you at this point.
So for reference, on his channel, his last live stream was 2 weeks ago. It was a debate with his former best bud, Dustin Nemos, because Dustin now claims that Whitsit's a shill and is lying about everything.
Oh, really?
Before that, it was the recap, where he whined about not getting the Wi-Fi for 18 hours when he actually had it less than an hour and a half.
That was a great video, by the way.
So, yeah, so there you go. So there's his last live streams. No other videos on his channel that he did other than he did 4 videos of the 24-hour sun that he took credit for, but it wasn't his credit, and they're mangled. And before that, it was prior to TFE. And so then he, the other show, the only thing he's done is he's done Globebusters, which he is now, 5 years ago, he was inducted into Globebusters, and today he is the guy running Globebusters. Bob Nodell's dead. The other guys have atrophied out. Jaron was ousted. And so it's Austin running the show. And so 2 live streams on Globebusters have happened since then. and that he was on, because they have this Globebusters tech that is not. Oh, there's three. Okay. Oh my goodness, it's not looking good. 6 point.
Is that their flat Earth discount version of MKBHD? I
don't know what that is.
It's a tech YouTuber, very famous tech YouTuber.
No, yeah, it's their tech. It's their attempts, and it's not. I don't know if it's on there, but it's their attempts to explain the model. That's what it's dedicated to explaining their model. They never do, but that's what they're trying to do. So they've done 3: the null hypothesis, the started from the bottom and getting on the same wavelength. So 3 videos. Less than 7,000 views, less than 7,000 views, and less than 4,000 views.
Because it honestly sounded like, hi, we're going to do a review of the new iPhone 14. Can this help you prove flat Earth? Let's find out.
That's about it. That's about it.
I did it. Can I say now anything because it's connected?
No, I'm trying to talk to Witsit. Do you mind, Sasha? Right, he's doing this like Neil does it, and I have to tell him off, and you're getting more and more in terms of.
But I wanted to say in the beginning.
That means I'll have to mute you if you can't shut up, Sasha. But you said, in essence, just to summarise, there was quite a few points in there.
So he has a panel there of 6 people. None of them are allowed to talk. That's the main people. Then he's got the entire channel there on Discord. None of them are allowed to talk. Why are they there? So that they can grovel at his feet too.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Well, apparently his balls are so massive that, they need support constantly.
Oh my gosh. His ego is.
You essentially just did this for yourself, to see for yourself, because you wanted to know if it was or was not the case, because you're a truther and you wanted to know the truth and you're for truth. Okay. The problem with that is that.
All right, look at this message here, Stratus Zero. How much were you paid to go? Oh, that's so cute.
It wasn't just for you being held up by the media and you're representing all of us as a flat earther. That's the first problem. Second problem is you're not a truther, you're a liar. I've exposed you as a liar and you've lied directly to me to defend the lie you told when it was pointed out to you as a lie. I'll example that now, just to be absolutely clear. You say light doesn't travel, but then when on one of these big shows when we were trying to work with you and get you to propagate the good arguments about Earth being measured flat, you lied about your own rhetoric within ether and conceded a point about light travelling through a telescope, making you a liar. Now, in the face of that lie that you, a liar, said, that's an intentional deceit, you called me a grifter. Now, based on that, I'm happy to watch you burn. Yeah? You're a liar, not a truther, and you're only, as you've just told us, there because you wanted to know. So it wasn't for the good of any community, the community that's now calling you a shill, claiming you're a CGI grifter, scammer, and basically just you've got to live with this for the rest of your life. Alternatively, there's people on the ball saying you're a saviour because you've proven us a ball. Now, me, I don't sit on either side of those two false dichotomies. The false dichotomy isn't affecting us here on Flat Earth Debate at all. But in terms of your justification for why you went, given there's no need, given you didn't point out the arguments that would negate the need to go, you're saying the only reason you did go was because you personally, selfishly needed to know, because you're a truther when you're a liar. Okay.
You're eliminating the whole second part.
Thank you. I wasn't quite done. I mean, it's not like you're toxic. And
yeah, because you're lying. You're a liar.
It's not like you're toxic or anything. I haven't quite done. It's my show and all. Yeah, so based on that, it's okay, Mr. Toxic. Can you stop interrupting, please? I know you're very triggered and this is very detrimental. You need to get your positive spin out as quickly as possible. Unfortunately.
That's so much projection. Right? Oakley is he has to stop other people from talking so Oakley can get his own spin on it. Oh. So good.
I wouldn't do it here with that.
Okay, I'll let this toxic grifter go. Go ahead, toxic grifter.
Thank you. You eliminated the entire second part of what I said and intentionally.
I didn't finish. You interrupted me before I got to the end there, which it may be you're going to criticise me for not being able to mark all your points.
Yeah. Oakley said, you go ahead and talk. Whitson started talking. Oakley interrupted to complain about interrupting.
Down when you were interrupting me, my bad son. Look, son, you're belligerent, you're a liar, you're toxic, you're a grifter, and now everyone thinks you're a shill. Now, why the hell would you come here asking for me to work, quote, with you? No. What part of that don't you understand, Witsit? Yeah? You're no benefit. I haven't finished, Mr. Toxic. Yeah, maybe I haven't addressed all your points. You're going to criticise me again after you interrupt me for not addressing all your toxic little points that you've shilled the globe for.
Presented it. You said that was the only reason I went. So I don't need to hear what else you said. You said that I just the only reason I went. And that's a lie. That isn't the only reason I went.
Now we know why you're here. You're here so you can, quote, work with us. And I've said no.
Yeah.
I haven't finished, toxic grifter. Try again. I've said no. We won't be working with you. You're very detrimental to what we do here. That would be prove Earth's flat, not grift.
So here we see Tack Mind is basically giving the Earth measured flat rhetoric. You see this here? Reds, it says, it matters not what the sun does or doesn't do. Elevation angle measurements require multiple vertical zeniths at 90 degrees to a horizontal plane you measure distances along, always measuring Earth flat. You get that?
Okay. All right. Let me describe something to you. Have you ever heard of something called a tangent plane?
Yes.
And did you know that you can find out where that tangent plane is by measuring it from your vertical, which you can find by a simple plumb bob?
Yes.
So that is called the astronomical horizon. The astronomical horizon can be used to make valid, consistent measurements. And when you plot those measurements on a flat Earth with, for example, the North Celestial Pole and many different locations, what you find on a flat Earth is you get contradictory answers. But yet, when you plot those same exact lines on a globe, all of a sudden the contradictions go away. Now, what do I mean by contradictions on a flat Earth? Well, for example, you get multiple locations for the North Celestial Pole. So if you were to plot like 4 lines, for example, you would get 3 different possibilities for the location of the North Celestial Pole. And it wouldn't even get you past most of Canada in the process, especially if you're starting off from Florida. So right there, by knowing that the plumb bob, 1, actually works, 2, by understanding the concept known as a tangent plane, and 3, not being a fucking dipshit, we were able to figure out that the model, as described with flat Earth, given what we know about reality, it doesn't work. So you have now been educated. I am happy that I was able to provide this to you. Please come back with an actual challenge.
Wow. They won't. So what is there? Like, they have an answer to that. They just they just reiterate their claim. That's their answer.
Yeah, in my opinion, that's not an answer. They're just going to say no and leave it at that. No, that's not how this works. You can download a free program called GeoGebra. Plot it out yourself. Learn how to use the program. There's free tutorials on YouTube. Learn how to use it. Plot it out and see the contradictions for yourself. And then notice that in GeoGebra, you can actually make tangent planes. It's almost like it's a part of geometry.
And do those tangent planes have to be parallel to the surface of whatever is near it?
You know, it's almost like tangent planes. Yeah, how about this? I'll do one player. Let's go to the Googles and let's just use my very loud keyboard over here to type in words in a particular order. And we're going to type in tangent planes. Let's go to tangent planes. Okay, let's do that. Let's see what's happened now. Okay, there we go. And then we can click on this thing called images. And then we can click on these images. We can even open images on its new own dedicated window because we're fancy like that. And let's go ahead and do this real quick. Okay, let's see. Yes, I will accept your cookies. Fuck off. Okay, here we go. Let's see. All right, boom, and share. Oh, look at that. I found it. It took me 5 seconds.
There you go. Turns out the plane does not need to actually be parallel to the thing underneath it. Huh.
Amazing. So, yeah, there's a thing called a tangent plane.
And
Learn
it says,
what it is.
And it has no bearing on the surface of the Earth. Amazing.
I hate people
Teresa,
sometimes.
not lie about what light does. Not call other flat earthers who work very hard like myself grifters when they're proven to be liars. Not justify their reasons for going to Antarctica, in spite of its inconsequential nature, as being for you to personally see it for yourself. How very selfish. That backfired, you wanting to see it for yourself, because now the media are spinning what you and Jaren did into a proof of a globe and a decriance of everything that the people around you stand for. Now, we haven't been affected by this. In fact, it's been quite positive, Witsy. And what we will be doing...
Oh my gosh, look at Divergent Droid's rules. Chat rules. No attacking the host, panel members, or staff. That will get you a timeout and then a ban. Disagree with the argument. Do not attack the person. No bad mouthing the show. Only Nathan gets to do that.
Without you is guiding the remaining flat earthers, the ones that don't run away because of you, into understanding how Earth is measured flat. That's what I will be doing. Without you. We do not want you.
Okay, can I respond? Okay, look. So
you may. You have my permission.
Thank you, man. So I actually didn't even mean to jump in here. I jumped in, and then I'm like, oh, damn, I'm in the wrong room. The people that were here before you got in here knows that's true. They started talking to me. I started talking.
Oh, I was in the wrong room. Sure you were. Sure you were.
It was totally an accident, guys.
Precious little lie.
To them, and when I said that I wanted to work with you guys, it was just in terms of like how you would. I'm just trying to get input from everyone.
That would clean up your mess. Is that what you wanted this to figure out? To clean up your mess for you?
No. Now you left off the most important part, which is if I had not gone, they would have taken someone else, and then they would have still had this publicity. They would have still run this narrative. They would have still misrepresented it, and then they would have had someone that doesn't know the real flat Earth arguments on all these big shows. I looked at it as a selfless act. You just tried to spin it that it was this like narcissistic, selfish reason. I went because I'm like, damn, I'm gonna get attacked, which I am. I'm gonna be like turned on by half the community. I'm gonna be attacked by livers and mocked and ridiculed. I'm gonna be smeared all over the place where family members are reaching out to my wife and stuff like, oh, I saw Austin. It's terrible. I got sick. I spent money I didn't have. I barely got to sleep. I did that.
I got sick. I spent money I didn't have. What money? I'm always baffled by this. I know what was paid for. I know what the costs were. I did it myself. And I know that he did not have expenses that all of the meals were paid for. The hotel was paid for. The transportation was paid for. Will specifically paid for Austin's mother-in-law to be flown to their house, paid for daycare, paid for missing time off of work. What does he do? I don't know. Who knows what that might be other than YouTube, whatever that is. He got paid for all of those things. Will told me about that. Hold on, get this. Will told me about that. I'm like, what in the hell is he doing? And then I'm like, I was a little like, this is weird. And my wife is like, what? And I told her, and she's like, oh, hell no. What? She was really livid that he was even asking for those kinds of things. Because here I am, right, doing what we needed to do for it, not asking for anybody to do, like for Will to pay, not asking to have my missed salary covered, not to have daycare paid for by somebody else, right? My wife did all of those things. No money was exchanged.
But you are forgetting one thing.
Yeah.
The SD card.
Oh, he needed to buy the SD card, but also the vape. Like vapes aren't free.
Vapes aren't free. SD cards aren't free.
They don't just give them away.
Yeah. Did you know that, SD cards with a greater capacity, that they cost more money?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, exactly. And also, I did want to just correct someone in the live chat. They said that you were wrong. So, no, MC Toon wasn't wrong. Tangent planes can be placed at any angle relative to the plumb bob. You can tilt it in any way that you want. But guess what? Tangent planes can also be right at 90 degrees from the plumb bob. So guess what? You take that tangent plane, which is tangent to the surface, and you can tilt it in any way that you want, in any way that you desire, if you wish to get a particular, or measure it from a particular angle. You measure from that to something else, and that's the value that you get. Now, Oakley doesn't like that fact because he hates geometry, because geometry shits on his parade.
Ironically, it's on screen. It's one of Oakley's slides here. There's a tangent plane on his screen right now.
No fucking way. Let me. Oh my God, you're right.
And that there disproves the necessity for having the tangent plane be parallel to the surface of the Earth. Oh my gosh. He right. The entire panel, they're oblivious to this because they don't understand even that little bit of geometry. That's too good. Oh gosh.
Because I felt that if we didn't have someone that truly knew the real arguments to go, it would have been 1,000 times worse for flat Earth.
He's so humble. I can't get over how humble he is about this.
What you said 2 minutes ago, when you answered 2 minutes ago, you said you wanted to, quote, see for yourself. So you're a liar.
I said both of those things. So yes, I did. I was curious who existed, but the reason I went was not what you're claiming, that I thought it was conclusive or consequential in terms of what the Earth is. I was very open and vocal that it wasn't. I had Duffy on my show and told him to his face. He was very disappointed. He was going to have to spend all that money on me, and then if I saw it, I was going to say Earth is still flat.
Okay.
I was very clear about this beforehand.
And when you were on Tim Pool's show talking about our light travels, would that be included in that?
Is it, like, you're just going to deflect, you're just going to deflect to the light things? I'm not going to say. I'm really busy.
Deflect your lie. Sorry, what I'm doing is going over your lie, because you said you're a truther and that you were there to see it for yourself as a truther.
He speaks about light colloquially one time, and you harp on that being a lie
Brian,
for months, bro.
Excuse me, Brian. This man is a liar. And last time I pointed this lie out to him, Brian, you don't need to defend your white knighting. Will be stopped if you can't stop yourself. This man is one of the moderators. Control this man, please. He's ruining my live show. Can one of them?
Oh, mute. Somebody mute. He's on a server where he doesn't have mute privileges, apparently. I don't know. He's like, somebody help. Oh, help. I can't mute it myself. I need help to mute. It's so great.
The moderator sorts him out. Thank you. Oh, he's managed to take control of himself, it would seem. This man is a proven liar. Whitsitt is a proven liar. When on these, quote, big shows he's getting the receipts for. He wasn't trying to work with us last time he came here. He was rubbing in our faces the receipts he'd be getting for the big shows he went on when he lies.
Look at this, Sammy. Sammy says, ask Whitsitt if he took any measurements, please. Hey, Dave McKeegan's in the chat. Dave McKeegan, can you answer that question? Did Whitsitt take any measurements?
No, he didn't.
Everybody in the chat, I'm going to do a poll. Now make sure you read the poll. Did Whitsitt take any measurements? Icy Spin says, don't bury my comment about the double entendre. I missed the double entendre. Sorry.
Yeah. What was that?
I don't know.
Explain it to me.
Oakley said you wanted to see for yourself. There it is. Also known as C4, the explosive yourself. Both work perfectly. I got it. I got that. Okay.
Yep. Oh, goddamn it. Hang on. Let me just address something. No, that doesn't mean you're changing the measurement. That you just need to note where you're measuring from. All right. If we're measuring from a tangent plane, that doesn't make the measurement fake.
What? Is somebody in the chat saying this?
Yeah. And also keep this in mind. Keep this in mind that Oakley is going to say a bunch of things like, oh, you can't measure from a sphere and everything like that. Guys, it's all cope. It has always been cope. Because whenever we bring measurements, whenever we bring mathematics to the argument, they lose. They don't like measurements. They don't like, when people go out with telescopes that can be super precise with their angles and stuff like that. They hate people like that. And so when you go to them, their only response to that is to say that the measurement is invalid. Well, because you can't measure an angle from a curved surface. I go, you can have a plumb bob that can find your zenith. You can have a tangent plane that's right at 9 degrees, giving you the astronomical horizon, and you can measure the angle from that point. In fact, you don't even need the tangent plane. You can measure from the plumb bob and not even have the 90 degree in there.
Well, that's the essence of all except for traditional sextants. It's all referenced to vertical. So when you use the app in your phone doesn't know where the horizon is. Your phone only knows where vertical is. So it uses vertical. So all the measurements, even though the phone might report the math as an elevation up from horizontal, it can only actually internally do it as an elevation down from vertical, and then it just does the math for you to present on screen.
I remember one of his butt buddies by the name of Plant Blazer was constantly going around making such an argument on Twitter. So what I did was I made a challenge. I gave only surface measurements with angles from just the vertical, and I asked people, find the radius of this sphere. And everyone except for Plant Blazer was able to do it. And surprisingly, even though people did the math separately, they all converged on the same exact answer, as if geometry works.
Amazing. All right,
so if the math is fake, and it doesn't actually mean anything, how did everyone get the right answer? How did everyone who actually understood math, when they understand geometry and they paid attention in fucking middle school, how did they all get the same answer?
Amazing. Dave McKeegan has an answer to the question of, did Whitsitt do any measurements? He says yes, he did. He measured sun angle elevation with his MK1 eyeball, and he measured how much he needs to drink before he starts rambling nonsense. Turns out the answer is 1/2 glass of water. All right. Isotter74 says, I must point out Oakley often plays clip of guys jumping on a trampoline on the trailer, moving while saying the 1,000 mile an hour thing, and his fans don't get that he's joshing them. Oh yeah.
Oh, I see now. See, someone responded. It's because of Satan. That's how the math works. It's because of Satan.
Oh, there we go. All right, I forgot about that.
And
now I'm pointing out his lies.
Coriola Sniper. Coriola Sniper says, at Red's Rhetoric, love you, buddy, and I love you too. Although I'm still not giving you the link to my OnlyFans.
Right. Given that he claims he's got to go down there knowing all the good arguments, no, when he's on these big shows, he just lies. Now, when I pointed that out to him last time, he called me a grifter and lied about it again. Now, we're at the point where Whitsitt knows it would have been detrimental, and his excuse, well, it would have just been someone else. What? Someone else suffering all the detrimental effects that are ascribed to you? Oh, it's only negative effects when it was just could have been someone else. No, Whitsitt, this is all on you and Jared.
Yeah. So I know nobility seems to be an inconceivable concept to you, but I actually did this because of what I just said. And the truthers will...
Oh, did you notice it's missed? What happened to the side thing here? Where'd it go?
Resonate with that. You have a narrative to push that I'm some evil person or whatever.
No, lie. No, not a narrative that I'm trying to push. I've just put his lie to him. His white knight came in and tried to defend it. He said I was trying to obfuscate. No, I'm proving, because I've already done it with him chanting through me and reiterating that, which is just some...
You just interrupted me.
You see that? It's missing. The chat on the side is missing. I was about to read the chat right here. We've got Stratus Zero says, selflessly, you legitimized the hit piece, bro. Or dude. It didn't need to be any particular flat earther. Any flat earther will do. The hit piece isn't about the person, it's about the sun. The sun circled. Was there a flat earther there that saw it? Yes. Do we know his name? Doesn't matter. Even better, this would have been a better hit piece. We invited to pay for 24 flat earthers, all expense paid trip, the top 24 earthers on the globe, and every one of them rejected the free trip. That's an even better headline. Can you imagine that?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the list of the top 24 flat earthers. And of course, what would have happened if all 24 rejected? Will would have opened it up bigger to other flat earthers. Some flat earther eventually would have said, okay. And that flat earther would have been the we don't care what your name is flat earther that said, yep, the sun does what the globe says the sun does. It doesn't need to be any one in particular. And Austin knew that. And that's why he thought he needed to be Neo.
I weighed $5 super chat. I weighed myself before and after pooping. Using math, I determined the weight of my poop. That's more than Mr. Luggage did on a $35,000 science trip.
That's absolutely genius, Arnold. Arnold, you won the internet for today. The luggage can't do it. But you did. Good job. All right. We're just a little bit until he actually leaves.
to be an inconceivable concept to you, but I actually did this because of what I just said. And the truthers will resonate with that. You have a narrative to push that I'm some evil person or whatever.
No, liar. No, not a narrative that I'm trying to push. I've just put his lie to him. His White Knight came in and tried to defend it. He said I was trying to obfuscate. No, I'm proving, because I've already done it, with him chanting through me and reiterating that, which is just some hand
You
wave.
just interrupted me.
Yeah, you're going to chant through me, so I'll just close the Discord line so I can reiterate to my audience without this very toxic man chanting through me.
Mute. He had to mute him.
He is a proven liar. And when it's pointed out to this proven liar what his lie is, it's stutters and deflection, Nathan. The deflection, like, devil. No, when you're out on the circuit, you're a liar, and I've proven it. The
You guys like this guy?
Toxic,
you like this
toxic
behavior?
man, toxic.
But it's right. But it's all. Also, man. Also, man.
It is a good show. Don't act like such a douchebag, maybe.
If a panel member could get it.
Well, at this point, it's personal, right?
But, okay, are you done? Can I respond or no?
No, actually, I'm trying to talk.
Oh yeah, it's my bad.
Go ahead, Eli.
All I'm saying is what's it said that he.
Well, he's hovering over Rayleigh criterion. What's that about?
The reason that he went is because another flat earther would have went, and they wouldn't have been able to propagate all these good arguments while going on these shows. Okay. After the fact, though, I don't feel like people, at least in the streets, the whole popular part about all of this, I don't get the feeling that anyone understands that it's affirming consequence coming from you or anybody on that side. I don't get that.
Elijah, why Elijah did John before me?
And I also don't know what you'll be doing moving forward to, I don't know, I guess do the same thing we're doing now, which is saying, thank God, we don't have to deal with the AE stuff. We don't have to deal with you guys talking about ice rings. We can just talk about elevation angles and how the Earth is measured flat. That's a great thing. But how are you going to do that moving forward? This isn't a criticism of what you've done. I just want to know what you're going to do moving forward.
Yeah. Okay. So my intention the entire time was to lead with the fact it's an affirming the concept.
Lisa says, how long before Oakley has to dominate the conversation again? You just saw him prepping for it.
Which is obvious. You have to assume the sphere to even begin to claim this is evidence for a sphere. Okay? So that's going to be the first thing I say in all these shows, and I knew that already. And then I'm going to say this is the actual evidence for Flat Earth, and that Flat Earth is not about a model, and that the Gleason map, A map, it's just a globe flattened. And in fact, the royal family got the freaking map, gave it to the world, and then the king made a decree that said it's illegal for anyone else to make a map within that longitude latitude. So listen.
So the king made a decree. Witsit doesn't know that the king doesn't tell the United States what to do. Did you know that, Reds? Are you getting sleepy?
I'm just getting sick of his fucking whining.
Wow.
He's whining a lot, and at this point, he should just leave. He should just leave. They definitely don't like him.
Less than a minute, I'll tell you.
They don't like him. They don't care about him. They think he's a piece of shit. And that's probably right. But the simple fact is, dude, this is embarrassing for you, Witsit. Should have been like, okay, you guys don't want to work with me. Fuck you guys, and be on your way.
He should have done that like 2 years ago.
Exactly.
But he comes back groveling. I love that he does it. It's insane. But
have a little bit of self-respect for yourself. Just don't do that. Like, you're throwing yourself at the feet of Oakley of all people.
No. Oh my goodness.
I can understand if you were throwing yourself at the feet of I don't know, Beyonce or something like that. That might be understandable. I mean, it is Beyonce, but Oakley, dude, you could do better.
Sorry, was I still on screen when I did that vomity move on Beyonce? Sorry.
Probably.
Okay. Oops. Have that removed.
Have it removed? Okay. I'll be sure to not tell Beyonce.
All right. Yeah. All right. We're almost there. He's almost wrapping up.
So the world is about to get to hear the real flat Earth. This is so beneficial. The fact we had so many people in flat Earth that had a model and believed in a map and didn't understand why the Earth is flat. Now that shakes this up, that either you understand why it's actually flat and you're a real flat earther, or you leave because you didn't understand it. This is immensely beneficial to flat Earth in the long run, and it sucks for me personally in the short term, but I did that for flat Earth truth.
He's going to go brag that flat Earth has no model. Oh, Super.
What did you do it for us? Oh, thanks. A minute ago you told us that you appreciated and understood how detrimental it would be for us. So you understand how detrimental it could have been for us prior to going. You understand how detrimental it would have been for someone else, but you ultimately did it for us and it's of great benefit. I see. I understand. Thank you.
In the long run,
In the long run. Gotcha. Thank you. I was kind of rounding out with that. That's Thank you. Got to take charge of a live show now. Thank you. That was wonderful. Anyway, Professor Brian Cox has stepped in.
There it is. He just said, that's it, gone, no more. And he's going to go for this other thing here. There it is. Done. No more conversation to be had.
What a shame. What a shame.
What a shame. Dave McKeegan has a link. I don't know if he wants, some people were saying, but I got a couple. Let's see what this audience has to say. Dave McKeegan, speaking of, says dip corrections debunk Earth measured flat, and no dip correction is not when you prove a flat Earth wrong. Where's Wally says, can anyone confirm if Brian's logic is still a yes man? Yes. Mark W says, did TFE people hear Spitz say thank you at all for all the money spent before he even left his house and afterwards? Has he said thanks yet? I have not heard it that I can recall. He may have. I won't definitively say. Well, there was a chance. We had a meeting in the hotel where I think he might have said, he could have. I don't recall him saying it, but he could have said it then. That would have been the time to say it. But I don't know. He certainly was not grateful.
I remember a conversation with Will before the trip happened, and he says the only person that seems to be genuinely thankful to be given the opportunity was Jaren of the two of them.
Yeah. Yeah, John and Lisbeth were at least, their attitude was like that, but yeah, Austin was aloof and was on Discord constantly, like in Antarctica. He was on Discord all the time almost. Mr. E-Man,
I hope that changed. I hope Witsit realizes that a lot of money was spent on him, and he can now cross off a bucket list item.
Well, it wasn't on his bucket list, to be fair, but no,
it wasn't on his bucket list. But it was still a.
He's regretting it.
Been.
He's regretting it deeply right now.
Okay, so it was, he crossed it off his bucket list, but he didn't want it to be there in the first place.
Yes,
I can go with that.
Mr. E-Man says, can we ban listening to two people this stupid? Hey, you're all here for this. That's why you're here. Echo Jar has a super chat for $1. Thank you very much, Echo Jar. Todd's Techtail says, knock knock. Who's there? Interrupting Oakley. How do my balls taste? Wait, I should have cued. Hold on. I'm going to do it again. This is going to be better. Just a second. Where'd it go? All right. I certainly could have prepped this better.
All this is on the fly.
Hold on. Here we go. I'm there. All right. Knock knock. Who's there? Interrupting Oakley.
Now I'd like to know how my balls taste.
There you go.
I got that. Oakley's balls are so busy.
Well, he wants them to be busy. Welcome to McKeegan. And Echo Jar asks a question, and Dave, you can answer this since you're here. It says, who went without sleep the most, McKeegan or McToon?
I can answer that question. I've been waiting to show this just because I think people will appreciate it.
This is gonna be good.
Oh yeah. Where is he? Oh, there he is. There he is.
Hold on. That's in Santiago. My glasses.
Yeah,
they're here.
Yeah. That was to be fair, that was about 2 minutes after you'd been taking the piss out of me for falling asleep in my chair, and then you did that. So I thought I'd get a picture of you.
I think at that moment my computer was processing your photos. It took about I think it was about 20 minutes to run through them all after I got the software written.
I think that was after you'd had the emails to say that you were going to be stuck in the airport for about 12 hours. I think you'd just given up by that point.
Yeah, I was a bit tired. That flight, the flight was not restful.
No.
Like the plane left at 2, so we didn't sleep, and then we were on a plane, so we didn't sleep. Then we got off the plane.
I asked for a window seat. They gave me the shittest window seat I've ever seen.
Oh, is it the non-reclining one?
No, I've got a picture of fucking that one as well. That was my window seat.
No window.
Yeah, the fucking back row of the plane. There was no window there. It was just bulkhead.
But you know, in the event of a crash, you would have been thankful for that seat.
Yeah. Gowden's Raber asked me, did I sleep at all in Antarctica? I did. I think the 2 nights that I did lay down in a bed together was about 6 hours total.
Yeah, I think I got 6 hours total in one stint. So we did the whatever it was, 30 odd hours up at halfway point, and then I had about 6 hours sleep. And then the last night, by the time we'd finished, that was when we had that champagne reception for the certificates. Then the
interviews,
discussion. We had the departure debriefing, then Will's presentation that I ended up leaving because Whitsitt was lying out of his arse, and then the interviews, and then I had to go back to the tent to pack because he wanted us out of the tent by 9 o'clock the next morning. And then by that point, I just thought there's no point me going to bed at this point. I'll end up sleeping through and missing the plane. So I just ended up staying up throughout the night again.
So that night, my interview, I think John is like, yeah, can you come back at 2? Like, my interview was at 2, but the sun's up. You're like, what do I do? Okay. You're like, your body's like, am I tired? I don't know. The sun's up. So yeah, that night I set my alarm. They wanted us out at 9. I set my alarm for 7, I think. And Rennie woke me at 8.
What, Rennie was awake?
He was awake. Yeah, he had gotten up a while. Oh yeah, he slept a lot. But no, I don't know how. It's an iPhone. My alarm was on my iPhone. If you have an iPhone, how do you sleep through? If you know, you have to like do stuff to sleep through an alarm. I had the sleep mask on, so I had to, when it went off, open up the sleep mask, disable the alarm, put the sleep mask back on, and fall back to sleep. I have no memory of that. My memory is Rennie coming in saying, hey, you might want to get up. We got to be out of here. Oh.
I was working it out before. I think from what night did we go out onto the beach to do the star trails?
Before?
Yeah, before we went out.
It was 2 nights before.
So from we'd been out for a meal, got back to the room at 11, 12. And then I think I set an alarm for about 3, thinking I'll go and see if the stars are out then. And then fucking Jonathan woke me at 1 while you were still out streaming, telling me the stars were clear. So I think I only managed 2 hours sleep that night. And then I barely any sleep the next night. I think I managed about 12 hours total in the space of a week.
Yeah,
I love this. I love this because this follows the meme from long ago that we would always tell. Sleep deprivation, thousands of dollars worth of equipment, thousands of miles of travel, thousands of dollars spent. And why? Because someone is wrong on the internet.
Damn it.
We are going to push our bodies to the breaking point because someone is wrong on the internet. We cannot let that stand.
No, but depends on who the person is. When that, given that person's Nathan Oakley, it's worth it.
It's worth it, yeah. And seeing him cope like this, oh, it's great. Inject it straight into my veins.
Yeah.
We were thinking how much Flat Earth butthurt was produced. How many Falcon 9s could we fill with pure Flat Earth butthurt from this little expedition that occurred?
You know that they do use flare tiers for rocket fuel, and I've a little bit here, but yeah. They're set. They were already set for 2025. They're good through 2028 now.
Ooh.
I wonder how much Oakley is crying inside that Flatzoid streams are getting 3 times the views that his are now.
I love that. So,
there is my jar of Flurf tears.
Oh yeah. So just between you and me,
yeah.
A couple years ago, Craig and I were like, "Hey, let's put a lot of focus on Flatzoid so he can draw Oakley's audience away from Oakley."
Also, Lisa in the chat, Reds, I'd recommend Preparation H, but Flurfs don't believe in medicine.
Well, no, they do if it's homeopathic. So that's not the right word. So what you do is you take the Preparation H and you take the smallest amount possible and you put it into a 75 or 55 gallon drum, right? And then you dump all of it out except for a drop, and then put that into a 55 gallon drum, and then take all of it out except for a drop. You do it about 7 billion times, and then they're ready for it. That's the Preparation H they want.
Yeah, but you're missing a step. You also have to shield it from the 5G, otherwise that throws the whole process off.
And you need to do this all underneath a pyramid.
We have fun here. We're having fun here.
Shane Eslick says the only mathematics Flurps know is 0. For sure. Blake Squatch, that's a nice name, says, I come for the derp, I stay for the cope.
Rhetoric, isn't urine Flurf's medicine? Well, I do know it's the medicine of allegedly Dave. Allegedly. Possibly. We don't know. We'll get back to you on that.
Yes. The Turtle Move says, what Witsit did take measurements. We want them back. Well, yeah, let's wrap up the poll here. I don't know how 6%, 5% said yes.
That was a misclick.
15 people said that Witsit took measurements. He did not do nothing, but the thing that he did do was not measurements, to my knowledge. I don't know what measurement he could have done. An idea,
he
Dave?
measured under. Well, I think he definitely measured that under that table at halfway point was flat, given how much he was lying under it.
He did. He was lying on, and the first. So remember, it was 18 hours. He said from when the Wi-Fi was up until he got the password. But while he was sleeping there, his phone was like when he was unconscious. He had his earbud in. And his phone was sitting there on Discord.
Wait, did he or did he not measure the amount of vape fluid that he had.
He had a lot less after his live stream than he did
My
before.
gosh, he pounded that. You reviewed that too, like Dave. When he walked out, like he walked out, and the whole way he's walking over, he's going after it. But then when he was done and he squatted down, remember? I don't know if you.
God, yeah.
And then he's just like the whole time he didn't inhale unless he was on the vape pen.
No, I think he got confused. I think he mistook it for an oxygen mask the way he was going at it.
No,
He was clearly stressed out about the situation that he found himself in. It's like, damn, there's a 24-hour sun here. I got to figure out how to spin this. Think, damn you, think.
It was. I mean, for a guy that hasn't vaped in 3 years, he sure could put down that vape.
Maybe he was trying to generate enough clouds to hide the sun so he could say it's set.
Pure act of desperation, that.
Randomly Epic says, Witsit prostrating himself before Oakley almost looks like one of those Mason humiliation rituals flat earthers like to talk about. Witsit is a Mason, confirmed? According to Flatties.
Oh God, the amount of ones I'm getting now with people saying that I'm a Mason, it's hilarious.
Wait, I thought you were Illuminati.
Apparently I'm all of them.
It's whatever they need at the moment.
Illuminati and an arsehole.
So you're Illuminati, Freemason, a lizard person, I assume?
Yeah. It's curious to me that because I personally, I don't know anything about Freemasons, about the kind of secret signals or things that they do. If it's no interest to me, I don't care. Flat Earthers seem to know in-depth details about a very secret society, which makes me think they've got insider knowledge.
I mean, apparently I wasn't good enough to get their license plate on my car. It's a true story. I bought a new vehicle after my old vehicle was unceremoniously shoved up my ass while I was still inside it by some douchebag scrolling TikTok. But anyway, I went to the department to get my license, and they have these specialty plates, and I was like, ooh, I have a NASA sticker on my car. What if I get a Freemason plate on it? And so I ordered the Freemason plate, and I didn't receive it because and I guess because I need to actually be one in order to represent properly.
Oh,
I know.
Proof you're not.
Buzzkill.
Proof you're not. Matthew Alot says he's lighter because his poop makes him less dense. Oh my gosh. David says, did Witsit eat enough nuts on the flights? No, apparently not. That's why he came to Oakley looking for something to put in his mouth. Oh, gross. One of the flights, they gave me a bag of popcorn. Just a little tiny baggie of popcorn. The one to and from Santiago. That's all I got. Did you get that too, Dave?
Oh yeah, kind of. I think I went with pretzels, and I think there was 3.
Yeah, that was not a generous
meal right there.
Yeah, it wasn't a generous amount there. Shane Essex says Dave at David didn't have his favorite brand Oakley brand nuts to eat. Ugh. Icy Spin says balls in your mouth. Oh, yep. Alistair Firth says my super chat cherry pop. That was painful.
And demonetized.
There we go.
There it goes. Monetization over, guys.
Howardino says, congrats, Dave and Toon. You're both a credit to debunkers everywhere. That was a great trip.
Worth the trip.
It was super awesome. I loved it. I've been trying to get Flat Earthers to fund my trip next year. My tactic is, when they say it was fake, I say, I'm so confident that it was real, I will put $100,000 in escrow. And and you and I will go, And if the sun sets, then you get the $100,000. And since you're so confident, you will put $100,000 in escrow. And if the sun does circles, then I get your $100,000. None of them have been confident. Everyone knows I'm right.
Flat earthers do you know that have put money in escrow?
0.
Okay, let me rephrase that. How many flat earthers do you know that can spell escrow?
0.
There you go.
If this actually happens, I just want you all to know, I will be super surprised because flat earthers don't like to pay for their own trips. No. I've noticed.
But that's my response now to them making assertions about it being fake. Like, well, if you're certain enough to come out here and say it to me in a post somewhere, or you're going to say it to me in a DM, or you're going to say it to if you want to debate me on that topic, this is our debate. We will have that debate on December 14 this year in Antarctica. We will stand there in Antarctica, and then we will wait until local solar midnight to see what happens.
Now, the obvious response that we might get, and the rebuttal to that response is as follows. But I don't have $100,000 to put in escrow. It's not fair. But here's the thing. You're not the only flat earther in existence, and we know of other flat earthers that do most definitely have that money. Supposedly flat earth millionaires.
But it doesn't matter. But it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who you go to.
Do you own a house?
Regardless how much money they have, they've all said no.
Yeah. But if you're confident, then do you own a house? Does your mommy own a house? Go take out a second mortgage on that house, because you're so confident. You're so certain that it was faked that you wouldn't even question whether or not you would get that money back. So all you need to do is, for the month of December, do that. And certainly the small amount of interest will be covered completely by what I do. Is that not enough, though? Maybe you need to do 200,000. I'm good for you. I can do that. That's how confident I am.
Or push another flat earther to do it that you believe has that money in the first place. I'm good with any flat earther, honestly.
Yeah, pick your champion.
Pick them. You know, I'm still wondering why Darth doesn't use some of the income that he has gotten from Flat Earth to ride Jeff Bezos's suborbital rocket, which, by the way, is totally in the shape of a penis.
Indeed, it is. Flair Foster is a new member at Newton. Matthew a lot. I bet he gets called Matthew a lot. Says he did take measurements. He took everything you guys did and said it was his.
I noticed that, actually.
Hey Dave, I got a question for you. How does it feel to be working for Witsit?
I'll let you know when I find out.
Well, apparently you were working for him, because he took all your shit.
All right, what were we saying, Dave?
So he's published the 24-hour video from Will's camera. He's republished it on his channel. There's so many people commenting on that video about what great work he did with the video. It's like, yeah, download and re-upload's a fucking taxing job these days.
It wasn't even that, though. Did you watch him? Did you watch the videos on his channel?
I saw the first one the first three when he'd messed up the rendering. How the hell you screw up, download and re-upload a video and distort the projection is beyond me.
He didn't download Will's video, the one that you did for Will. He was given the Insta360 files. And here's what you do. Dave and I know, because we've both done this, because I just finished rendering the other camera's videos. What you do is you take all of those videos, right? All of them, and you drag and drop onto Insta360 Studio. And then This is going to be the hard part. You go to wherever you want to end and you do a click and you say, cut it here. So I did it at 10 hours. And then this is going to be really hard. Right click and go export. That's it.
Yeah, to mess the projection up, you have to add other steps in. I couldn't even work out how to do that.
I don't know how it was messed up. I could not have reproduced that mess up, and I spent a lot of time on that because I had to do some extra things, and I'm still trying to get the other one that Will has, this 36-hour one. I'm deep in that.
How much success have you had with that?
A little. How
little's a little? Because I'm working on it too.
So, all right, I'll explain it for the audience. Will set up, as soon as we got back to the main camp, Will brought his tripod with his Insta360 out to a spot where it would be undisturbed, fired it up in time-lapse mode, and it ran in the end for 36 hours. The file is bigger than the other files. All the other files are 15 gig. This one is 50 gig. And the 50 gig file, when you drop it on the Insta360 app, it only sees the single fisheye. And you can't do anything else with it. It doesn't see it as a 360 VR. So the actual file is an MPEG file that has 2 streams. Each stream is a single fisheye, and then what it does is it stitches them together in software. So that's the actual file. So what have you done, Dave?
So I've managed to get it back to a 360.
Really?
Yes. I could bring it up on screen for you. You can have a look at it if you want.
So how did you do that?
Magic. It's where am I? Here.
Oh, the flat Earth method.
Here we go.
Magic.
I'm lost on everything. So, are you seeing that?
That's not right, though.
What do you mean?
Is that just what you get because you're all the way zoomed out? Can you zoom in?
There. So there's the guy who was
surfing. Did it zoom in?
What are you seeing there?
I don't see a change.
Oh,
yeah, FFmpeg doesn't know what to do with it.
So that's zooming in, or are you not seeing that?
It's not changing. So this is another problem that I've noticed. The Insta360 app is really weird. It doesn't interact with the UI very well on the Mac.
Hang on, man.
And obviously not on Windows either. Oh, there's something changed.
So there's the video playing.
Okay.
The problem I've got, I'll skim through it. There, I get patches where it's corrupted.
Oh.
And the screen goes pink. But what I'm finding is it's not the same spot every time. It's different patches that keep glitching. So I'm doing, like, at the minute I've done like 3 different renders, and then I'm going to overlay them all and see if I can just piece it all together.
How are you going to overlay them?
So I'll bring all 3 of them into Premiere Pro.
Okay.
And then go through, and wherever I hit a bit of pink from the top layer, I'll cut it away. If it's still pink on the second layer, I'll cut it away and hope that I've got rid of them all. And or if not, I could always just go to that particular point in Insta360 and just export that little section and see if I can marry it all up. The way that I found to fix it, I think the problem has been caused because when you open the files, because it's split it into 2, hasn't it? It limits the files to 30 minutes, which the way Will was recording is the first 30 hours and then the last 6.
Yeah.
that first file, when you look at it in Insta360 and you look at the information, it's showing it as a video file, whereas the second file, it says it's a time lapse. I think for whatever reason, because the camera's hit a 30-minute record limit, it's presuming it's a video file, not a time lapse, and then it's screwing it up.
Okay.
So I downloaded have a Insta360 file repair program.
Oh.
So download that, give it the first file as the reference file, as the file that you want to correct, and then it'll ask for another file from the camera that it can reference off to compare. I gave it the time lapse, and it rendered to be able to view the full 360, but it keeps giving me it plays fine in Insta Studio. It shows odd times where it flashes green, like as you skim through the preview, but it doesn't actually, it plays perfect. But when you export it, it keeps throwing up these pink glitches for whatever reason. So
all right,
are you forced to use the Insta360
Yes.
software to make it into a...
Yeah, so the way it's written, it's not written in the way that YouTube will accept. So you have to write it in a format that YouTube will accept. So
yeah, but can you make that format in a different program rather than Insta360's own program?
No. I've searched, I've looked everywhere.
Because it might be some limitation, like you just drop that file into Insta360 software and it just looks at the size of the damn thing and goes, oh, fuck this.
The other thing you could try, Toon, just is if you've got, because I gave it a time lapse from Will's camera as a reference file. If you've got a regular video file from Will, and maybe because it's recognizing because it's seeing the first big file as a video, not a time lapse, maybe giving it a video file to compare might fix it, but I've not got one. So
I did not know this software existed. So let me tell you what I've done. I've gone way deeper than this. I've examined the individual file format. I've broken out the two MPEG streams in there. I've extracted one frame from each of them. I've written them to the file, so I have now a PNG that is each of the, or a JPEG of each of the individual frames that were the first frame, because it's two of them, and they're fisheye. And then I've worked with NumPy and some other apps in some other libraries in Python to attempt to do the stitching manually. And I haven't gotten that to work yet because however Insta360 does that stitching is particularly good. So I'm worried that I won't be able to get it as good. Anyway, and then if I can do it, then I can have one frame that's been manually and very slowly stitched into a rectangular frame, and then I can just have a series of frames and then use FFmpeg to assemble them together into a new video. And then the problem you're going to run into, you're going to have two problems. One is that you're going to re-render it, dropping the quality, and I can help you get around that. Number two is that final video that you have will not be recognized by YouTube as a 360 video.
I think it will.
I can fix that though. There's an app that Google
I've already
wrote.
done it. I've already tested it.
With Premiere?
I'm pretty sure I did. No, I did, because initially I'm sure I'd done a test of it where I took a small section, because I was worried that YouTube might not recognize it. And I exported a small section of a video that was like a minute long and uploaded it. I'm sure I did. Because I had the same thought, but there's a plugin for Premiere, an Insta360 plugin that lets it recognize it.
There you go. So the app is a spatial metadata app that wasn't it. I got it from GitHub. It wasn't particularly friendly, but I got it running. So anyway,
and then we can. And then we can sit back and watch the flat earthers cry because they've been saying for ages, oh, why were we at halfway point? Why weren't we near the main camp? Why didn't we shoot anything at the main camp? And oh shit.
Slightly off topic. Does anyone know who Zesta Back from Burnout is? Does that name sound familiar?
Somebody in the chat here?
No, someone in my comment section.
No.
It says Duffy and TFE has falsified the globe. There is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Duffy has put you in the position you have to lie or lose the argument. Make the claim there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. You know it's a lie. I responded 4 hours ago by saying, I claim there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Prove otherwise. And he goes, interesting, you've chosen to lie.
That's it.
That's it.
We'll tell you what.
We're off to the races, ladies and gentlemen.
Do you have a pinned comment already on that?
Let's see. It's interesting you've chosen to lie. You know it's against your rules. I know it's a lie. None of the following people were prepared to lie. Will Duffy, MC Toon, McKeegan, Witsit.
But did you pin that comment yet?
No, I can.
Yeah, do it.
Okay, let me pin that comment.
Oh,
I'm gonna shut
pin comments.
I'm gonna shut them up. Oh, I didn't record that yet.
Speaking of pin comments, did you see the Damascus Steel saga?
No.
The one you messaged me and said you should pin that comment and take a screenshot of it. Yes. So on the video where I called Damascus Steel out with a screenshot of him saying that why won't I show the sun setting and not changing size, I then showed him sunrise and the sun not changing size. He made the comment saying, you didn't show, why won't you address the sun not changing size? So I pinned his comment, and obviously you lot all jumped on it. He not only deleted his comment, he then put another comment on suggesting that I'd removed his comment and that I was running scared from addressing the topic.
Are they expecting the angular size of the sun to change?
Yeah, because Flat Earth demands that it does.
All right, so there I replied to Zesta Back from Burnout with my standard response. I'll screenshot it because they'll probably they're likely to delete. So what did I tell you to do, Dave? I said screenshot it, right?
Oh yeah.
So what you can do a community post with that screenshot.
It's tempting.
So many people calling you a liar, McKeegan. You're not just going to lay down and take that, aren't you?
It's too funny. The latest one, the Mason shit. Like King Nico's been putting all over Twitter and YouTube that I'm a Mason because I put a boot under a table. Apparently, that's now Masonic. Somebody else has now called out because one of the super chats that I read, someone referred to me as Dave Triangle McKeegan, and I didn't react to it. And they're like, "Is it not suspicious that he didn't react to having the word triangle?" And then three comments later, he had to walk off to check his gear. I'm like, they think that somebody called me triangle due to Masons. They've no idea that it's to do with Oakley not being able to measure the Earth flat 18 months ago.
So about the boot being under a table.
Oh, yes.
That's some sort of Mason symbolism right there. I'm not getting it.
So it's I haven't looked into it, but he brought up some picture where there's some Masonic ritual where you take off your left shoe, and it's meant to be some sign of allegiance to Masons. Except I didn't take the shoe off. I wasn't wearing the bleeding shoe. And I don't think a table actually comes into it. It's just because it involves a left shoe and they need some straws to clutch at.
All right, so let's see what Google says.
Yeah, apparently there is some sort of something with a left shoe, not a left boot, The removal of footwear. I don't know. Like
missing the part where I didn't remove the shoe.
Yeah.
It's amazing. They know more about Freemasons than anybody. It's like, are you part of the group?
Than all Freemasons ever.
Isn't Mason supposed to be like actually kind of a secretive society, and yet they seem to know the ins and outs of it very, very
They know all the
meticulously.
details.
How could they know? Not very secret. They've completely failed at being secret.
Must be part of the conspiracy, man.
That's what
the
we should do.
conspiracy is that they know that they know all of it.
Start the conspiracy that flat earthers are actually Masons trying to accuse everyone else of being Masons.
Well, there's enough of them already. There's, the conspiracy that it's all a CIA, a psyop. Like, okay, fine. You were dumb enough to believe it. That it doesn't excuse any of them.
Yeah, the only thing I can see here is something about blue slippers.
Ooh, sweet, some blue slippers.
Yeah. The history of the Masonic blue slipper.
Sweet.
So, question, were your shoes blue by any chance?
Not the last time I checked.
Okay, we're off to a bad start
They
then.
were black. Okay, let me read this. We got Torgafar says, "Hi, Dave. So nice to catch you live for once. Your serious video face has aged so much by this trip. Heartily laughing, Dave. Looks younger than ever.
I don't know. The amount of people that have been messaging seem to think that I lost a load of weight whilst I was in Antarctica. It's like, I've lost 2.5 stone since I accepted the trip to Antarctica, but I lost it all before I left home. It's just, I didn't just lose 2.5 pounds in 2.5 stone in Antarctica.
Stone.
Now, when you say 2.5 stone, what's that in freedom units?
40 pound.
Damn. Nice.
There you go.
It's like, if going to Antarctica could shed you that much weight, then all of the diet places would just be like, yeah, just book a trip to Antarctica.
Do you know what Whitsitt actually complained about the food there?
Do you want to just give me a list of the shit that he didn't complain about? It would be quicker.
All right.
I was about to say.
End of
What did
list.
He complained about.
He
was complaining about the Wi-Fi password and that you were blue balling him for 18 hours.
The food there was actually really nice.
I was very impressed by the food, considering where we were.
Yeah,
it was pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, it's getting late. I need to move a little faster here. Gideon David Sampson says Whitsitt has now different theories about Antarctica and 24-hour sun, but the question is, what kind of data he brought with him to support this? None. He said
Mark 1 eyeballs.
He said he knew this before he went. Of course, humbly. Like, okay, so you knew this before. Did you do any testing or documentation while you're there to confirm this definite explanation that you totally know about beforehand? No.
Yeah, he was on Discord telling everybody without Wi-Fi.
Shane Eslick says, Dave, that left boot ritual Nico said you did is to seal the deal for the sale of land. So Nico is saying Dave now owns Antarctica.
There you go. The truth is out.
There you go. Echo Jar says, have you heard of the pyramids in Antarctica? Lisbeth was very curious about one of the mountains that was somehow shaped like a pyramid, and Will then asked for our flight, asked, would it be possible to go there? Because we had no idea where it was, but it was somewhere not too far. And they're like, yeah, we'll get back to you. Then they come back and they're like, yeah, we can do that. It's extra fuel, only $20,000 extra. And Will's like, okay, thanks, we won't be doing that.
Yeah, pass.
Lisa says, Flurf mess up every projection. Insta360, globe projection, butthurt feelings. Absolutely.
I love that Nathan now has dispelled the AE map. It's like him who bangs on that celestial navigation proves the Earth is flat doesn't have a map to apply his celestial navigation measurements to.
I know. It's so precious. Well, I mean, for $10,000, he couldn't do it. And like within a few days after I published the $10,000 challenge, he did a GoFundMe to fix the speakers in his house for, I don't know, a couple $100. Like, you could have definitely paid for those speakers.
I don't know why he needs speakers anyway. He's only interested in listening to himself, and he can do that without speakers.
I know. Shane Eslick says, Fwitsit didn't complain about Fwitsit. Fwitsit. Adorable. All right. So I've got this tool. I will download that tool and see if that will work. Now, if you want to try it without re-rendering, we can use FFmpeg to do it. And then the spatial metadata tool to put it back in. And that's what I needed to do for mine. So my first one, or the one that I did, I accidentally pressed start and stop on the camera when I went to change the batteries because I didn't know how to turn on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
So I pressed the start stop button. And then I'm like, wait a second. That's not right. So I started it again. And then I stopped it again. And then I started it again. So it's actually 3 independent files. But I wanted to have one file. So I exported the first one, the tiny short little middle one, and then a chunk of the third section. And it outputs them into 3 Insta360 VRs that you can upload to YouTube. It'll work. But they're just rectangular. So then I just use FFmpeg to merge all of them without a re-render into a longer file. But now that doesn't have the metadata to upload to YouTube. So I tried to get FFmpeg to put the metadata in there. Could not get it. But so I got the spatial metadata app that did it without re-rendering.
I know Will's not going to be happy about it, but I really want to go back and redo that whole trip because with hindsight, there's stuff I wish we'd done differently. Like having seen Will's footage now of the drone and how close we were to the camp not being obstructed, I wish I just took one of them Insta360s and launched it up in the air. Just thrown it up in the air because obviously you'd see in all directions, so you could just stabilize it to show the camp and how close we were. Plus,
yeah.
I don't know why I did should have changed my tactic when I saw the camp, and I didn't. I just went in with the mindset of everything needs to be connected to the solar panel. I should have put my Insta360 on the tripod on the roof and ran a cable through the window and plugged it into the mains.
Oh yeah.
And then we could have just had the time lapse from the roof of Halfway Point, seeing all the way around, and you'd have seen the shadows a hell of a lot better as well.
Well,
I mean,
we didn't have to. Go ahead, Ritz.
If I can make a suggestion, it is the beginning of 2025. You have all of 2025 to maybe crowdfund for another trip. I'm thinking that this could be a thing since now that you have experienced it already and you're going to have fresh new ideas. I imagine that this could be even more brutal against flat earthers the second time. And I got to tell you, I would donate to it.
I'll be honest,
if you're willing to do that and make it happen, I will donate $500 to you right now.
I think crowdfunding it, I think funding the trip would be the least of the problems. I think getting my missus to agree to it, on the other hand, is a step too far.
Mine's in.
How do you go then?
But she's going with.
Oh, okay then. Well, that's all right. You two can go and just go and find and drive the last few nails into flat Earth. But I don't think my missus wouldn't be up for it. She hates cold. And
all right, Dave. I understand where you're getting at. I will go for you, even though I'm from Florida, and I hate the cold. I will go for you.
There you go.
That would be very much appreciated.
So
we got 1 year to make this happen.
I'm trying. I'm trying. We're gonna have, what's his name in your comment section there. He's gonna fund it.
Oh yeah.
Right. It's gonna be Zesta back from Burnout is gonna pay for it, because Zesta back from Burnout is so confident that it's a lie that he'll definitely front the $100,000 just so he can embarrass me.
Although, Reds, how are you going to set up an Insta360 on the roof of a hut without appearing on camera?
Well, you see, I would be willing to take the risk of committing a war crime for the occasion.
Oof.
Yeah, see, my face has been deemed a weapon of mass destruction by the Geneva Convention, but I think I can get an exception approved in advance for this.
Actually, no, you're okay, because ALE will make you take a balaclava anyway, so you could just wear that.
There you go. That's maybe you can just say it's too cold for my delicate skin.
I'm gonna get you. In fact, Reds, I will get you a custom printed balaclava with a picture of Oakley's face on it.
Ouch.
Unfortunately, you're gonna have to make your teeth way worse. There's the stereotype about British teeth, and Oakley owns that stereotype all the way.
One person said 50K to see Red's face, tempting. I mean, I would have to call some people and be like, hey, remember how my face is a weapon of mass destruction, everything like that. Can we make an exception? Because someone's wrong on the internet.
Well, Dave, we did not need to be at halfway point.
No, I realized that. In fact, I realized that before I reviewed the footage. Once we were back at the camp, and that last night, because I stayed up, someone in the Wolfpack was messaging about the DC-3 planes on the skiway and asked for a photo of them. So I walked out at about 4 a.m, all the way up the skiway towards Mechland to get a picture of them. And I'm looking, I'm like, the fucking sun's over the mountain. We didn't need to go.
Yeah, we did not know. And it depends on what time or what day it is. And certainly the people that work there, they're not paying attention. They don't care. I'm like, the sun doesn't set, whatever. They're not trying to prove anything. And so when does what day does the shadow of the mountain hit the camp, and what day does it not hit the camp? They don't know. They don't care. They're asleep.
No. They just know it does it at some point. And I think, was it Lisbeth who emailed ALE about it in the first place?
Well, a few flatties have reached out to ALE.
No. Before the trip, I think didn't she say on that Zoom call that we had, didn't she say it was her that reached out to ALE to check if... and I think she then said it was one of the bosses at ALE that had come back to her with it. So I don't even know if it went as far as speaking to people who were at Union Glacier or go there regularly. I wonder if it's maybe just the staff and in the offices in the US who went, well, sometimes of the year it's not obstructed, sometimes it is. So just for safety, we'll use halfway point because it's already set up.
Yeah, it made it was pretty nice. Yeah, they already had it there. So plus my video documented them tearing it down.
At Rhetoric, will you reveal your face if we pay your Antarctica trip? I would have no choice because it's going to be an Insta360.
Yeah.
I can't really get around the fact that it would have to be a 360-degree shot. So yeah, I would have no choice. But be warned, and we will put warnings all over the place. Warning, you're about to see Red's face. Side effects may include, but are not limited to. And then we just throw the medical dictionary at the wall.
Samantha Jane says you could arrange some sort of globe or anti-conspiracy conference and Punta Arenas which would be a lot more affordable for most people. And if a few want to go to Antarctica, they can. That's true. It was probably $1,500 round trip to fly to Punta. So, if people really wanted to go and get together at a rather expensive location for just flying somewhere. So, anyway, let me read this. Janusz Takas says, go to North Pole in summer with my sundial flipped. That's a good idea. But you know what I need to do? I gotta go to bed.
Hey, coward.
I
know what ALE could do, in fact, too, and I know how we could make it even cheaper. We ask ALE to arrange a flight, so we just hire the flight, middle of the night. Fly from Punta at midnight, or as the sun's setting, so it's south of us, and then you just land in Antarctica in daylight, take off, and fly back to daylight in Punta. You don't need to see the 24-hour sun. If the sun's in Antarctica south of you at Chile, it don't fucking work.
Yeah. I have a feeling really the biggest part of that whole trip is the flight. So you don't really save a whole lot by saying, let's just do the flight. You're like, let's just do the expensive part. Like, it's still going to be expensive.
So let's do a boat then.
I mean, there's any number of ways to do it. Yeah.
I'm more than happy to ride in the cargo hold to save some money. We'll be fine.
Oh, you're going to be down there with McFlatty, huh?
Oh boy. We'll keep each other company. I swear.
Toon, stop trying to paint yourself in a nice picture. You stashed McFlatty in an overhead compartment bin.
That
you heartless bastard.
I can neither confirm nor deny that I was the one that left McFlatty in an overhead compartment bin.
Well, no, but you were the one that asked the members of staff if they could go and check the compartment bin of the 757 back in Punta Arenas to see if McFlatty was in there.
That could have been me or somebody else that did that. And then put into the cargo hold of the cargo plane a couple days later. That may or may not have been me.
Yeah.
That asked them to shove McFlatty into there. I don't. Yeah.
We need to hear more from McFlatty. I don't know where he's gone.
I don't know. He's still trapped down there, or something. I don't know. Nobody's missing him.
Has he not got back to Panty Arena yet?
No. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, you remember, Dave, when we were sitting there the day after we got back, and we were in that little room off the restaurant. Mm-hmm. And you're like, you know what? I haven't heard this one song in a while. What was that song?
Which, the Etherically Displaced?
That's the song?
That was the one. I'd heard it because you started playing it in the middle of the bleeding shopping centre in Punta Arenas 2 days before we went to Antarctica.
I know, because
I said I was going to put it as my ringtone and hope that somebody phoned me while we were in Antarctica, and you started playing it in the middle of the camping shop.
I have it on my phone. Anyway, that's what I'm going to play. Everybody, thank you very much. Dave McKeegan, Red's Rhetoric. So happy to have you here. It's an honor.
Pleasure.
Everybody else in the chat here, I will be on Modern Day Debate next Tuesday, debating with Peter Markley against It Doesn't Matter. Everybody else, bye.
What is a full moon and what is a new moon on your model?
Probably like a magnetic cycle, and just like the center of a ferrocell cell image of a magnet.
Just like the center of a ferrocell spiral. Image of a magnet, it's just black in the middle. It's actually pure inertia, not just a little. In the ferrocell image of a magnet, it actually goes into its inertial state, then charges back up. It becomes like etherically displaced. Yeah, you start to see it charge up once more, and it goes back like it did before. Once it becomes like etherically spaced, you see it charge up and take its place. Oh shucks, ain't that so? That's how moon phases work, fam. Pass the dresser. In the magnet's heart, centrifugal divergence flies, centripetal convergence pulls, defying all science. Etheric whispers sing, light and shadow blend, magnetic cycles spin, where physics seems to end. In the ferrocell cell image of a magnet, it actually goes into its inertial state, then charges back up. It becomes like etherically displaced. Yeehaw! Grab your partner, swing around, magnetic cycles up and down. Either song in the air, hillbilly science everywhere, cause it's like etherically displaced. Yeehaw! Yo, belly on up to the Wixit word salad buffet. Who has light vinaigrettes? The Jugger Ranch.
Then charges back up, and once it becomes like etherically displaced again, you start to see it charge up throughout a cycle, and it goes back.